Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars story, Echoes of a Queen, written by Conquistador 36. After 55 years of searching, Jedi Grand Master Luke Skywalker finally comes face to face with his mother's legacy and everything that comes with it. Prologue. 35 years after the Battle of Yavin, Jedi Academy campus, Ossus. The routine meeting of the Jedi Council abruptly paused as Master Skywalker was very obviously distracted by a flurry of activity outside the chamber. Everyone present could recognize the solos, and the air of anticipation around Leia in particular changed the whole atmosphere. Luke immediately mirrored it, and then Mara couldn't help but join him. The anxiety was contagious. Silgo glanced around the rest of the assembly with her bulbous eyes, and sharply inclined her head toward the door. "If that will be all, Master Skywalker," she suggested in her soft-spoken way, "we'll leave you to your other business." "Yes, thank you, Silgal." Luke's expression was placid, but his heart was thumping so hard that Mara was surprised she couldn't hear it. "We'll reconvene in 3 days if nothing changes." The other masters gathered their effects and cleared the beautifully inlaid council table. The purpose of the Solo's recent run to the archives of Abroa's sky was no secret, but none of them was indiscreet enough to discuss it openly, at least not until the facts were known. Corrin offered Luke an encouraging pat on the back as he left, and was acknowledged with a nod. They might finally be close to cracking some long-standing and very sensitive mysteries. As soon as the masters had filed out, Han and Leia burst in with a thick folder of flimsiplast printouts. Mara felt Luke's anticipation spike as his sister slapped it down on the table. "Close the door," Leia barked at Han, not unkindly. She sat down next to Luke and spread the folder open. "Okay," she began, laying out the first few sheets. "Here's what we've got." That section of Old Republic government records wasn't complete. Nothing like what Coruscant would have had before the Vong forming, but I think we found her. Luke nodded, and Mara put her hand on his leg under the table. They had all discussed whatever indicative details they could remember from those few snippets of holo they had managed to pry out of R2, the affluent surroundings. The presence of Obi-Wan Kenobi, the casual conversation about the doings of the Jedi Council, Anakin Skywalker, his apparent proximity to Chancellor Palpatine, and had decided to focus their search on the most prominent circles of Coruscanti society. All they had to guide them was a partial name. The only Padme documented on Coruscant around that time was Senator Padme Amidala, Leia continued, indicating the name on the first page of the official biodata summary, representing the planet Naboo. She had served 2 terms as queen before that, and is still something of a local hero. There was some trouble with the Neimoidians early in her reign, even an invasion and a brief occupation, until she led an assault to retake the capital. Luke was speed reading through the historical highlights and calculating dates. When she was 14, he asked no one in particular. "Sounds spunky." "Maybe it runs in the family," Han observed with a cheeky glance at Leia. "But let's not get ahead of ourselves." "Right," Leia agreed, shooting her husband a sidelong look. The Imperial purge of certain memory banks left some holes in the official archives before they were copied to Abroa's sky. and the war didn't help matters. There will almost certainly be more information cached on Naboo itself. We did find an official portrait, though. She leafed through the flimsies and handed the holostil to Luke. I think it looks like her. As her, Luke agreed, apparently with no doubt whatsoever. He kept the print pressed firmly between his hand and the table, perhaps unconsciously, as if to keep it from vanishing into the ether. Those brief glimpses that our two had so far been unable or unwilling to replay for them had passed too quickly to be properly appreciated. Finally, holding her captured image in hard copy was twisting Luke up in some very vulnerable ways. It was a nice face, Mara could admit, with fine features and an undeniable nobility, and she could recognize a certain resemblance to Leia. They had all seen enough of the old Clone Wars propaganda holos to already know that Luke took after his father, at least in his looks. Mara slipped a peek at the lovely senator's recorded height, and realized there might be a reason Luke had not inherited Anakin's heroic stature. "That's great," Han said, "but we still don't know if she's your mother or just another of Anakin's girlfriends." Luke spared a sharp glance, already defensive without any solid justification. "Leia is convinced she was pregnant in the holo we saw." "Definitely," Leia insisted. "Mara." "I got that distinct impression," Mara agreed. "Maybe it was a mother's intuition." "Good enough for me," Luke continued. "I find it hard to believe Anakin would have had several clandestine families at once." "I wouldn't put it past him," Han persisted, maybe recalling those propaganda holos. Hotshot pilot, darling of the Republic War effort, he could have been spoiled for choice. "Not everyone is wired like you, Luke." Luke glanced up again, and his eyes had gone icy. "He wasn't always a villain, you know." Han looked stung, and he opened his mouth, perhaps to protest that having a few girlfriends was hardly a war crime, but Leia elbowed him in the ribs. Mara shared Han's reservations, but she wasn't ready to voice them. Luke was fixated on the portrait with an intensity that had her worried. For all the traditional Jedi abhorrence of attachment, he seemed excessively prone to it. Amidala was her regnal name, Leia clarified, returning to the facts at hand. Deeper in, I noticed that her family name was listed as Naberi. I served in the Imperial Senate with a Puja Naberi from Naboo. We were friendly back then, and it would be wild to find out she's some sort of cousin. I'll see if I can reach her, and maybe we can get some more information, maybe even a genetic comparison if R2 doesn't cooperate. She pulled a data card out of a sleeve inside the folder and handed it to Luke. "Here is a copy of everything." Then she frowned and laid a hand on her brother's wrist. "Hey, you going to be okay?" She was right to be concerned, Mara thought. Luke looked like he was going to be sick. It's just a weird feeling," he said, unable to tear his eyes away from the young senator's face. "I want to remember, and I feel like it might be there, just out of reach." He sighed. "Or maybe I'm just imagining it. I can't be sure." Leia looked sympathetic. "Neither can I," she said, squeezing his arm. "As Han says, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'll make some calls and let you know when I turn up." Mara quietly squeezed Luke's thigh, unsettled by how thoroughly the experience had rattled him. Luke laid his hand over hers and squeezed her back, appreciating her support. The shadows of the past were thick, and they would definitely need more facts before they could see their way through. Still, she had to admit that it wasn't a huge leap to imagine that this trailblazer warrior queen could have birthed Luke and Leia. What really worried her was R2's almost neurotic insistence that the past was better left alone. Obviously, the story didn't end happily, whoever their mother had been. Luke was determined to open that wound, to know whatever could be known, to see the tragedy for what it was. It wasn't something Mara would have chosen for herself, and for that reason she had never even tried to trace her roots. But she had married into this mess of a family. These secrets weighed heavily on her husband and on their son, and for better or worse she would be sharing that tragedy with them. Chapter 1. Blood Never Lies. 36 years after the Battle of Yavin, Naboo, Mara watched the Navi computer count down toward the proximity alarm with a gnawing feeling she wouldn't quite call dread. It was more of an anxious anticipation, and it wasn't entirely her own. This was a trip several decades in the making, and there was a lot of accrued emotion riding on it. She was still convinced the whole experience was going to be a good thing, no matter how challenging it proved to be. Mara had never enjoyed wrangling her own emotions, preferring to shove them into a forgotten corner of her mind to be dealt with at some undetermined later date. So of course fate had paired her with a husband who was more emotionally dynamic than the average man, permanently spliced her into the epicenter of his thoughts. It was like being placed in the middle of a frenzied parcel hub in Imperial Center after being trained at some regional outpost. Despite the apparently chaotic activity, Luke's mind was actually a very ordered place, and Mara had learned to recognize the calm amid the colorful whirl of feelings, thoughts, and impressions. That calm felt more deliberate than usual as Luke stared blankly into the swirling light of hyperspace, his nerves coiled with that fluttering anticipation Mara had been coping with all week. After R2-D2 had been forced to give up the worst of the family secrets, the droid had reluctantly become very compliant, disgorging a surprisingly deep archive of fragmented memories and mundane recordings of his previous owner, the former Queen, Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo. It had become apparent that R2 had belonged to her for at least a full decade before she had gifted him to her secret husband, Anakin Skywalker. Ever since the end of the Killik War, Luke had been consumed by those holos, hours and hours of them, gradually coming to know his mother's ghost through those precious moments one curious droid had preserved for posterity. Leia had preceded them a few months earlier, preferring to avoid for now the pomp and ceremony the Naboo nobility would lavish on an official visit. Instead, she had sent her official regards to the reigning queen and visited privately with Pujana Berry, her old colleague from the Imperial Senate, and apparently their first cousin by blood. The provisional genetic profile she submitted had confirmed the relationship, but official recognition by House Naberry and the other royal Naboo would be granted only after the results had been replicated by a ceremonial test performed by competent authorities before the appropriate witnesses. She and 3PO had briefed Luke and Mara in detail so that they would know what to expect. Now they were nearly there, dressed in their Jedi best, waiting for the planet to materialize in front of them. Nothing about it was optional anymore. Luke had to see, had to know, had to experience whatever he could of his mysterious history. They would confront it together as a family. The proximity alarm finally chimed as warning. "Everybody ready?" Mara asked, glancing over her shoulder. "All set?" Luke confirmed from the co-pilot seat. "Ready," Ben said from behind them, digging a finger beneath the stiff collar of his shirt. "Secured," said Nana, Ben's nanny defender droid. R2 warbled an affirmative. Exactly on schedule, they transitioned back into real space, and a perfect green and blue world appeared ahead of them, wreathed in white clouds. "Lucky the Vong never made it to this system," Mara murmured. They had refreshed their memory of the details of the Naboo system before they had left, and it was an idyllic place. It would have been doubly tragic in hindsight for it to have been Vong formed beyond all recognition before they had understood its significance. The comm lit up as they approached polite hailing distance. "Incoming ship. This is the Naboo Planetary Guard. Please confirm your identification." It was a soft and pleasant voice with a lilting accent, probably a woman. It had an immediate disarming effect, although Mara had no doubt the trio of starfighters angling to intercept them knew their business if the exchange turned hostile. "Naboo Planetary Guard. This is Jedi Master Luke Skywalker and family aboard the Jade Shadow, heading for Theed City." Luke's tone was all cool pilot's professionalism, but Mara could feel the knot in his stomach. "We are expected." It took only a moment for the scout ship to reply. "Indeed, you are expected, Grand Master Skywalker, and may we be among the first to welcome your grace home to Naboo." Luke frowned at the comm. Ben sniggered, and Mara turned to snap her fingers at their son. "Maintain your current vector, and we will announce you to Theed City Control." "Thank you," Luke said, terminating the connection. Mara allowed herself a twisted smile. "Well, they're all politeness," she observed. "Your Grace." Luke turned that narrow look on her. "Don't you start," he warned. Although he had adapted to a certain level of ceremony, and was a great respecter of titles, Luke had never been very comfortable wearing honorifics. Mara noticed that he had quietly neglected to present himself as the Grand Master, but the Naboo were sticklers for protocol, and they were ready for him. It had been standard practice in the Old Republic to address all members of the Jedi Council as Your Grace, and certainly the Grand Master himself. As a long-lost relation of the royal houses of Naboo into the bargain, Luke had absolutely no chance of escaping it. Another trio of starfighters was dispatched from Theed to meet them and escort the Jade Shadow to the spaceport. They understood it to be another honorary courtesy. "So, Mom, does this mean we're royalty?" "Not exactly," Mara said, splitting her attention between her son and the landing vector. "Ben, we talked about this. The monarchs of Naboo are elected and serve fixed terms." "I know that," Ben persisted, raising his voice to be heard over the sudden turbulence as they hit the atmosphere. "They just seem really keen on giving us the royal treatment." "Your father is owed that much on his own merit," Mara insisted, holding course, her eyes scanning all the relevant instrumentation as the fiery glow of re-entry blossomed outside the cockpit. "But I see what you mean." "Ben," Nana admonished her young charge, Don't distract your mother while she's flying. Cool off, Nana, Ben retorted. Mom could land this thing with her eyes closed. Although she was inclined to correct him for his rudeness, Mara did appreciate his confidence. Just because she can doesn't mean she should. The droid also had a point. Ben, be polite to Nana, Luke insisted, his level tone restoring the tranquility despite the rough ride. Then they were through it, and the landscape of the planet rose up to meet them, a rolling green carpet dotted with lakes and hills, lined by deep gorges and silvery rivers. They fell into formation with their starfighter escort, cruising over huge swaths of unspoiled wilderness only occasionally interrupted by towns and great estates that seemed to rise naturally out of the environment rather than tame it. He gave the same impression, but on a grand scale. Mara had to assume the planet was endowed with extremely rich copper resources, because she had never seen another place built with such an excessive concentration of verdigris-covered domes. The whole place looks like a museum, Ben observed. If their mother was a queen, it doesn't seem fair that Aunt Leia gets to be a princess and Dad doesn't. That was an accident of adoption, Luke explained again. Nothing to do with anything here. And besides, he added with a hint of a smile, I never wanted to be a princess. Ben rolled his eyes. You know what I mean. Their escort bypassed the bustling spaceport and led them over the city toward a very impressive district that had to be the seat of government. There was a private collection of docking bays and maintenance facilities nearby, obviously meant for the use of the monarch and her officials. Their escort directed them to the bay reserved for them, wished them a pleasant stay, and then peeled away to return to their own hangar. Mara set the Jade's shadow down as instructed, so gently that she almost overrode the impact sensors in the landing struts. She really could have done it with her eyes closed. We're here, she announced unnecessarily, beginning the shutdown sequence. Nana, go pull out the luggage, please. I got it, Ben volunteered. Not you, Mara insisted. You'll get yourself all rumpled, and there's no time for wardrobe emergencies. That's princess life for you, Luke said, unable to resist. Ben shot him a sour look, but he didn't dare quip back at his father, at least not in front of his mother. I'll just go watch. Then, he said, unbuckling himself and heading aft. Mara drew a deep breath in that one moment they had to themselves. I see we have a welcoming committee, she said, watching a column of brightly colored figures enter through the docking bay doors. You ready for this? Luke asked. Mara scoffed. I'm on vacation, she said. The real question is whether you're ready for this. He sighed, and for just the briefest moment looked like he would rather up struts and blast back to Coruscant. I guess if I'm not ready now, I never will be. Mara showed him an equally brief look of sympathy, and then stood up and gave him a quick kiss and a punch in the arm. Come on, she said. These are your people, Skywalker, and it's high time you got acquainted. I doubt they'll bite. They gathered Ben and the droids at the hatch. After making one last attempt to smooth some order into Ben's hair, Mara released the airlock and dropped the ramp. The weather was mild and the air fragrant, like herbs and flowering trees. There were 9 people waiting for them in the cloud-dappled sunshine as they exited the ship. Two were obviously palace guards, armed and uniformed. The four anonymously and identically dressed girls in long aquamarine gowns had the look of royal handmaidens. In front of them all stood an older woman wearing an elegant combination of every shade of violet imaginable, her graying hair coiffed in an elaborate local style. Trying to keep out of her wind-blown skirts were two boys Ben's age. "Welcome, Grand Master Skywalker," the woman said, leading her entourage in a formal bow with practiced grace but a very familiar smile. "Or Luke," she amended, offering her hand in a warmer greeting, "as I hear you prefer." "I'll make exceptions for ceremony," Luke allowed, accepting her hand and returning the smile. "But among friends and family I have to insist on it." "It's nice to meet you, Pooja." "It's certainly a memorable occasion for us as well," Pooja Nabari assured them. "One doesn't discover secret cousins every day, and certainly not among figures of such historic consequence." The last of her formality vanished as her smile reached her eyes, and she grasped Luke's hand in both of hers with real emotion. "It is very, very good to see you, Luke. It would have been a pleasure under any circumstances, but the tragedy and the mystery of Padme's death and her lost child has haunted us since that day. When Leia called to tell me who you really were, I couldn't believe it." A nervous laugh escaped her that might easily have become a sob on a less cheerful occasion. "I'm still coming to terms with it, to be honest. It's like finding a part of her still alive somehow." "It's been a lifelong mystery for us too," Luke said, laying his other hand over hers. "Family has always been very important to me, especially after growing up not knowing whether I had any left. I'm glad we were finally able to find the other half." Mara could attest to that. For someone as conscious of familial bonds as Luke was, there were appallingly few living relations for him to claim. Or maybe it was the scarcity that made him so appreciative of the family he did have. It was plain that their relationship was equally important to Pooja, and Mara didn't begrudge them an indulgent moment at their first meeting. Then Pooja seemed to return to herself. "I'm sorry, where are my manners?" she asked, pulling herself together. "You must be Mara. Your reputation precedes you, of course." "The flattering one, I hope," Mara said, clasping Pooja's hand in turn. "This is our son, Ben." "Ah, yes, young Ben Skywalker." Pooja offered him a gracious nod. "Named, I understand, in honor of the celebrated Obi-Wan Kenobi. I hear the entire galaxy expects great things of you, young man, but we won't bother you with all that just now. Today is today, and tomorrow is anyone's guess. I hope you enjoy Naboo, and that this may be the first of many visits to come." Ben shrugged, nodding politely, and he seemed unsure how to answer. "Looks nice so far," he said. "Smells better than Coruscant." Luke would have laughed, but he checked himself as Mara scowled at Ben. He and Pooja shared a look. "It's true, though," he admitted. "Fortunately, yes," Pooja agreed. Imperial Center did have a very distinct aroma, as I recall. "It's very different now," Mara said, thinking of the clashing sense of urban decay and invasive Yuuzhan Vong jungle overlaid with the familiar smog of burning fuel and vehicle exhaust, "but I wouldn't say it's improved." Pooja laughed and changed the subject. "These are my grandsons," she said, Dared and Rui Varuna. They are very keen to know you, Ben, and perhaps you three can entertain yourselves while the adults get on with the stuffy business. Dared, a handsome boy with black hair and pale green eyes, clearly the elder of the two, thrust out his hand in a very brusque but welcoming fashion. Hello, Ben, he said. I'm told we're your second cousins once removed, whatever that means. It means he's Dad's second cousin, Mopak for brains, Rui protested, obviously the intellectual. His dad is Grandma's cousin, and great-grandauntie Padme was his grandmother. Sorry, he apologized, shaking Ben's hand in turn. There's a whole chart in the archives, but they haven't added you in yet. Whatever. Dared was unconcerned with the details. Family's family. We'll give you the grand tour of the palace if you promise to get us inside the Jedi Temple. Well, no promises, Ben said with a lopsided grin and an unsubtle glance at his father. But I do have some pull with some pretty important masters. Ignoring the boys and their antics, Pooja looked past them and melted as if she had seen a favorite pet. Is that R2-D2? She asked as the irrepressible Astromech trundled forward to greet her. I remember him from when I was just 4 years old. She bent down to caress his dome, which R2 seemed to appreciate very much. You've kept him so well. He looks just the same as he did 60 years ago. Nothing keeps R2 down for long, Luke agreed. I'm convinced he's seen more than all of us combined, and will probably survive to harass the next generation. He lowered his voice, broaching a more personal matter. I think he's finally shown me all of his personal holo stash, although you never can be sure with him. Besides the major incidents, there's about 300 hours of miscellaneous data that probably wouldn't interest anyone but us. I know I've sat and watched at least 10 hours of Senator Amidala just sitting at a desk, but there were also some interesting bits of her learning to fly her starfighter, practicing maneuvers, Clone Wars stuff. I could have a copy made for you if you'd like. Pooja smiled. I would treasure it, she said. Thank you. They had only scratched the surface, and Mara imagined she could see a long stretch of happy memories ahead of them. Visits, vacations, shared life events, watching the boys grow up together. They needed this, she realized, discovering some pristine and unspoiled part of the past to carry into the future. Judging by the wistful look on her face, Pooja shared the sentiment. In any case, she said, it would be abominably rude of me to keep you standing here any longer. I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to see just me and the spaceport. The handmaidens will take charge of your things, and if you are all ready, I am prepared to present you to the Queen. Luke gestured toward the landing bay doors. We're as ready as we'll ever be. The streets of Theed really were more like a museum than a bustling city, Mara reflected. The traffic was largely pedestrian, and the atmosphere was quiet and unhurried. All the buildings were designed as much for beauty as for function, adorned with carved stone, arches, fountains, trailing ivy, and patio gardens. Just walking to the palace felt like a meditative retreat. She could get used to that, and she felt Luke's thoughts embrace her in silent agreement. They could all appreciate more quiet beauty in their lives. They passed a statue garden along the way, 4 grand figures meant to represent the princely families of Naboo, surnames prominently engraved on the plinths. House Parnelli was distinguished by flowering topiaries in honor of the current queen's affiliation, but there were also House DePalo, House Naberi, and House Veruna. A 5th plinth was conspicuously empty, marked for House Palpatine. Mara had always known the Emperor had been a native son of Naboo, but she had hoped to largely ignore that fact, especially on this trip. She felt the roots of Luke's anxiety rumble as he recognized the significance of the statues, still uncomfortable with the reminder of how near his newly discovered origins lay to the infamous Sith Lord. "Mom," Ben ventured, eyeing the display as they passed. "Palpatine as in the Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine." "Yes, Ben," she confirmed as they continued walking. Emperor Palpatine was once the senator representing Naboo and the Old Republic, the last of his house. "I thought we talked about this." "Yeah, I guess we did." Mara was briefly aware that she could feel Ben's presence clearly in the Force, something that had been happening with more frequency lately. Unsettled by his parents' agitation, he muted his own perception again, disappearing into his personal refuge of silence. Mara's first instinct was to assure him that it was all going to be fine, that there was nothing he needed to hide from, but she let it pass, not wanting to make an embarrassing issue of it in front of his new friends. An invisible touch from Luke conveyed his agreement. Ben would have to come around in his own time. "There are a few who still remember the Emperor fondly," Pooja told Luke, "but not many. Imperial sympathies have not been in vogue for a few decades at least, and those who hold them have essentially segregated themselves in society. Many of those holding office now were active in the resistance during the Civil War." "I've heard that you were very active in the resistance yourself," Luke observed. Pooja smiled demurely. "I saw some action back in the day," she admitted. "That's how I met my husband. The cause had a difficult time gaining traction here until the destruction of Alderaan and your exploits at the Battle of Yavin. Now that you're here, I would be remiss if I failed to offer my condolences for the loss of your childhood guardians, Luke, but considering the verdict of history, we may at least take some small comfort in the knowledge that the destruction of their farm proved to be one of the costliest mistakes of the war." "You could think of it that way," Luke allowed, an almost forgotten memory pinging in the back of his mind. "I wasn't the only one it impelled into service. Maybe it's a long shot, Pooja, but I wonder if you ever met someone named Harold Whiteson." Judging by the way Pooja's surprise broke her stride, Mara assumed she had. "He was my uncle by adoption," Luke explained. "I was told that after his sister was killed, he left Tatooine and found his way into the Naboo resistance. He was supposedly killed 2 or 3 years after Yavin." "2," Pooja said, suddenly pale. "It was 2 years after Yavin. My husband, Garen Varuna, recruited Harrow, and they became good friends. A meeting of the leadership was betrayed to Moff Panaka, and they were both killed in the raid." Now Luke's steps faltered. "I'm sorry," he said. "I didn't realize your husband was dead." Pooja touched his arm sympathetically as they resumed walking. "It was a long time ago," she said, resigned. "You understand, war touches us all. Our son, Oberyn, was a more recent casualty. He inherited his father's idealism and he couldn't abide waiting here until the U.S. Hanvong appeared over Naboo. He offered his service as a starfighter pilot to the New Republic, and he died at the fall of Coruscant. Luke's long, slow sigh was as eloquent an expression of his regret as anything else he might have said. I wish I could have known him. Oberyn Varuna. I'll have to look him up in the official report. A lot of us died at the fall of Coruscant. We heard what almost happened to young Ben that day, Pooja said. Whatever our other griefs, we can still be grateful for small mercies. Thank you. Oberyn's wife couldn't cope with the loss, I'm afraid, Pooja continued, concluding her brief family history. She always had a delicate mental constitution. Her family looks after her now, and I've raised the boys. Mara's attention wandered, one ear open for Ben and his partners in crime, the other following Luke and Pooja in their rambling conversation. She was noticing the city itself in all its tranquil grandeur for the first time, despite having been there once before. She hadn't come to appreciate the architecture at time, and her work had been done under cover of darkness. She was hoping to overwrite that memory now with more pleasant associations. She certainly had no intention of letting Palpatine's ghost dominate the visit. Then they turned the corner, and everything came back to her in a rush. The street, and sounds, the smells, the towering statues, everything essentially as it had been almost 40 years ago. Nothing she saw surprised her, but actually being there brought the memory flooding back with more vivid detail than she had expected, and certainly more than she wanted. And here we have Theed Royal Palace, Pooja was saying as they continued up the wide street, toward a structure of monumental proportions, crowned with the largest green dome yet, home of the planetary monarch for 800 years. It's impressive, Luke said, doing his very best to give no indication that all his conscious thought was bent toward Mara, questioning, concerned, aware that she was suddenly upset. Mara invisibly shoved him away, insisting that he pay attention to Pooja instead, following with a brief emotional caress that assured him of her appreciation and a promise to explain it all later. The whole exchange occurred in the mental shorthand they had developed between them over 17 years of marriage, and happened in a fraction of a second. The archive holos don't really do it justice. They never do they? Pooja agreed. There's nothing quite like seeing for yourself. It was a sentiment common to many people present, Mara realized. The citizens near the palace precincts seemed to be more aware of what was going on, and those who found themselves on the street quietly clustered and drew back to watch as they passed. It may be their one chance to see Luke Skywalker in the flesh, doubly significant to them now as the fabled lost son of Amidala. Reading the crowd, Mara began to get a sense of how the recent revelations had seized the public consciousness on Naboo, the romance and the tragedy of it all as the final chapter played out before their eyes. The histories were actively being rewritten. Luke had not come in his capacity as a renowned war hero and Jedi master, but simply as one who wanted to know his mother's people, willing to submit himself to their customs and traditions in pursuit of the truth. I trust Leia explained the ceremony to you both, Pooja was saying as they climbed the first of two grand flights of steps leading up to the palace gates, passing beneath the stony regard of 6 gargantuan statues. In detail, Luke confirmed. C-3PO, is very thorough, Mara added. Pooja smiled to herself again. Ah, yes. He did seem very keen, even for a protocol droid. Young Ben will not be required to submit to the test, unless he later wishes to claim the privileges of House Naboo. Although, she said, glancing back, the resemblance to his parents is so pronounced, it may not be considered necessary. I assume the others will be there, Luke said, a veiled question. Your mother and your sister. Pooja's obvious reluctance to broach that subject would have made Mara's heart sink if her first reaction hadn't been indignation for Luke's sake. If they were absent, she would expect a damn good reason. The ceremony would be brief by all accounts, but it was kind of a big deal for everyone. They'll be there, Pooja assured them, but I wouldn't expect much else, I'm afraid. I was hoping we could avoid any unpleasantness, but the truth is that Ryu and our mother haven't embraced these developments with the same enthusiasm as the rest of us. Oh, Luke's voice had gone flat as he considered what that meant. You must understand, Pooja continued, almost pleading, what happened to Padme was a trauma that scarred our family across generations. It hasn't exactly been a picnic for Luke and Leia either, Mara protested. She almost regretted saying it, but not quite. Not even after Luke touched her arm to discourage any hostilities. Of course not, Pooja agreed, and it wouldn't be fair to say they blame either of you for it. But there were other people and other contributing factors that have not been forgotten or forgiven. For instance, I'll just tell you now that they don't remember your father or the Jedi Order fondly. Oh, Luke's tone had deepened and implied more understanding. I see. But that is by no means the common opinion, Pooja hurried to say. Considering the outcome of the war and your record of service, the defects of the old Jedi are hardly of any account to most. They had passed beneath the archway at the top of the stairs and were walking through an enormous vaulted hall completely finished in earth-toned marble, reds and browns and greens, supported by ranks of polished pillars the color of flame. It did immediately give one the impression of several hundred years of tradition. Astral. Ben sounded rather odd, his voice echoing from the gleaming walls along with the sound of their footsteps. Raised in many places struggling to rebuild after the violence of war, he had never seen any intact building half so old, let alone so magnificent. This is just the antechamber, Dared insisted. Wait till you see the rest of it. Straight ahead through the far door, they emerged into an even larger vaulted hall with passages branching off in all directions, shot through with sunbeams streaming in from the skylights. It framed a grand double staircase leading up to a sunlit rotunda, every detail carved in marble. It's like another dimension in here, Ben said. How many stairs can you fit in one palace? Mara had to agree, estimating another climb of at least 50 steps at first glance. The room echoed with other voices gathered in the rotunda above them. A few formally attired functionaries coming and going on the stairs as the royal court attended its daily business. Their dark Jedi robes were a sober contrast to the brilliant colors and glimmering finery of Naboo society, setting them apart at once. The conversation on the stairs gradually stilled as they were recognized, and several individuals who had been on their way down discreetly reversed direction to follow them. Mara didn't blame them. It was a historic moment that would be well worth witnessing if one possibly could. Luke's insides were fluttering again. His imagination was racing, knowing Padme had called that place home, had climbed those same steps every day for years, seen those same gilded halls, walked the same inlaid floors. He was finally immersed in her world, almost like traveling through time. He absorbed every detail, adding them to the image he was building in his mind, meticulously sculpting the mother he had never known out of official records, fragmented holos, and shadowy impressions. Mara didn't interrupt him, merely reminded him by the lightest touch through their force bond of her love and support. Their pair of palace guards parted the crowd at the top of the stairs, leading them toward the center of the opulent rotunda. The queen's throne was set behind a grand marble desk, backlit by a huge window, and flanked by a semicircle of council chairs. Queen Archana rose to greet them, bidding her counselors do the same, waving away the mundane affairs they had been discussing. A young woman of 18, she wore the ornate garb and painted face that was customary for the queens of Naboo, adorned with shimmering crystals and premature gravitas. "Our esteemed guests have arrived at last," she said in a pleasantly deep voice. Puja, Mara, Ben, Dared, and Rui all bowed as instructed, but Luke, by virtue of his rank, was obliged to offer no more than a nod, a gesture the queen graciously returned. "We are very honored to receive you, Grand Master Skywalker, especially under such remarkable circumstances. The heritage of the Naboo people has surely been greatly enriched by the discovery of our common lineage." "That's hardly for me to say, Your Highness," Luke demurred, "although I hope it may be so." The queen smiled. "You're too modest," she insisted, "however fortunate a trait that may be for one so gifted." She clapped her hands twice, and a pair of older men robed in the colorful but more practical attire of court physicians approached from one side. "With your permission, Your Grace," she said, resuming her seat, "we will proceed." The pair of physicians approached Luke with exaggerated deference, their sterile medical gloves looking strangely out of place amid all the royal splendor. Luke offered his left hand, allowing them to prick his finger and extract several large drops of blood, all under the watchful gaze of the royal counselors. At least 4 of them were the titular heads of the ruling houses. Mara knew, recognizing them from the profiles they had studied on the way there. Only one of them was a woman, a formidable lady with the same fine features Mara remembered from the Holostos, Sola, matriarch of House Naberi. Sola Naberi's expression might have been carved from the same marble as the walls, and she regarded Luke with the sort of surly and defeated indifference that made him very uncomfortable. She was his aunt by blood, Padme's elder sister, the only real aunt he'd ever had, and it was disconcerting to be so rejected before the first introduction. Mara had her own opinions about that, but she kept them to herself for the moment. At Sola's shoulder stood a woman enough like Puja to be a sister, probably Ryu, looking equally displeased by the proceedings. She refused to make eye contact with Luke at all. The physicians withdrew to perform the official genetic comparison, to definitively set to rest one of the most enduring mysteries of the last half-century. The court was assured it would only require a few minutes. Too loyal to be restricted by royal etiquette, R2 pushed his way forward to his preferred position at Luke's hip, behaving more like a jealous service pet than an all-purpose astromech. Queen Archana smiled. "Is that R2-D2? She asked, a wave of friendly amusement stirring the crowd. "The one and only," Luke confirmed, laying an affectionate hand on the droid. "His commendation is still listed among the honored members of the Royal Security Forces for assisting Queen Amidala in escaping the Trade Federation's blockade," Archana continued. "The Jedi Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi were also on that flight, as I recall. It seems R2-D2 made it his business many years ago to safeguard figures of extraordinary galactic consequence. Something he continues to do extremely well," Luke agreed. "I wouldn't be alive today without him, and he's ultimately the only reason we're here." "Yes, we heard the tale of his mysteriously sequestered and indeed very extensive memory banks," Archana said. "It's enough to make one more aware of one's own flight of astromeches and how much they might overhear. Alternatively, it makes us wonder whether such droids have been underutilized as companions and archivists." She smiled again at R2. "In fact, I find myself quite tempted to adopt an R9 from the maintenance bay and have it assist me with my memoirs." A chorus of polite laughter echoed through the hall. Mara noted with some dissatisfaction that only the representatives of House Naboo declined to participate. "Well, I can't recommend it to everyone," Luke qualified with a smile of his own. "But privately I suspect your highness wouldn't be disappointed." The queen recovered herself with a contented sigh. Forgive me, I have been remiss. Master Mara J. Skywalker, we are of course quite honored to receive you as well. Surely we owe you a debt of gratitude, as to all the Jedi, after your conduct during the Great Invasion. We have heard that you proved a worthy partner for your husband in the most climactic battles, which we understand to be high praise indeed." "Your Highness is too kind," Mara said, keeping it simple. "And this must be your son," she said, her eyes falling on him in turn with an unexpectedly warm appreciation, the much-anticipated Ben Skywalker. "You are a treasure to the galaxy, young sir, and I trust you will not waste your talents. Are you to be a Jedi like your father?" Both Luke and Mara were uncomfortable with that line of questioning, painfully aware of Ben's ambivalence on that score. "We wouldn't presume," Luke began. "I think," Ben interrupted him, unexpectedly stepping up between them. "I think I might. I wasn't sure at first, and it really was a lot to think about, but my cousin has been helping me understand things better. And yet," his voice trailed off, but his presence unfurled into the forest like a reluctant blossom, and he squared his shoulders with greater confidence and no small amount of pride. "I think I might." To say Luke was glowing with pride of his own would have been an understatement, invisible except to the three of them. It was a feeling Ben enjoyed very much, thriving like a sapling in sunshine, and the two of them shared a glance that portended great things. Mara was as gratified as either of them, but at the risk of ruining the moment, she hissed a suggestion out of the corner of her mouth. "Oh, your Highness," Ben stammered in conclusion, throwing in a stiff little bow. It charmed everyone in attendance, and Archana smiled. "Don't make yourself uneasy, Ben," she said. "We hope to know you much better before your visit has ended." All conversation stilled as the royal physicians returned to the assembly. "If it please your highness and your council," the first of them said, holding a flimsy print already enshrined in gilded report frame, "we have a result." "Thank you, doctor," the queen said, waving him forward. "Please share your findings." Preliminary analysis of Master Luke Skywalker's matrilineal genetic profile confirms that he is a near parallel to the royal houses of Naboo, sharing most traits in common with House Naboo. A detailed comparison reveals that he is in fact a perfect match to Lady Sola Naboo, confirming that they share a common foremother. Luke, who had stopped breathing until the verdict was read, finally exhaled. The last vestige of mystery was gone, and even though the result was no surprise, it was a relief to finally have it documented in black and white. Also, the physician added with a grandfatherly smile, "Although we suspect the matter was never in doubt, a comparison to the preliminary profile submitted by Princess Leia Organa Solo confirms that they are indeed full-blooded siblings." He bowed, submitting their report to the queen. Archana accepted it, laying it squarely in the center of the desk. Then she rose to her feet with a broad smile, the rest of her court with her. "Jedi Grandmaster Luke Skywalker," she said, "it is my very great honor and privilege to acknowledge you and your heirs as descendants of House Naboo, entitled to all the rights and privileges implied therein, the true and undoubted son of Queen Padme Amidala of venerable memory." The foremost members of the council knew their duty. House Parnelli affirms it, said a large man in an elaborate yellow tunic with puffed sleeves. House DePalo affirms it, a middle-aged man in green, his black hair streaked with gray. House Varuna affirms it, an elderly man with piercing gray eyes. There was the briefest hesitation, hardly noticeable except to those who were looking for it, before Lady Sola was obliged to submit to the inescapable facts of the matter. "House Naboo affirms it," she said, though it gave her no pleasure. Pooja had stiffened but stood resolutely with her cousins, turning a subtle politician's glare at her mother and sister. Mara joined her in that, taking the measure of the opposition. She had seen glaciers warmer than those women. As someone who had once been rather glacial herself, she understood how Luke's persistence could warm someone given enough time, but she resented the fact that he faced such an unnecessary uphill battle at the outset. Just once, it would have been nice if the good things in life could have come easily to him. But, as per the usual arrangement, if Luke wanted this, he would have to fight for it. Chapter 2. A Long Shadow. "We have to change clothes. Just for dinner." "Ben," Mara said, letting her weary exasperation creep into her voice, "that's what high society people do. And it's not just dinner. It's a formal dinner with the queen in your father's honor. So yes, you absolutely have to put on clean clothes. But nothing I packed is any better than what I'm wearing right now. I think you will find the wardrobe has been magically filled with possibilities just your size." Mara pushed him toward his bedroom door in their suite of rooms, almost like someone called ahead and planned it. "Come on, let's go have a look." It was an impressive suite, in keeping with the rest of the palace, though the marble floors were softened somewhat by enormous rugs. Mara steered Ben into his room and pulled open the wardrobe doors. There were 6 possibilities and 6 different hues plucked straight out of the rainbow. Considering Ben's red hair and natural coloring, the same as her own, Mara seized on a formal tunic in a jewel green tending toward blue. "There," she said, laying it on the bed. "Pair it with your black pants and boots. All set?" "Why you give me the sparkly one?" Ben demanded, eyeing the shimmering crystal embellishments. "They're all sparkly," Mara insisted. "Don't worry, you won't be the only one. I'll be back later, and I expect you to be dressed. Nana, keep him focused." With one of her men squared away, Mara went to check on the other one. In their own room, Luke was rifling through his options, wearing the same skeptical expression she had seen on his son. "Is this really necessary?" he asked, his tone implying he already knew the answer. "None of this is really me." "Maybe not," Mara allowed. "Or maybe so. You'll never know until you try. In another life, you might have grown up wearing this stuff." "Yeah, but this is this life." He pulled out an outrageously red tunic with puffed sleeves and gold detailing to make his point. Mara snorted and pushed that one back inside. Okay, she said. "Let's not throw a tantrum. Just let me work." Considering the available outfits with a discerning eye, Mara managed to strike a compromise. She turned and relieved Luke of his belt with practiced fingers. "They've accepted you as one of their own," she reasoned, stripping off his layered robes. "If you show up tonight still looking like Anakin Skywalker, something completely other, you won't have much chance of winning any new friends." "I suppose you're right," Luke sighed, left with the high-collar black shirt and pants that had been his default look as long as she'd known him. Mara pulled out a tunic and shirt combination in dark blue, discarded the shirt with its long row of pearl buttons, and tossed the rest to her husband. "Pull that on," she said. "I think it might actually suit you." Luke had his doubts. "If you say so." It was long, it was elaborate, and it did sparkle in places. It had decorative split sleeves down to the elbow, and the symbol of the royal Naboo embroidered along the hems. But once he'd finished the look with his ubiquitous black utility belt and lightsaber, Mara thought it achieved an elegant synthesis of who Luke was supposed to be. He spread his hands. "So?" he asked. "Does it work?" Mara offered him a coy smile. For someone as physically unthreatening as Luke could be at first blush, a bit of well-placed regalia was very effective, making it easier to see through his natural diffidence to recognize the master of masters, and in this case the son of a queen. "It works surprisingly well," she said. "But hold on. Humor me?" Ignoring his terse sigh, she returned to the wardrobe and came away with the short cape that was meant to complete the ensemble. Luke bit his tongue and let her attach it by the hidden clasps that hung it asymmetrically across his shoulders. "You're sure?" he asked, reluctantly trusting her judgment. "It's not too much." "Just enough," Mara assured him, coming up on her toes to kiss him, inviting him into her thoughts to see the flattering impression firsthand. Luke smiled despite his best efforts to twist it into a frown. "Well, you're a biased witness," he said, "but you're the only one I've got, so I'll take your word for it. What are you going to wear?" Mara just smiled and kissed him again, lightening his mood as much as she could, determined to enjoy the evening. "Let's find out, shall we?" She came away with a very feminine aquamarine gown of layered satin and lace, dramatically slit up to both hips to reveal the complementary color of the underskirts, but, in keeping with the family theme, Mara exchanged the underskirts for her own black pants and dress boots, wearing her belt and lightsaber as the designer had never intended. It was very fashion-forward of them, she decided, the royal Jedi look. She stuck some jeweled pins in her hair, slipped on a pair of spangled earrings, applied some judicious cosmetics, and she was ready. Time to spare, she said, glancing at the chrono. Let's see if our boy put himself together. Ben was waiting for them in the sitting room, pacing back and forth like an agitated Cather, trying to acclimate himself to the new clothes. Mom, are you sure? He asked, turning to meet them. Because I think I look like it. He stopped short. Whoa, Dad, you look good. Better than Uncle Lando. Luke appreciated the compliment, although it did nothing to make him feel less self-conscious. Thanks, he said, but let's not talk about it anymore. Luke's fears of being overdressed were completely unfounded. When they arrived in the banquet hall, the place looked like an exotic fish tank, swirling with vivid colors, patterns, and fashionable headdresses. The air was alive with voices and sedate chamber music, and Mara surmised that it was the sociable cocktail hour before the main event. Both of them had crystal glasses pressed into their hands within a minute of stepping into the room. Very friendly, Mara observed, taking a cautious sip of the effervescent green wine. Not bad. Ben frowned at being conspicuously left out. This is going to be one of those boring grown-up things, isn't it? I'm starving. Even if it is, Mara said, I know you'll be on your best behavior and not embarrass your father on this trip. See? Here come your friends. It won't be that bad. Dared and Rui were hurrying across the room with a small crowd of other children in tow, boys and girls of various ages, all of them apparently eager to get a glimpse of their peers' famous relations, but not so eager that they didn't all stumble to a cautious halt, at least 10 paces distant. The young Varunas didn't notice. Come on, Ben, Rui demanded. Everybody wants to meet you. There's just going to be a lot of standing around and talking for at least another hour. Ben turned back to them. Can I go, Dad? Yes, you can go, Luke said. Just come find us before everyone sits down. Don't worry, Master Skywalker. We'll bring him back, Dared assured him. We're seated right across from you. Mara shared a moment with Luke as they watched them go, both of them appreciating again that somehow they were still managing to provide a more well-adjusted childhood for their son than either of them had enjoyed. Mara had been kidnapped and trained as a child soldier, while Luke's early life had been tempered by hardship and choked with secrecy. He hated secrets, especially family secrets, and that was one of the reasons this visit was especially important to him. Then he remembered something, a more recent secret, and turned a quizzical look at her. Mara immediately knew what he meant, her uncomfortable flashback outside the palace that afternoon. She brushed him off again. Remind me after dinner, she said, hiding behind a discreet sip of wine. Here they come. Realizing the guest of honor had arrived, the crowd had begun to shift in their direction. Luke turned and pounded the contents of his glass, knowing he probably wouldn't have another opportunity. He was right. The next hour was spent shaking hands, making polite conversation, and being introduced to more names and faces than anyone could be expected to remember. Representatives from all the ruling families were present, some of whom could apparently claim some kind of distant relationship to Luke by virtue of the fact that intermarriage was common between the preeminent houses. It was all a blur after the first 20 minutes. Mara noted that Ben seemed to be having a better time of it, holding his young audience wrapped with basic demonstrations of his telekinetic skills. Ordinarily, she and Luke would have disapproved of his treating the Force like a parlor trick, but Mara was so relieved to see him embracing his abilities that she was willing to let it slide. As the hour was winding down, Mara felt something suddenly catch Luke's attention, and then she also saw Pooja surreptitiously beckoning to them from across the room. She was standing with her mother and the rest of her family, most of whom were studiously keeping to themselves. Confrontation was inevitable, and it would be best to have it over with before the rift became more awkward and more public than it needed to be. Excusing himself to go join them, Luke turned and crossed the room in measured strides, Mara close behind. Pooja welcomed them with excessive warmth, determined to set the tone for the whole group. "Luke," she said, clasping his hand and then turning to present him to the others. "You haven't yet been introduced. This is my mother, Lady Solanberry, my sister, Ryu, and my nieces, Mira and Sana." It was a forbidding array of feminine antipathy, but Luke focused primarily on the matriarch. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lady Naberry," he said, extending his hand. Sola accepted the gesture with a steady grip and a clear eye despite her age. She wasn't rude, but she wasn't warm either. At best, one could say she seemed resigned. "Grandmaster Skywalker," she said, "we meet at last." The subtleties of her tone struck Luke the wrong way, but he wasn't sure how to react yet. A lot happened in the next moment. Luke deliberately read his mother's sister as best he could, looking for some living echo of Padme and trying to gauge her hostility toward him. Sola scrutinized him as well, perhaps looking for those same echoes, but stern lines appeared around her mouth as she superficially encountered only Skywalker. "Mara," Sola continued, disengaging to nod at her, "it is undoubtedly an honor. I am certain we will be seeing much more of one another in the coming days." With only the barest attempt to mask her discontent with a smile, she turned and drifted away into the crowd, her daughter and granddaughters with her. Mara was left standing there with Luke and Pooja, keenly aware they had been snubbed but unable to pinpoint any explicit insult. "I'm sorry," Pooja said, looking pained and moving to follow her mother. "We'll be sitting down soon, but let me handle this." Mara watched as Pooja marched up to Sola in an angry tousle of skirts, hoping the drama would go unnoticed by the larger assembly as the two exchanged terse words. Luke didn't care. He was furiously examining the impression he had gleaned from that brief meeting, turning it over and probing it from every angle, his expression darkening as he pared it down to a few inescapable conclusions. "She knew," he hissed at last, the implications flashing through his mind in quick succession, making him angrier the longer the thought about it. She's known for years. Of course she did, Mara hissed back, many things making sense in retrospect. Sola hadn't seemed surprised by it all so much as disappointed that the truth had finally caught up with them. She's in the best position to know. You'll have to take that up with her later. A clear tone reverberated through the hall, quieting the conversation and encouraging everyone to take a seat. 4 long tables had been set in an open rectangular formation. The Skywalkers and the Nabaris were all seated together, directly opposite the queen who presided from the other side of the room. There was a brief shuffle as people found their places. Luke was making a conscious effort to clear his mind and improve his mood as Ben rejoined them with Dared and Rui, and everyone sat down. They were almost settled when a man Mara didn't recognize stirred a vehement objection out of the boys by plucking their place cards off the table and moving them farther down the line. Uncle Janrin, Rui seated. How are we supposed to talk to Ben from way down there? Before things could escalate, Mara switched their own place settings, putting herself on Luke's left and moving Ben to his right, realigning the boys with a minimum of fuss. The derangement of the seating chart would undoubtedly make the master of ceremonies itchy, but it wasn't worth a scene. Luke was putting up a veneer of patience like a shield. He had not quite re-established his equilibrium before the unnecessary commotion erupted all around him, and now he regarded the etiquette anarchist seated across from him with a dubious expression. Janrin Nabari, I presume. He was handsome enough, Mara decided, and he dressed like he knew it, with dark hair, dark eyes, a clipped goatee, and a rakish smile. She estimated him to be at least 40. You assume correctly, Grandmaster Skywalker, he said, playfully holding up his perambulating place card. Luke. I beg your pardon. Luke sighed. Janrin, you don't answer to me, and I assume you're a relative of some kind. I'm not going to try to sit here and eat while you pelt me with Grandmaster every 5 minutes. So is Luke. Janrin directed a theatrically self-satisfied expression at Mara, as though he thought himself the beneficiary of some extraordinary condescension, his eyebrows practically crawling up onto his scalp. As you say, he agreed. The first course was paraded into the room, and service began on opposite sides of the hall simultaneously, with Luke and Queen Archana being served the first portions. Mara guessed it to be some kind of seaweed salad, fleshy little stalks already cut into bite-sized florets, looking fresh enough to have been harvested within the last half hour. She was also aware of both Luke and Ben waiting to see which fork she chose before presuming to touch any of their own. So Luke said, poking at his salad, explain. Janrin looked uncertain. I'm sorry. I assume you're going to explain how we're related, and why it was absolutely necessary for you to snipe Rui's seat to talk to me. Oh, he laughed. Of course. I'm sure that's the only thing you've been hearing all evening, but we might as well get it over with. Janrin sat up straight and offered a courteous nod. I am the son of Ryu Nabari, grandson of Sola Nabari, nephew of Puja Nabari, and I believe your first cousin once removed. Breaking ranks with your grandmother? Mara asked. The salad was lovely, crisp and salty, with little air capsules that popped as she chewed them. Dared was showing Ben how to pop them against the plate with his fork, but was corrected by Pooja. "I doubt I'm breaking anything," Janren said dismissively, sparing a bite. "I've never shared Grandmama's private vendetta against the Jedi, and that brings me to the second point." He looked up with a sly smile. "If you think I'm going to spend this entire evening making small talk with my mother when I could be down here enjoying the opportunity of a lifetime, you are mistaken." Luke took his time framing a reply, still trying to decide what he thought of the man. Janaren, interpreting his silence as bemusement, took it upon himself to explain. "Maybe you haven't entirely realized just what a spectacle you are, especially in Theed," he said. "I know that must sound like a ridiculous thing to say to Luke Skywalker, but here you're practically a myth. Amidalla's lost child has been a cultural taboo for more than 50 years. Not that it did anything to stop the rampant speculation. Theories and counter-theories, rumors, and amateur investigations have been batted around in clandestine social clubs ever since. Had the child survived? Had the Jedi taken it? Who might he or she be now? Who was the father? There was even a fringe movement about 20 years ago demanding the exhumation of Amidalla's body, although the government never entertained the idea for a moment. It was a whole subculture, and if you watched enough late-night holos, you were certain to eventually catch one or two local documentaries full of baseless speculation no one ever expected to see challenged." He looked them up and down, just savoring the moment. "Now here we are. You exist. It's very surreal to finally have an answer to the mystery, let alone to be sitting across the table from him." Luke seemed to appreciate the significance, but thinking about it just made him tired. It had been a long day. "I do have a sister, remember." "Oh, of course," Janren agreed. "The fact that there are two of you was an unexpected bonus." The longtime enthusiasts nearly lost their minds. Leia was probably wise to sneak in and out the way she did. They'll be ready for her next time. He chewed thoughtfully for a while, unabashedly staring at Luke as though he were a traveling exhibit. "I have to say, you're shorter than I expected." Mara might have choked on her salad if she'd had less discipline, and even been turned around with an incredulous look. "I mean," Janren explained, amused by the absurdity as he saw it, "by reputation, one expects Luke Skywalker to be some great legendary colossus, or at least someone taller than myself." He shrugged. "I suppose that's just a downside to being in a berry. Sorry." Ben narrowed his icy blue eyes. "You'll be sorry if you ever—" "Ben, don't be rude," Mara interjected, cutting him off before he could say what she was thinking. "Talk to your cousins." Luke ignored the whole thing and changed the subject. "Maybe you can enlighten me, Janren, since you're here," he said. "What exactly is it about me that my aunt finds so objectionable?" "Oh, it's not you personally," Janren was quick to clarify. "She doesn't even know you. It's what you represent. She always blamed the Jedi for what happened to her sister. And you don't." He shrugged again. "People make their own decisions. Now that we're in possession of the facts, I can't blame Anakin Skywalker for what happened. After all, Padme was a beautiful woman, and people want what they want." He nodded appreciatively at Mara. I can't help but observe that you and your father seem to be of the same mind in that regard." Luke soured again, remembering the more egregious holos of his parents that R2 had reluctantly shared with him. The marriage was not objectionable in hindsight, he allowed, despite the prohibition at the time, but there were certainly other aspects of the situation that my father could have handled better. It was a grim understatement. "Aren't there always?" Janrin observed. "Marriage is a dicey prospect, which is why I've never attempted it. Makes you jumpy. Take my cousin, for example. Oberyn got so worked up worrying about how he could protect his family from the Vong that he left them here, enlisted in the war effort, and got himself killed for no reason, leaving 2 orphans and an insane widow. If he just kept his head, they could have all been fine. I can assure you the battle for Coruscant was not fought for no reason," Luke insisted, bristling in spite of himself. The acrid desperation of that day still stung even after a decade. The sinking certainty that defeat was inevitable despite their best efforts, that the defenders were just too few to hold the line. Luke and Mara had both been shot down, and had come within a few heartbeats of losing their son to the invaders. All things considered, they had much more in common with Oberyn than Janrin did. "I wasn't trying to imply that it was," Janrin protested, "but what was Oberyn supposed to do about it? He'd have been more use here than as cannon fodder over the capital. And if everyone thought that way, there would have been no fleet to defend the evacuation," Luke countered. "Timeless ideals like heroism and sacrifice are ideals for a reason, and our cousin was no less a hero than anyone else in the sky that day. His sons can be proud." Janrin was unimpressed. "Of course you have to say that, Luke. You're indispensable. You tip the scales of fate wherever you go, so you have no choice but to fight, and you never will. That's why you're fated with honors and state dinners, Your Grace, while the rest of us line up just to gawk and be grateful we aren't you. If you're insinuating that a rank-and-file soldier has no hope of altering the outcome of a battle, I have hundreds of counterexamples for you." Janrin lifted his hands, one of which was still holding his fork, recognizing that the exchange was becoming heated and was starting to draw attention up and down the table. "Maybe you're right," he relented, "but I have no ideals and no sons to bemoan the fact. Oberyn is the honored dead, and I'm still here seeking my fortune. History is more than welcome to judge which of us was the wiser." Then he shifted the conversation, and they had to endure a seemingly endless description of the many creative business ventures he had exploited during his career. Apparently, his latest conquest was an exclusive arrangement with the palace to supply the Queen's favorite appetizer, the seaweed on their plates. Something about a huge indoor saltwater farm in the heart of Theed with portable tanks to ensure the freshest possible harvest. Nothing came out of his mouth to change their initial impression that he was a shallow, self-interested man with no aspirations beyond his own comfort, looking for cheap thrills rather than a relationship. Despite Luke's reverence for family, Mara could tell he was in no hurry to spend any more time than necessary with Cousin Janrin. The food, at least, was excellent, some consolation for the poor company. 6 courses later, they were finally enjoying dessert, a dish of airy cream flavored with chocolate, a particular nod to Luke and his personal preferences. It must have been hideously expensive to serve that many people, and Ben was sure to let Dared and Rui know who they could thank for the rare treat. "You get chocolate anytime you want?" Rui asked, astonished. "Mostly the kind you drink," Ben explained. "Every so often, somebody sends Dad a crate of the stuff. A lot of people owe him favors. We might have to come live at your house," then Dare suggested. When the dinner service ended, Queen Archana rose and gave a brief address, and then left the hall with her train of handmaidens, freeing her guests to get up and mingle if they wished. Jannerin excused himself from the table, satisfied for the moment with his experience of the Skywalkers and looking for a change of society. "Burning stars," Mara muttered, sipping the melting ice in her glass as she and Luke shared a wave of guilty relief. "I thought he'd never shut up." "I kinda stopped listening when he started explaining the details of professional Vorpak breeding," Luke confessed. Mara stifled a snort. "You mean to say you missed all that fascinating stuff about industrializing Wuxia plant cultivation?" She ran a hand across Luke's leg under the table, a gesture of both affection and encouragement. "Do you want to hang around here or call it a night?" "I'd just as soon get out of here if it's all the same to you," he said. "Now, boys, Pooja was saying from her place farther down the table, fending off her clamoring grandsons. "We'll have to ask the Skywalkers, and now might not be the best time. They might have had enough of us for one day." "What is it?" Mara asked. "We want to have a sleepover," Rui announced. "Ben promised to let us play his hologame if we did." Luke turned to her with a silent question. Mara could see he had no objection, glad to see Ben having a good time and making friends, but he didn't want to give preemptive permission and make her the bad guy if she'd rather not. She assured him that she didn't mind. Their suite was certainly big enough to accommodate them all, and Nana could manage them. Luke wanted to be certain that she didn't feel coerced for his sake, willing to champion her privacy against all comers if necessary. "They're talking it over," Ben told the boys. "But they aren't saying anything," Dared protested. "They're Jedi. They do it all the time." Mara turned to Pooja. "We don't mind if you don't mind." Pooja smiled in that gratefully tolerant way all parents understood. "Very gracious of you both," she said. "Boys, thank the Grandmaster." "Thank you, Grandmaster Skywalker." They droned in perfect unison. "And mind your manners. I'll have your things sent over." Extricating themselves with the boys, Luke and Mara returned to their guest suite. Tempted to mentally shut down for the evening, Luke nonetheless reminded himself to appreciate his surroundings for what they were. Mara felt him groping in his memories for any hint of familiarity, but there was nothing. "Good evening, Master Skywalker," Nana greeted them in her soothing voice as they entered their rooms, R2 twiddling beside her. "Good evening, Nana," Luke replied, always courteous to the droids. He patted R2's dome in passing. "Why do you still have a nanny droid?" Dared asked with a disdainful curl of his lip. "She's not just a nanny droid," Ben boasted. "She's a TDLXL built over a YVH-1 war droid. Uncle Lando gave her to Mom and Dad to help look after me, 'cause we get up to a lot of crazy stuff. She's got giant blasters in her arms and could break your neck before you knew what hit you. Oh, awesome. Can we see them? There is no need for a defensive demonstration at this time, Nana insisted. Nana, Mara said, cutting through the chatter. Dared and Rui will be staying in Ben's room tonight. Their things will be sent over shortly. They can stay up and play until then, but I want everyone in bed before local midnight. Yes, Master Skywalker. The boys followed Ben into his bedroom, and Mara went to join Luke on the balcony. He was leaning on the stone rail, gazing wistfully out over the twinkling lights of the dormant city. The waterfalls beneath the palace put a low roar and a fresh, wet scent into the air, and the moonlight touched everything with a silver glow. He gladly put his arm around her as she came to stand beside him. This has to be one of the most beautiful planets I've ever seen, he said. I don't think I'll ever get tired of looking at it. Makes Tatooine look like an even bigger dust ball by comparison, Mara agreed. And Coruscant's been transformed from an urban hellscape into an urban jungle. There's definitely something refreshing about this place, clean and slow. Maybe we could retire here eventually, she suggested, the wry edge in her voice implying she couldn't yet imagine a future in which they survived long enough or were allowed to retire. Luke smiled, catching all the nuance. Maybe, he agreed. The locals seem like they'd be eager to have you, she continued, despite your less enthusiastic relatives. Mara leaned into him, purging the accumulated tension of the day as they stood at the pinnacle of an ancient palace, overlooking the tranquil capital of that enchanting planet that had once been his mother's domain. Luke was taking a long moment to just absorb it all, trying to feel like he belonged there, putting himself as best he could in Padme's shoes. Mara was struck by the uncharacteristically sentimental thought that Padme would have been very proud of Luke if she could have been there with him. She ran her hand along his back, over the soft but unfamiliar weave of his formal wear, just appreciating his closeness and what a shared triumph it was for them to be there. Some deeply broken part of the Skywalkers was finally being set right. Something Luke had wanted for a very long time, no matter where the truth may take him. No one had expected it to take them anywhere like this. I didn't realize I was marrying a prince, Mara said slyly. Oh, stop. She could feel his harmless scowl even as he pulled her closer in the deepening darkness. This isn't who I really am. You know I'll always be your farm boy. Mara sighed. It may not be how you were raised, she said, but it is who you are. We're supposed to be coming to terms with that, and not just for your sake. If we're going to go through all this, I want Ben to understand where he fits in the universe. Luke digested that for a while, and she could sense that he grasped her meaning. Mara still had no idea where she had come from, what culture she could possibly claim, or even where to begin looking for answers. She had convinced herself that it was best to let it lie in the absence of all leads, but she had to wonder what she would do if she somehow chanced upon a forgotten hologram as Luke had. I'm sorry, he said, without pretense or ceremony. It's just all so foreign to me. Mara could detect a distinct frustration there, an existential weariness as Luke was obliged to once again reframe everything he thought he knew about himself. It had all been so much simpler in those bygone days when he had been a brash 20-year-old boy, when his mother had been nameless and Anakin Skywalker had died a hero's death defending the Jedi Temple. The more truth they uncovered, the more he and his sister understood that most of their life's work had been payment of the blood debt that was owed to the rest of the galaxy. The violence of their parents' fall had blasted a gaping wound through recent history. Leia had dedicated herself to restoring the Republic, Luke to rebuilding the Jedi Order and their own family. Then, once again, something crossed his mind that distracted him from his own thoughts. "It's after dinner now," Luke reminded her with gentle concern. "What's going on with you today?" "Oh, that." Mara didn't really want to talk about it, but confronting the monsters in her past had always proven to be the best way to lay them to rest. "Just a memory. I was here once before, a long time ago." Luke knew what that meant. "On mission?" Mara nodded, staring out over the empty expanse. "One of my first. The fatal kind." She nodded again. Luke was quiet. He wasn't surprised. He had always known what she had been, and had never judged her for it. But he never made excuses either, expecting her to own the mistakes of her past as they all did. Every now and then one of those fetid flowers would bloom, and they would have to talk it out. There was nothing they could do to change it, but as unpleasant as an honest admission could be, a festering secret was much worse. "Do you want to show me?" he asked. "Not really," was her reflexive reaction, but then she thought better of it. Luke was there, ready and willing to bear that burden with her. She didn't have to be unreasonably strong for him. Every time she had refused his help in the past, she had come to regret it. "Yeah," she decided. "Nice night for a walk, I guess." As they passed through the suite, they could hear the boys in the far bedroom settling in with Ben's handheld hologram. "Here," Ben was saying, "let me get it set up, and you can have the next turn." "Jedi Apocalypse?" Dad asked. "That hasn't even been released yet." "Yeah, it still has some bugs in it," Ben admitted. "They sent Dad an advanced copy to get his feedback, but he doesn't have time for that, so he gave it to me." "That is unreal," Rui chimed in, obviously impressed. "I gotta have a turn next. Can I play as your dad?" "Only if you play at the highest difficulty level. All the bad guys are bigger. You might want to start as someone who isn't a master." "Nana," Mara whispered, alerting the defender droid without disturbing them. "We're going out for a while, an hour at most. Call us if anything comes up." "Yes, Master Skywalker." The gathering downstairs had not yet completely dispersed, but the rest of the palace was quiet and seemed mostly empty. It almost felt like they were the ghosts, melancholy spirits from the future walking unseen through a fragment of the past. Luke grasped her hand as they descended the grand staircase, as much for his own comfort as for hers. Weary guests were trickling toward the main palace gates, most of them too tired, too distracted, or too inebriated to notice the Skywalkers as they slipped through the vaulted chamber. Mara led Luke to an illuminated tunnel that bypassed the outer stairs, letting them out into the night on a secluded pedestrian courtyard at the back of the huge entryway statues. It was completely deserted, much like it had been 40 years ago on a similar night. Mara let her steps wander forward, guided by memory. It was here, she decided, stopping beside an enormous stone planter. Palpatine had come back for the Empire Day celebrations. There was always a night parade through the city, loud, crowded, fireworks going off everywhere. I was assigned to a member of Moff Panic's staff who had been turned by the Resistance. Luke had followed her, and he put his arm around her as a gentle reassurance of his continued affection. He never saw it coming, did he? He said, his voice grim. She shook her head. In the morning, it was discovered that he'd accidentally and tragically overdosed on his favorite recreational substance right here. He was officially mourned, the site was scrubbed, and the whole incident disappeared as a news item in 12 hours. Mara opened her thoughts to him, allowing Luke to see and experience the memory with her, walking together with the hapless functionary, surprising him with a sleeper hold, shoving the needle into his arm, and leaving him behind the topiary as the pyrotechnics roared overhead. They had always been honest with each other as force-bonded spouses, but after Alima Rar's recent attempt to drive a wedge of doubt between them, only the most brutal candor would do. Luke couldn't offer her forgiveness. He wasn't the one who had been wronged. But he was unfailingly loyal and sympathetic, and he thought no less of her. They just stood there together for a long time, an inadequate vigil of silence for the victim no one else will remember. All those years later, the Emperor still cast a long shadow. "I'm sorry," Mara said at last, dragging herself back to the present. "I didn't want to make this about me." Luke shushed her and turned to gather her against his chest. "This is about us," he insisted. "Your past is no less important than my past, and I'm starting to get a bad feeling that Palpatine is going to be a bigger part of both than we would like. But we can't run from it anymore. Just come with me." Mara closed her eyes and just allowed herself to be held. He made it sound so simple, and maybe it was, but that didn't make it pleasant or easy. At least they didn't have to face any of it alone. After 17 years, it seemed their deepest wounds and ragged edges had perfectly conformed to one another, forging an invincible partnership out of two broken people who had seen more than their fair share of the ugly side of life. Luke turned away, taking her by the hand and gently pulling her toward a path overhung with trees and illuminated by string lights. "Come on," he said. "Let's go for a walk. The boys will be winding down by the time we get back, and then maybe we can make some better memories." Chapter 3. Accidents of Birth. When Luke opened his eyes in the early morning darkness, he stared at the ornate ceiling for 3 whole seconds, wondering where he was. Then the rush of memory and context was enough to jolt him fully awake. Mara was asleep beside him in a bed opulent enough for a king, and a mild breeze billowed the gauzy curtains. They weren't on Ossus at all, but in Theed Royal Palace, and they had clearly both passed out last night without remembering to close the window. That was probably why he had slept so well. There was always something soothing about a planet where the elements weren't so severe that you had to hide from them. He considered going back to sleep, listening to the stirrings of the twilight wildlife, but he hadn't made it that far in his career by neglecting his own training. Luke slipped out of bed and dressed as quietly as possible. It wasn't easy to sneak away from Mara, but he had made an art of it over the years. Armed with his lightsaber and carrying only a spherical training remote, Luke padded through the living room, casually saluted Nana to assure her all was well, and left by the front door. The rest of the palace was still sleeping except for a few members of staff and a small army of cleaning droids. No one stopped or questioned him, just quietly moved aside as he passed. He was headed for the hangar attached to the back of the palace, somewhere he wouldn't be so afraid of damaging something. After the foreign grandeur of the palace, the familiar echoing expanse, and mechanical aromas of oil and starfighter fuel were a strange relief. There were 6 duty pilots seated around a collapsible table when Luke walked in, all engrossed in a lively game of cards. One of them looked up with idle interest, turned white and scrambled to his feet, followed so quickly by the rest of his wingmates that 2 chairs toppled over. Grandmaster Skywalker, the ranking officer, greeted him with a stiff salute. "How may we help you, sir?" Luke returned the gesture, giving them tacit permission to stand down. "I was wondering if you might have an empty out-of-the-way place I could borrow for an hour," he said. The simple request seemed to take them off guard. "I'm sure we could find one, sir," the officer assured him, turning to bark at his crew. "Come on, let's get that mess in Bay 3 cleaned up." There was a brief flurry of activity as they cleared away all the miscellaneous crates, tools, and spare parts, stacking them against the walls, and providing an empty space of about 24 square meters. Luke thanked the crew, and they returned to their duties. Standing there alone beneath the glare of the full spectrum lights, Luke closed his eyes and rooted himself in the living force all around him. He felt the lumbering and yet delicately balanced rhythms of the planet, preparing to shift from night to day as the dawn line approached again, straining against the gravitational anchors that held it on course. It was a dance that had begun long before any of the minuscule people on its surface ever existed, and it would continue long after they were gone. Securely grounded and feeling the vitality of the universe pulsing through him, Luke ignited his lightsaber for the first time in several days. That sharp and evocative sound at once recalled his highest thrills and his deepest fears, setting his every nerve alight. He may be half Naboo, but he was all Jedi, and he wasn't ashamed of it, no matter how many other Naboos chose to look down their noses at him. He switched on the remote, tossed it into the air, and the battle was joined. It was no challenge really, even with the device dialed up to maximum difficulty, hissing and spinning all around him, spitting as many as 100 bolts per minute. At home, he usually practiced with 3 at once. Time slowed in his perception, and his body moved almost without his conscious will, weaving a defensive perimeter faster and more accurately than human reflexes could ever hope to accomplish alone. It was just a simple exercise to keep him loose and maybe even work off some frustration. He couldn't help aging, but he thought he was still doing a pretty good job of keeping up with the physical demands of the job. He had first noticed himself slowing down in his mid-40s during the U.S. Hanvong War, although in his defense he had been chasing an insane dark Jedi cyborg giant through the ruins of Coruscant on foot, something that would take the wind out of almost anybody. That had been 10 years ago, and if the recent violence of the Killik War was any indication, he could still handle himself well enough. The effort wasn't as satisfying as Luke had hoped it would be. Truth be told, it was boring. He was about to pack it in when there was a glimmer of something much more interesting on the edge of his awareness, an alluring mix of devotion and excitement spiked with imminent danger. Time accelerated again as he spun and caught Mara's saber on his own, grinding the blades around and slinging her past him. She reclaimed the momentum and cartwheeling flip and leaped at him again, exchanging a few rapid blows before catching him in a brief stalemate. "I thought the master might like a real workout this morning," she said, a challenge in her lovely green eyes. Luke smiled and firmed his defense into a stiff offense, beating her backward. He had learned a long time ago that it was dangerous to be lenient with her. Mara didn't spare him a serious attack, and the maintenance bay echoed with the drone and crackle of heated combat. The reckless danger of it was exhilarating, but the perfect synchrony of the dance, the exquisite timing of each thrust and parry, made it a thing of beauty. It was everything he loved about their marriage compressed into a few intense moments, iron sharpening iron, a violent expression of absolute trust and confidence. Mara was feeling very energetic that morning, leaping and twisting around him with an ease that befitted a senior master. But Luke's first foundations had been laid by Yoda, and even now there were few who could challenge him in aerial maneuvers. The battle assumed a new intensity, both of them vaulting off one another, trading kinetic energy, kicking off walls, and clashing in midair like live wires. It could have gone on for hours, but it wouldn't be very considerate of them to monopolize the space for that long. They were only guests after all. Mara finally stumbled, just a slightly unbalanced landing, but it was enough of a distraction for Luke to wrest her lightsaber out of her grasp and summon it into his own hand. He deactivated both blades and tossed her hilt back to her, but she silently agreed that enough was enough. They were both panting and sweating, and they pulled each other into a hug to conclude the match. Then Mara stiffened, and Luke also noticed that they had an audience. Ben, Dare, Rui, and the entire crew of duty pilots were looking on from the hangar door, most of them in slack-jawed amazement. Mara pulled away and planted a hand on her hip. "Slow morning?" she asked the pilots. "Yes, ma'am," they admitted, but beat a hasty retreat back to their station. Luke sighed. "Ben, I thought we told you to stop sneaking away from Nana like this. What are you guys doing out of bed?" Ben shrugged. "Well," he explained, "they really wanted to see your lightsaber, and I knew you probably wouldn't show it to them for no reason, so I told them there might be a chance if we got up really, really early." Clever and resourceful, that kid was starting to remind Luke of both himself and his wife more every day. "And how did you find me?" he asked as a point of interest. Ben shrugged again. "Same way Mom did." Pleased by his son's new readiness to use the Force, Luke was willing to forgive his skulking around. All right, he said with a grudging smile. "Show's over. You all might as well get dressed. We have things to do today." Getting dressed in the local style was again an adventure, but not so much of a leap as it had been the night before. Ben was content to take his fashion cues from his cousins, especially since the cultured but informal Delaware was notably sparkle-free. Luke stubbornly dressed himself in his black Jedi tunic, but condescended to trade his outer robe for a native equivalent in blue and golden yellow, fixed to his shoulder with the gilded badge of the Royal Naboo. "Are you sure?" he asked again when Mara insisted on that detail. "I don't really want to flaunt it." "Why not?" she retorted, securing the clasp herself. "It's yours to claim. Own it. It's what they expect of you, so don't disappoint them." After breakfast, they were escorted into the palace archives, a very extensive database documenting the affairs of the kings, queens, and senators of Naboo, the history of the planet, and other items of cultural significance. It was a very comfortable room, everything upholstered in red and gold, furnished to muffle unwanted noise. An archivist droid took their initial requests and made a few suggestions, pulling up banks of relevant files and leaving them to browse at their leisure. Ben and the boys weren't as interested, and they settled on a bench seat like a three-headed monster bent over his hologame. Mara stood behind Luke as he sat at the console, running her hand gently along his back as he began scrolling through the collection of archived holos. He was feeling vulnerable again today, still not able to completely fathom that a lifetime's worth of information about his mother finally lay at his fingertips. She said nothing, letting him go through the archive at his own pace, just providing silent support and experiencing his shifting emotions with him. There was a lot of material to go through. R2 had not documented much from Amidala's early reign, at least not after the defeat of the Trade Federation. An image of the victory celebration on the palace steps included a few other familiar faces. "Hey, is that your father?" Mara asked, pointing out a blond boy Ben's age looking slightly uncomfortable in his Jedi tunic, standing near a random astromech she would bet good money was R2. She had a hard time imagining Anakin Skywalker ever being a child. She hadn't quite believed the holocube Leia had brought back from Tatooine all those years ago. "I think so," Luke said. "That's Obi-Wan anyway. Everybody looks so young." It was bittersweet to see the earliest days of the relationship knowing how it ended. Luke had been glad to learn that his parents had truly loved each other, that they hadn't abandoned him by choice, but that just made his father's devolution into madness all the more tragic and inexplicable. It was an emotional maelstrom he had been trying to understand from within, and it had taken him to some very dark places. Certainly a large share of the blame could be pinned on Palpatine, but people were not ultimately turned toward darkness against their will. There he was, Mara noticed, in the background of that same holo, standing there in plain sight with an insufferable smile on his face, the seed of everyone's destruction. It was all bubbling up again, the instinctive cues from those formative memories he couldn't remember, and Luke had to pause and decide whether to indulge or dismiss it. He chose to feel it, although he didn't like it, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. The creeping primal dread he suspected he may have empathically absorbed from his mother. Unfortunately, it was the only shared experience they had. "It might have so easily been different," he said, mostly to himself, imagining in the blink of an eye 1,000 different scenarios that all ended more happily than the one they had lived. "You mean if your father had been more discerning in his choice of confidant?" Mara asked as Luke began scrolling through the holos again. "I wouldn't blame him too much for that, at least not in the beginning. Palpatine had a way of getting what he wanted. Luke grunted, and she felt a pulse of grim agreement. He was very aptly named, he murmured into his hand, resting his elbow on the console. He was no doubt referring to the Emperor's Sith identity, Darth Sidious. He's always there somewhere, isn't he? Slipping through the tiniest crack, poisoning everything before you even know he's there. He keeps cropping up, and I just want him gone. A son's protective instinct was churning inside him with no outlet, victims and perpetrators all long dead. Now that Luke finally had a name and a face to love in Padme, he also had specific wrongs to resent, and he had been struggling with that ever since the ugly truth had exploded into their lives. There was nothing he could do but swallow it and roll on, and he hated that. Almost as if to bait him, the next holo of Queen Amidala featured Senator Palpatine whispering predatorily into her ear. Luke's reaction was visceral and violent, and he shoved himself away from the console to pace the length of the room, primed to explode. The boys noticed, pausing their game and looking uncertain, but Mara waved them down. "He's dead, Luke," she said, trying to calm him. "Yeah, I know," Luke growled, turning back. "I saw him die, maybe 3 times. Obviously not soon enough." Palpatine had done more damage to the galaxy than anyone in living memory besides the Yuuzhan Vong, but his near conquest of the entire Skywalker family did seem rather personal. He had painstakingly corrupted and almost destroyed Luke's father, tried to ruin or kill Luke himself several times, entertained designs on both Luke's sister and his late nephew, abducted the woman he loved as a child, and molded her into an assassin, and now Luke had to look at historical proof of that same loathsome man using and exploiting his mother. His fingers flexed as if they ached for a lightsaber. "I set fire to his grave if I thought he'd end up any more dead." It was a rhetorical threat, because there was no such grave, but it was a dark sentiment all the same. "Let's not dwell on that," Mara suggested. Ben dared, and Rui were rooted in place, not sure whether they dared continue as if nothing was wrong. "You boys can't play that game all day," Mara decided. "You'll end up hunchbacked and cross-eyed." She tossed Ben a blank data card. "Go download some sources. I want 2,000 words about Grismelt and the colonization of Naboo before the end of the week." "But Mom," Ben protested, "I'm not in school right now." "We can't take school anywhere. Get Dared and Rui to help you." Luke abruptly turned and headed for the door. "I'll be back," he said, still angry. "I need some air." Mara let him go and stayed with the boys, though she did shoot a glare at Palpatine's ghost and switched off the holodisplay. They thought they had finally been free of him years ago. Free of him and free of that blasted psychic hangover that was the result of extended exposure to him. The man was poisoned, no doubt about it, and they were only just now appreciating the extent of his pernicious influence. They had been able to heal each other, but there was nothing they could do about the damage he had done to other people. Drifting to the window, Mara could see Luke pacing through the manicured gardens below. Ben joined her, sneaking a tentative peek of his own. "What's wrong with Dad?" he asked. "Oh, He's just coming to terms with some bad things that happened a long time ago, Mara explained. There may be a lot of that while we're here, but he'll be fine. She ruffled Ben's hair and slapped him on the back. Go work on that report while you can. Don't worry about your father. That's my job. Luke stalked through the small maze of hedges and sculpted topiaries, trying to find some calm in the sound of gravel beneath his boots, the smell of the trees, and the warmth of the sun. It wasn't Naboo's fault that it had produced a monster like Palpatine. At least, he was pretty sure it wasn't. The whole thing was making him jumpy and deeply irritable. It was all too close for comfort, and after just one day he was sick of being reminded of it. He was here for his mother, and yet there was Palpatine, at every turn, coiled around her memory like a snake. Luke had known all about his father being enthralled to the Emperor, but he hadn't expected that to be just one half of a devastating pincer maneuver. It bothered him on a very fundamental level, as if the pincers were still closing. At the same time, Luke realized it was all absurd, his neurotic compulsion to demand that a dead man back up and give him some space. The dreaded Emperor had been nothing but a distant name once, so distant as to be almost inconsequential, a vague menace sitting near that bright center of the galaxy he would probably never see, impossibly far away from everything he had ever known. Luke was still unable to quite accept how repulsively close they had really been, moving in all the same circles, originating from the same planet, the same city, even, all the fates forbid, the same extended family. He would have to accept it, but at the moment he didn't know how. It just made him angry. He'd had no idea of the horrifying context, all those times he had faced Palpatine in the flesh, but Palpatine had known. Palpatine had known exactly what he was doing, bleeding the next generation of Skywalkers to fuel his own rise once again, and that just made Luke angrier. It was no wonder Obi-Wan had tried so hard to hide him and Leia when they were young. But then Luke discovered that he wasn't in the mood to think about Kenobi either. Old Ben had allowed some very significant secrets to die with him, and had declined to share them even from beyond the grave. Luke was convinced Kenobi had only given up the truth about Leia under duress, and even then he had let Luke draw his own conclusions. That one still burned, mostly because of the disaster that might have ensued if they had been left to their own devices without Han to come between them. Luke had been smitten with Leia from the first moment they met, and that sibling bond could easily be misinterpreted if one wasn't expecting it. That was probably why he'd been so eager to fill his mind with Gyrio Capticin after Endor, because most of his favorite thoughts about Leia had suddenly become wildly inappropriate. He was tired of being lied to, tired of being denied basic truths about himself and those he cared about. What was the good of trying to go through life with your eyes wide open if everyone else was withholding vital pieces of the puzzle? It was on that note that he looked up and saw Sola Naberi coming along the path ahead. She slowed when she saw him, and obviously considered turning back the other way, but there was no avoiding him now. She gathered herself and marched on toward the door, still slender and willowy in her later years, proud and stubborn. It reminded him of Leia, and Luke briefly wondered how similar Padme might have been if she had survived. It looked like she was actually going to try breezing past him without any acknowledgement, something Luke had already decided he would not allow. "Good morning, Lady Naboo," he said. Sola nodded. "Grandmaster Skywalker." She continued walking, clearly hoping that would be sufficient. "Sola," Luke began again, and something about his hardening tone and demeanor was enough to stop her. At his age, he wasn't willing to be brushed off so easily anymore. "I'd appreciate a word with you." It was still a request, but just barely. The old woman stood her ground with an air of tolerant annoyance that he didn't like, but at least she would give him a hearing. "Forgive me if I assume too much," Luke said, cutting to the chase, "but I gather our relationship did not come as a surprise to you." "I had my suspicions," Sola admitted. "We could all see that Jedi Skywalker had an unhealthy obsession with my sister. When they both met in untimely end, the circumstances were very obscure. It was an unsettled time, and official accounts varied wildly, but the fact of her secret pregnancy was no longer in doubt. It was assumed and widely reported that her child had died with her. You, with your distinctive surname, did not escape my notice during the rebellion, but we knew nothing of Anakin's background, nor whether yours was a common name, and so we thought nothing of it. But later," she said, narrowing her eyes, "after the turn of the war, it was revealed that you and Leia Organa were in fact twin Skywalkers, that you were mysteriously and suspiciously separated at birth the same year my sister died, that you were indeed Anakin's children. Then I had no doubt." "But you said nothing," Luke persisted. He had been put through a lot of trouble and misery over the years, groping in the dark for any clue to his mother's identity, a mystery that might have been cleared up with a single message. "Why?" Sola gave him a sour look. "Surely you can understand our reluctance to embrace the scandal. Padme Amidala Salacious' secret marriage to a rogue Jedi. It was the Jedi who failed to protect her, failed to prevent one of their own from taking advantage of her, and then delivered her body to us with barely the pretense of an apology." She indicated his appearance with a sneer and an impatient gesture. "Now you are the Jedi, the exalted master of them all. You may be Padme's son by an accident of birth, Luke, but you have always been Anakin's blood. You would do well to be satisfied with that." She turned to go inside. "Stop." It was a bald-faced command, and it did stop her immediately. How did this woman even now presume to deny him his own mother, to imply he was somehow less than worthy? How did she have the audacity? "I'm sorry if the accidents of my birth are offensive to you, Lady Naboo," Luke said, his festering anger finding a new object. "I hope you don't think I've come here just to tarnish the good name of your house and claim its honors by force. I know very well what I am, and I don't need this," he insisted, swatting at the royal device pinned to his shoulder. "If I were younger, I might have renounced it and left you to choke on your own pride. But after waiting 55 years just to know my mother's name, I won't give it up so easily." Luke had advanced several paces, coming to stand toe-to-toe with her. "I didn't come here to claim a title," he said severely. "I came to find my family, some of whom apparently knew exactly who I was for decades and still said nothing." He was furious and made no attempt to hide it, painfully reminded of all the family he had already lost, his father, his mother, Shmi, Uncle On and Aunt Beru, Aunt Dama and Uncle Sam, Uncle Harrow, his own nephew Anakin, the Naboo grandparents he might have known, and how he would have given his good hand to have any one of them back again. Luke shook his head in disgust. It must be an extraordinary privilege to have so many relations that you can so extravagantly discard your own sister's children. Think twice before you discard anyone else, Aunt Sola, he warned, sweeping past her to storm inside alone. Someday we may be scarce. Mara felt Luke trying to gather himself in the corridor before opening the door to the archives. He had gone out to calm down, and instead was more riled up than before. She shared a significant look with Ben from across the room. Despite her insistence that he focus on his project, they had both witnessed the confrontation from the window, and they could feel the storm of resentment Luke was still trying to tamp down. Mara finally went to retrieve her husband, opening the door and interrupting his self-imposed solitude. "Come on," she said, gesturing inside. "You can't hide from either of us." Luke sighed. "I guess you're right." So Mara continued, snapping her fingers at Ben and closing the door behind them, too scandalous a relative for Milady's taste. "Oh, you heard." His tone was equal parts sarcasm and indignation. She ran her hands along his shoulders, able to soothe those rampant sentiments he wasn't quite ready to renounce yet. "Just a guess. Maybe you thought it would be easy for a moisture-farming son of a Sith Lord and his smuggler assassin wife to horn their way into a royal family." Luke sneered. "I don't care about all the pomp and ceremony." "No, but they do. At least Sola does, she and Ryu. Their loss, I say. Puja seems much more reasonable." Yeah. He was calming down now, reminded that there were some among his newfound family who weren't sorry to know him. Luke stroked her face and pulled her closer, anchoring himself to her again amidst all the upheaval. But Mara knew the real reason he was so agitated had little to do with Sola and everything to do with Palpatine. "He's really getting under your skin, Hep," she said. "He is," Luke admitted. "I can't help it. He's literally the last person I want to see, but it's like I can feel him stalking me every time I turn around, always closer than I thought. It's creepy." Mara wrapped her arms around him, doing what she could to at least keep the specter at a decorous distance. "Like I said, he had a way of getting what he wanted. It used to be so far away," Luke continued, "except in the embrace. When Obi-Wan was trying to convince me to run away to Alderaan with him, that was my excuse, because it did feel that way. The Empire was worlds removed from our problems on Tatooine, and there was nothing any one of us could do about it, which I'm sure is what they were saying about Uncle Harrow when he left." He sighed. "Now it's so close, breathing down my neck, so tangled up with our family that we don't make sense without it." Then he stiffened, and Mara knew some black thought had just occurred to him. She almost asked him to leave it be, but that was why they were here in the first place, to confront all these realities, pleasant or otherwise. Luke pulled away and sat down at the console again. Instead of the holos, he pulled up Senator Amidala's official record of service at Coruscant. "You're not going to insist on reading through the whole transcript, are you?" Mara asked, seeing it was thousands of pages long. Luke shook his head, typing in a prompt. Just one session, he assured her as the information scrolled by in an unintelligible blur. It stopped right at the end, an emergency session of the Galactic Congress that would live in infamy. Sure enough, Amidala's presence was noted, but there was no vote to record, and she hadn't ventured to make any public comment. It must have been a very sobering day. Luke sank back into the chair, looking disgusted and defeated. "We were there, Mara," he said. "Leia and I were there in the room when he declared the Galactic Empire. None of it was far away anymore." Chapter 4. In the Field of Flowers. "I trust the archives will equal your needs," Queen Archana said, spearing a delicate bite of fish on her fork. Luke replied with a politely incredulous laugh, doing the same. They exceeded them, he admitted. It would take more than just one morning to go through it all. I wonder if we might commission some copies to take home with us. The Queen seemed pleased by the request. How could we refuse? She gestured toward the wings of the room, and a handmaiden turned to leave on her errand. Arrangements will be made. As royal luncheons went, Mara observed. It was a relatively informal affair, hosted in Arcana's private quarters away from prying eyes. She was admiring the strength of the Queen's cosmetics, apparently unaffected by the meal. Pooja had been included in the invitation, and she sat across the table between Dared and Rui, much the same way Ben had been seated between his parents. The Naboo apparently knew how to contain the less charming antics of young boys in settings like that. On the other hand, the discipline seemed to break down where the royal pets were concerned. A small colony of Vorpax had the run of the place, little purring balls of brown or gray fluff that would climb up their chairs and even onto the table, occasionally standing up on 8 laughably thin legs to solicit food. 2 handmaidens lingered on either side of the table to discreetly remove the worst offenders, but otherwise no one acknowledged them. Mara would have been more annoyed if the creatures were actually inconveniencing her, but it wasn't too bad. Their vocalizations had a soothing effect, and they smelled surprisingly pleasant, which all housepits should if they could possibly help it. Luke had embraced the status quo without question, giving no indication that he was even aware of the purring lump perched on his shoulder, or of the other 3 nestled in his lap. Jason would have loved it, Mara thought, or he would have, before he had started growing beyond all those charming personality quirks that had made him a relatable human being. A problem for another day. I'll admit, it's been a little disconcerting to realize how closely Emperor Palpatine was involved in much of the history. "Ah, yes," Archana agreed in a dry voice. "Palpatine. Once a point of cultural pride, and now a decidedly more inconvenient figure. The people of Theed have been at pains to expunge that shame from public view for 30 years. Your discoveries, your grace, have not simply resuscitated but reinvigorated our national pride. We are more than happy to claim you and former Chief of State, Organa Solo, as cultural archetypes in his place, and demands for public expressions of that sentiment have besieged me." She smiled and gestured to another handmaiden. "Please show our guests the plans I approved this morning." Luke had stopped chewing for a moment, the only outward sign that he was bracing himself for some embarrassing display of public adulation. He had never been comfortable with the propensity of strangers to treat him like some kind of demigod, no matter how apt the description might seem. Mara nudged him playfully through their forced bond, hiding a smile behind a bite of fish. There is a public atrium in the center of the city that has always featured artistic works in honor of the great figures of the Naboo people, the Queen was explaining. There was once a very prominent window depicting Supreme Chancellor Palpatine from the early days of the Empire. Later, by the time Naboo was considering coming into the New Republic, it had become a particularly unpopular monument, attracting abandoned garbage and other expressions of dissatisfaction. When the question of removing it officially arose, it was destroyed in an act of vandalism before any decision could be made. It was never replaced, a void in remembrance of our shame, until now. Archana gestured again, and the hollow projector in the center of the table produced a stylized image of Luke and Leia in coruscating stained glass. Leia was prominently wearing the red badge of the Alliance starboard and carrying the Charter of the New Republic, while Luke held an activated lightsaber with a holocron levitating above his right hand, both of them crowned with halos of light. Behind and above them, hidden in the background with no color of her own, was the iconic image of Queen Amidala, her arms outstretched over her children. "That's very nice," Mara said, injecting more enthusiasm into her voice than she usually would. She was sincere, but she also meant to spare Luke the trouble of venturing an opinion. "Leia will love it." "I think she will," Pooja agreed with a pleasant smile as she and the boys gazed up at the slowly rotating image. "You will all have to come back and see it when it's finished." Absolutely. Everyone, even Ben, seemed duly impressed, and Luke kept his doubts to himself. Although he appreciated being included in the iconography with his mother and sister, he had obviously never imagined himself as a stained glass window before. When lunch was over, and they had taken their leave of the Queen and her Vorpax, the whole party of them gathered outside on the palace steps. Luke was absent for a few minutes, gone to fetch R2 and Nana from their quarters. Pooja sidled up to Mara. "Are you ready for this?" she asked, meaning Luke more specifically. "It's been too long already," Mara said. "We're as ready as we'll ever be." Luke quickly rejoined them with the droids. He had only needed to meet them in the central hall to levitate R2 down the stairs. "Sorry," he said, apologizing for the insignificant delay. "All set?" Pooja led them through the sedate street traffic to their next destination. It was an easy distance from the palace, and the weather was fair, but that was probably the only thing that would be easy about it. Luke was pleased and somewhat comforted that Mara took his hand as they walked, a simple gesture of devotion and support she usually left him to instigate. There was nothing she could do to make any of it better, but she would always be there for him. As they finally approached the mausoleum, they could see it was surrounded by a quiet fountain garden planted with lilies and shaded by willowy trees. The stone walls were each adorned with a reinforced stained glass window, each depicting a different idealized image of Queen Amidala. The boys stood together behind them, instinctively silent in the face of death as Pooja solemnly opened the door with the Queen's key and stood aside. Do you remember your mother? Your real mother? Luke felt Mara squeeze his hand, but he seemed very far away, an abyss of unresolved emotions welling up as he stared into the dimness of the vault. She wasn't really there, and he knew that, but it was as close as he was ever going to get in that life, and he had been looking for her for a very long time. It was a small and vulnerable feeling, joy and sorrow somehow coexisting. It felt like the first time he really met, his father when he had pulled away Darth Vader's mask and found Anakin. He let go of Mara and stepped inside alone. Padme's tomb was sealed by a smooth slab of stone, unmarked except for the symbol of the royal Naboo, the same he was now wearing. Luke ran his hand across it with the tenderness that was usually reserved for the living. It was a miserably one-sided meeting, but he would rather have it than not. "I'm here," he thought. "I'm sorry it took so long." Solo's rebuff that morning still stung, but Luke was generous enough to recognize that all his aunt's vitriol sprang from her own grief, that it really had very little to do with him. He didn't imagine Padme would have shared her opinion, but some part of him was still shaken by it. He had managed to make more of his life than he had ever imagined. He had a devoted wife and a promising son, but in that place Luke couldn't help being reduced to that anxiety common to all bereaved children, the uncertain hope that his mother would be satisfied with the man he had become. She should have been there. The inevitable wave of resentment directed at everyone and no one threatening to overwhelm him, and Luke fought back the angry tears he didn't want to indulge in front of his family. She would have only been in her early 80s even then. She might have lived to see the triumph of the Alliance, the restoration of the Republic, her grandchildren. They might have faced the war together. What had happened? Luke had seen R2's recording of their birth many times, heard the medical droid's vague diagnosis, and watched his mother die on the table. But that wasn't right. It couldn't be right. The Padme Amidala who had retaken her capital from an invading army wasn't someone who would despair of her own life, especially not with newborn twins dependent on her. He had seen the way she had looked at him, the one precious time she had seen and spoken to him directly, and Luke was convinced she'd had no desire to die. His mother wouldn't leave him like that, cold and lost and helpless. Something had taken her from them. It was pointless and indulgent and juvenile, but he imagined how things might have been, how they should have been, what they could have been without Palpatine's interference. But they weren't. Reality was hard and pitiless, something they had all been forced to accept a long time ago. "We should be away from all this now," Leia had confided to him once in a weak moment during the darkest days of the US-Hanvong War. "Han, and Jaina, and Jacen, and Anakin, and I. And you and Mara, and little Ben. In the field of flowers. On Alderaan." Alderaan would have been fine, but Luke could have been just as happy on Naboo. In an ideal universe like that, he could have been happy anywhere. But happiness was fragile, and they had to take what they were given. In that spirit, Luke swallowed his regret and decided he would gladly take R2's surreptitious holos and be grateful they had led him to this place. Those recordings had helped him to know and understand his mother and father better than he had ever hoped he would, and in their circumstances that was priceless. already condemned to live the great Skywalker tragedy. It was a mercy at least to finally understand it. Luke felt a melancholy smile crease his cheek as he remembered one significant sentiment he and his mother had unknowingly shared, something that had made him feel closer to her than anything else. It was the desperate ultimatum Padme had given her deteriorating husband, her last hope and her dying wish. There was still good in him, Luke said into the silence. There had been a time when only the two of them would have believed it, and he felt a belated and profoundly bittersweet pride in having been able to accomplish that much for her. It wasn't easy, but we found it. Mara ventured inside behind him. Anything? She asked gently. Luke extended his awareness deep into the Force, enveloping the crypt and studying the impressions he found there. No, he admitted. There's no trace of her. She didn't die here. He paused, studying the unpleasant echoes he had found. My father is here, though. It was a residual impression of grief and the bitter sting of self-loathing. The fact that it still lingered after so many years was a testament to how potent it must have been. Or maybe it was just that he was already so attuned to it. Mara was reaching for it, but couldn't quite differentiate the impression from the swirling city all around them. Luke silently took her hand, joining her efforts to his greater sensitivity. Hey, you're right, she said, her eyes widening. The more they isolated it, the more raw and uncomfortable it was, the faded echo of an uninhibited storm of sorrow and remorse and self-immolating hatred preserved in the stone. Luke lifted his hand off the burial slab, feeling the chill creeping up his arm. Already raw himself, the experience of his father's desolation was not something he had been prepared for. He knew Anakin had loved Padme, but this wasn't Anakin. Darth Vader had loved her too. Luke had been navigating a complicated relationship with his father's memory lately. It was one thing to have theoretical knowledge of Darth Vader's crimes, but quite another to be confronted with gruesome holographic evidence. Luke had found himself being forced to grant the same forgiveness of 30 years ago over and over and over again, and each time it came more reluctantly. Watching Vader ravage the Jedi Temple had been bad enough, but seeing that monster with Anakin's face dare to raise his hand to his mother had shaken Luke to his core. If he had been forced to choose between them in that moment, there would have been no contest. But he hadn't even been born yet, and that only deepened the horror as he realized Vader had almost killed them all, Padme, Luke, and Leia, in a moment of blind rage. Where had all his love and enduring devotion been then? His gut reaction was anger and resentment, unable to feel any pity at all for Vader in his agony. Vader didn't deserve to be here after what he had done, defiling her sanctuary just as he had destroyed her life, and Luke felt a violent pulse escape him, a vain attempt to throw off that lingering shadow and banish it forever. Mara clutched his arm, her face white. Easy, big guy, she warned. But Luke was already coming down from the precipice. There was no need to defend the dead from the dead, and even if it were possible, he knew Padme would not have wanted to see them fight. They were a family again, however imperfect, and all was forgiven. Unwilling to be the source of discord, especially while standing before his mother's invisible scrutiny, Luke relented and managed to scrape together enough sincerity to forgive his father yet again. Mara's grip relaxed and became something affectionate. "It's definitely a more human side of him than I ever saw," she observed. They were all familiar with the rumor that Darth Vader had killed Senator Amidala, although they knew better thanks to R2's impulsive recordings. Considering his assault on her, though, it was possible that Vader himself had believed the rumor. "I think he really thought he'd killed her," Luke said, finally able to grant a twinge of sympathy. "Killed us." "I wouldn't put it past Palpatine to let him believe it," Mara agreed. Luke just shook his head. That would have been exceptionally cruel, but why not? Palpatine had always been cruel. He tried to imagine waking up every day for 20 years knowing he had sacrificed his position, his rank, his reputation, his integrity, his health, and his identity in an attempt to thwart a fatal prophecy, only to realize too late that it was a direct consequence of his own actions. It was hideous. Luke resolved in that moment to have another long talk with Jason about the mercurial nature of Force prophecy when they got back. Several minutes passed before Mara nudged him. "Enough?" she asked. "Or do you need more time?" "Not much point, is there?" Luke said. He had seen what he'd come to see and felt what he'd had to feel. All that was left was acceptance, and that would come in its own time. But before they left, Luke laid his hand on the cold stone one last time, a silent and entirely unnecessary promise that he would never forget her again. The boys were still seated like statues on a stone bench when he and Mara came out. Ben seemed to be setting the tone for the group, looking pale and prematurely solemn, as sympathetic as a 10-year-old could be. He had seemingly inherited both his father's natural strength as an empath and his mother's discomfort with strong emotion, an unfortunate contradiction that had forced him to learn to shield himself from the Force rather than be overwhelmed by the emotional turbulence all around him. Ben was shielding himself again now, and Luke really didn't blame him. The vicarious grief of a motherless childhood wasn't something he wanted to share with his son against his will. He knew Ben adored Mara, and clearly didn't enjoy the experience of how it might feel to grow up without her. The adults waited as the children paid their respects in turn. Now that it came to it, Luke was irrationally reluctant to leave. There was nothing to be gained by staying, but leaving her there alone in that cold to him was harder than he had expected it to be. Now that he had found her, the compulsion was to hold on for all he was worth. She belonged with him, not locked away inside a public monument. But that was irrational, Luke reminded himself. Just the unsatisfied longing of his childhood finally running riot. She had been there for more than 50 years, and she would still be there tomorrow. He could always come back. R2, attentive to the physiological fluctuations of Luke's moves after a lifetime together, rolled forward to bump into his leg, a mute expression of android affection. Luke put a hand on his dome, comforting them both. Although it was a more subtle exercise, Luke also had some idea of how to read changes in the flow of R2's electrical signature, and he could feel the astromech's deep memory banks churning. The little guy had forgotten an entire lifetime of historical context when Bail Organa, the likeliest culprit, had installed that fault in those deep memory banks, preserving and concealing the inconvenient truths of the Skywalkers until a less perilous time. Luke could remember the moment the fault had been accidentally bridged by a stray wire just a year ago. The shock of it overwhelming R2's operating system and leaving him in a state of mechanical catatonia. The sudden grand perspective must have been staggering. Ben came out again with Dared and Rui after only a few minutes, looking thoughtful. He appreciated the significance of the place, but had no desire to linger. He didn't like the effect it was having on his family, and Luke, having just careened through the messy sentiments of a protective son himself, could appreciate that point of view. Luke nodded to Pooja, and she secured the door once again. They were all ready for a change of scenery, so Pooja invited everyone to her house for the afternoon. They hopped to transport for a brief ride to another quarter of the city, arriving at a lovely home nestled into the back of a quiet street, distinguished by window boxes bursting with purple blossoms. "It's not much, but it's home," Pooja said, leading them inside. Luke sighed with relief. "It's perfect," he protested. He liked the intimacy of the setting, smaller rooms and unpretentious upholstered furniture, comfortable and unintimidating after the ageless grandeur of the palace. R2 and Nana were dismissed to an unobtrusive corner for a well-deserved shutdown and recharge. The boys immediately herded Ben away with them. "Come and see our game room," Rui insisted. "We just got the cockpit extension for the HG-X4 on my last birthday. I have the high-scoring X-Wing, A-Wing, and N1. Real X-Wings are actually easier to fly," Ben told them. "More complicated, but better pitch control. You get to fly real starfighters," Dare demanded, caught somewhere between incredulity and amazement. "Well, sort of. I'm not really tall enough yet, but Dad has been teaching me, and he lets me run the combat simulations every time he goes to requalify. I've only ever gotten to fly his X-Wing planet-side with R2 as primary. You have way too much fun. Can you invite us to Coruscant as soon as you get back? I almost forgot your dad basically founded Rogue Squadron. Have you ever met General Antilles? Uncle Wedge?" "Yeah." Luke smiled after them as they disappeared into the back of the house. "I never was considered one of the cool kids growing up," he confessed to Pooja. "At least I get to be the cool dad." "Those kids you grew up with were idiots," Mara insisted with her usual gruff affirmation. She had met what remained of his friend group in Anchorhead years ago, and hadn't been impressed. Then she transitioned seamlessly from uncensored critic to gracious guest. "It really is a lovely home, Pooja." "Thank you," Pooja said, looking pleased. "I would prefer something farther outside the city, but the young ones need their education." Luke realized it would probably have been polite to sit down at that juncture, but he was fascinated by the bank of holoframes on the far wall, and drifted in that direction. Each one was a pale but living fragment of the past he wanted to know. Pooja and Mara came to join him. "That's one of the last times we were all together," Pooja said of the largest one, a family gathering on a lovely balcony overlooking a shimmering lake, herself and Sola, a handsome young man with bright eyes and an eager smile, a pretty but rather melancholy woman, a toddler, an infant. Oberyn and his wife, Luke guessed, committing his deceased cousin's features to memory. "That must be Dared and Rui." Rui was just a few months old at the time, Pooja confirmed with a wistful smile. Oberyn was leaving for his first duty assignment, and we wanted to make a few more good memories beforehand. It was an emotional contradiction Luke was all too familiar with, trying to enjoy what good times they could while knowing any one of them could be dead the following day. Mara had almost died. Ben had almost died. Luke himself had almost died. But somehow they had always managed to come through, reunited against the odds only to play that game of chance all over again. It was an intense and often exhausting way to live, but somewhere in the midst of that weary contentment existed the revised ideal of Jedi detachment he had been trying to define. Luke had found the rewards to be well worth the sacrifice, but it wasn't an arrangement to be undertaken lightly, and he pitted Oberyn's wife. Was Coruscant his first duty assignment? He asked. Pooja nodded. It was. Best move on before they dwelled on it too long. Who's this? Luke asked, indicating an older couple with kind faces. Those are our grandparents, Pooja said, brightening a bit. Rui and Jabal Nabari. Oh, what can I tell you about them? They met and were married in a country village. Grandfather tried his hand at many professions, as a weaver, a builder, and a volunteer. He even served for a time as president of the refugee relief movement. Later, after they had relocated to the capital, he built a name for himself as a lecturer at Theed University and eventually accepted a permanent teaching position. Mara nudged him. So that's where the teaching gene comes from, she theorized. Luke shrugged, willing to entertain the idea. When did they die? Pooja frowned. They never did quite recover from Padme's death, although they tried to regroup when their great-grandchildren were born. We used to say neither one of them would long outlive the other. In the end, it was a speeder accident that took them both 26 years ago. Now Luke frowned. 26 years ago, the Thrawn crisis had recently ended. The twins had been born, and Han and Leia were expecting baby Anakin. Taking Solo's reluctant admission into account, that left at least 6 years for them to have known the Nabaris before they died. A missed opportunity, to be sure, Pooja said, seeming to read his face, but then she offered him a cryptic little smile. It may be cold comfort, Luke, but even though Grandfather Rui didn't know you, he certainly knew of you. When he died, we found his secret stash of documents. I tried to find it for you when I knew you were coming, but I think my mother threw it away years ago. Okay, I'll bite, Luke said, returning the smile, instantly intrigued. What documents? Well, Pooja began. As you know, Padme brought Anakin Skywalker home to meet the family just before the Clone Wars broke out, while he was assigned to her by the Jedi Council. Apparently, Grandfather was slightly obsessed with Anakin's career after that, like one might follow a favorite celebrity, collecting prints of this and that in a scrapbook just as a harmless hobby. Of course, it all came to nothing when Anakin was allegedly killed in the uprising. We all thought nothing of it after that, but apparently, she said, after Yavin, Grandfather pulled it all out again, this time collecting everything he could find about you. Why? Pooja gave them a conspiratorial look. An excellent question, she agreed. He kept it all very secret during his life. When we found it after the accident, we thought it was just the next phase of his interest in the Skywalkers. He had every holoprint, every wanted notice the Empire ever posted for you, and after Endor he started pulling serious record searches from anywhere he could. In hindsight, some of his handwritten marginalia, especially when he started comparing dates and Aden and Leia, would suggest he was pursuing an investigation rather than a hobby. How many people had been onto them? There were so many threads that had never quite managed to come together. So why didn't he say anything? Luke asked. I think he was about to, Pooja confessed. He probably didn't want to upset grandmother without first being absolutely sure. I remember the last page being a receipt from the Ministry Council on Coruscant acknowledging his request for contact, but there was quite a backlog, as you can imagine, and that was a difficult year. I don't have to imagine it, Luke said, remembering the sudden loss of Coruscant, the resurrected Emperor, and all the chaos that had followed. It was no wonder a single request for contact from a random private citizen had been completely lost in the pandemonium. It was just another in what was becoming a tragic series of missed opportunities, but Luke couldn't deny that it was a strange comfort to imagine his grandfather staying up late at night to pore over the archives, wondering if he had found his lost grandchildren. He shot Sola's image a sour look, hazarding a guess as to why she had been so quick to destroy her father's research. He would have liked to have read those marginal notes. He moved on, drawn to a scene of a young girl playing with a pair of alien children. Her smile seemed very familiar. Is that Padme? He asked. It is. That was when she was 8 years old, working with refugee relief to evacuate Shadow Be Born. It was always one of her favorites, and used to hang in her bedroom. That name filled him with something akin to dread, but he couldn't quite place it. But the evacuation was a failure, Mara observed, almost hesitantly. No one from Shadow Be Born survived. No, they didn't, Pooja agreed with a sigh. That was one of the reasons Padme treasured the memory. She always thought it was important to help anyone she could, even if the effort seemed hopeless. The tragedy certainly cast the holo in a new light, as did Padme's insistence on displaying it. It showed a surprising maturity for an 8-year-old. That sounds like Leia, Luke said. Pardon me, Luke, Pooja objected with a tolerant smile, but from what I've heard, I'd say it also sounds a lot like you. Seconded, Mara said. You've been turning around hopeless causes ever since you learned to walk. I guess the starry-eyed altruism gene comes from this side of the family, too. Oh, not entirely, Pooja insisted. Later in her career, Padme was fond of reminding people that a wise woman she knew on Tatooine used to say the biggest problem in this universe is that nobody helps each other. The way she was looking at him told Luke he was supposed to be able to guess who that was. How many people could Padme have known on Tatooine? Was that Shmi? He asked, a smile creeping across his face. Pooja smiled back. The very same. They never met again, but Padme was deeply impressed by Shmi Skywalker, with her generosity and quiet dignity despite living as a slave. She took a number of life lessons from her, and was certain all members of her staff did as well. Just that anecdote went a long way toward lifting his mood. Luke had come to know Shmi a few decades earlier thanks to that half-corrupted halal journal the Darklighters had recovered on their old farm and entrusted to Leia. The thought of her and Padme sharing a lasting rapport despite only briefly encountering each other was surprisingly heartwarming. I've stopped being surprised that other people know more about my family than I do, he said. In the beginning, I had to rely on Leia to tell me about Anakin's exploits during the Clone Wars. I guess it evened the score when I had to tell her she was my sister. We'll get this whole mess sorted out one of these days. Judging by the roars of elation and disappointment coming from the game room, the boys were having a great time. Luke hoped the next generation would find their own history to be much more straightforward. Pooja disappeared into the kitchen for refreshments. Luke sank into the couch, and Mara gladly kicked off her boots and curled up beside him. It was only the second day, and the sheer wealth of information was a new trial. After grasping at shadows most of his life, the clarity was blinding. It is a lot at once, Mara agreed. Any chance of getting away for a few quiet days without any state dinners or official appearances, Your Grace? Luke scoffed. You wouldn't want to disappoint our adoring public, would you? Mara scoffed right back. Or nothing. They want to see you. I'm just a bit of arm candy. Luke drew back and turned on her with the loftiest expression of indignation he could muster. I'll thank you not to insult my wife in my presence, he insisted, but she just jabbed him in the ribs, dissolving his regal persona instantly. Pooja returned with 3 glasses of crushed ice swimming in lavender-colored water that managed to taste exactly like the air smelled, although maybe a bit sweeter. Pooja, Mara began when they were all settled again, I have an indelicate question. Oh, how intriguing, Pooja said, obviously determined to enjoy the visit no matter how indelicate the conversation. Fire away. Not that we aren't glad to see it, Mara began, but why was Amidala given such a permanent burial? It was my understanding that Naboo funerary custom demanded immediate cremation. Your understanding is correct, Pooja answered, lowering her glass. And honestly, we don't know why an exception was made, only that it was by direct order of the Emperor. Luke balked a little at that. That man had his fingers in everything. It was all very surreal, Pooja continued. The directive came almost as soon as her body was brought to us. Several individuals approached the family, Silaya Shesan, her former handmaiden Sabe, Captain Typho, each wanting to pursue an independent investigation, but all of them met stiff resistance. Imperial inquisitors began appearing in Theed, asking probing questions about Amidala's pregnancy. One of them went to confront Padme's grandmother, Ryutuli, while she was mourning in seclusion, and murdered her there. Eventually, Darth Vader did visit the tomb, despite the common belief that he was responsible for her death. No one suspected he was Anakin at the time, but knowing the truth now just seems to make it worse, doesn't it? The truth can be like that, Luke agreed. But I'm sorry, you said an Inquisitor murdered our great-grandmother. Pooja nodded. About 6 months after the funeral. It was getting so bad, my father moved us out of Theed for a few years. The story was even darker than he had thought. I'm starting to understand your mother's resentment, Luke said. And the conspiracy theories, Mara added. Was there any follow-up, or did it all just time out? To the best of my knowledge, the investigation simply stalled on both sides, Pooja told them. Apparently no one was able to track down the principals involved. Luke and Mara shared a look. Organa, Kenobi, and Yoda, she said, recalling the lineup. Slippery fish, those three. Were they the ones? Pooja asked, suddenly more interested. They were there on Polis Massa when we were born, Luke told her, when she died. R2 caught them on his recordings. That would answer a lot of questions, Pooja said, thoughtfully sinking back into her chair, some of which I haven't even thought to ask yet. Even with R2 to fill in the blanks, it will probably be a while before we sort out this whole mess, as you say. They sat in silence for a few minutes, which would have been awkward if they weren't already so comfortable with each other. They all had a lot to think about, and it would have been easy to lose themselves for a while. Fortunately, the thumping and laughing of the boys was enough to keep them grounded. Luke's eyes were again drawn to the moving images on the wall, the faces of so many people already lost beyond recall, his grandparents, his mother, Oberyn, and his family gathered beside that lake in a terrestrial paradise just days before making his final sacrifice. Life was short, often cruel, and so incredibly precious. There was also something strangely familiar about that balcony. I realize, Pooja finally said, delicately interrupting the reverie, that you probably have a scheduled itinerary. But if you're feeling overwhelmed in Theed, I would suggest that we might possibly go out to Varakino in the Lake Country. It's the Naboo family estate, very isolated and quiet, and truly one of the most beautiful places on this world. Padme was very fond of it, and I believe often went there to be out of the public eye with Anakin. Before Luke could even consider the proposal, his fragmented memories suddenly aligned, and he sat bolt upright. That's where they were married, he said, and where that holo was taken. That was at Varakino, yes, Pooja confirmed, glancing at their last gathering with Oberyn. We suspect the wedding may have happened there, but we have no proof. Yes, we do, Luke insisted. R2 took his role as official witness very seriously. Oh, of course, Pooja sighed with a smile that said she should have known as much. R2. The droid tweetled and beeped from the other room as he powered himself up again. Luke turned to Mara. What do you say? He asked. Want to go see the villa? What? Just blow town, abandon all our social obligations, and crash at the lake house? She retorted. Absolutely. I've wanted to visit that place ever since I laid eyes on it. He turned back to Pooja, letting just a hint of desperation into his voice. May we, please? A chance to sort themselves out in peace sounded wonderful. Never mind how important the place was in its own right. Just say when, Pooja assured them. I've already contacted the groundskeeper, and no one is due there for months. How about tomorrow? The boys were thrilled with the plan, and not just because Dared and Rui would be missing at least a week of school. They were having such a good time together that Luke and Mara agreed to let Ben and Nana stay overnight at Pooja's, all of them due to meet at the Jade Shadow the next morning for their brief flight into the Lake Country. They would send their apologies to the Queen after breakfast. Despite Mary's humorous protestations to the contrary, there really wasn't anything on their schedule that couldn't be rearranged. It was after dark when they arrived back at the palace. Mara went to bed immediately, but Luke stayed up to meditate. He wanted to have his head on straight before they blasted away to yet another extremely significant site in his family's history. It was all coming at him so quickly now, an avalanche of information, images, and vicarious memories, that he needed a chance to sort through them, to understand his place in the midst of them. He sat cross-legged on the moonlit balcony, eyes closed, filling his mind with the floral scent of the air and the distant roar of the waterfalls. His idea of Padme was now inextricably bound up in that sensory experience, just part of his attempt to experience things that had been denied him, things that were already irretrievably lost. It was something at least, something he could keep in that empty place that had bothered him ever since he had been old enough to realize that children were supposed to have a mother and a father, something very different from an aunt and an uncle. Aunt Beru had been many things to him, but she had never claimed to be his mother. There had been nothing cold about that, just uncompromisingly honest. Something Luke had learned to appreciate after being otherwise forced to claw his way through a web of lies and questionable points of view. His peace was short-lived, gone the moment he plunged into his churning memories, still a confused morass of voices and conflicted emotions. I'm not going to die in childbirth, honey. I won't let this one become real. Do you think Obi-Wan might be able to help us? Some decisions can never be reversed. You will not take her from me? There's good in him. I know. That's what your uncle told you. Much anger in him? Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. To protect you both from the Emperor, you were hidden from your father when you were born. But why must you confront him? There is good in him. I felt it. That name no longer has any meaning for me. Everything that has transpired has done so according to my design. It is unavoidable. It is your destiny. Luke opened his eyes, and the cacophony was immediately silenced. He wasn't perturbed by the memories so much as he was annoyed that any successful meditation was going to require twice the effort it usually did. Ani, I want to have our baby back home on Naboo. He stiffened. It was thin and quiet, but he had heard that voice with his ears and not inside his mind. We can go to the lake country where no one will know, where we can be safe. I can go early and fix up the baby's room. I know the perfect spot, right by the gardens. Climbing to his feet, Luke went back inside the dark apartment. R2 was projecting another of his holograms onto the table between the couches, presumably for his own benefit. The quality was poor, and the sound was scratchy, as though the droid had been using his laser recorder to preserve the scene from a great distance and through at least one layer of transparent steel. Luke sank onto the couch beside him with a tolerant frown. Spying again? He surmised. R2 offered only a low, mournful note in reply. Luke sighed and slid his hand across the astrometric frame. Despite being only an artificial intelligence, R2 had a highly developed sense of self-awareness, and of whatever drives and impulses pass for emotions in an android's consciousness. There had been no practical directive motivating him to preserve stray snippets of Padme, and Anakin's lives. He had been genuinely interested. "You loved her too, huh?" R2 answered with a low flutter of beeps and whistles, implying that Padme wasn't the only one he'd cared about. He packed up the first holo and pulled another, a fragment Luke already knew all too well, a perspective of R2 dragging his unconscious mistress and her unborn children back toward her ship as Obi-Wan engaged Vader on Mustafar. Luke offered him a sad smile, realizing what the droid was driving at. "Looking out for me even then, weren't you?" Before all these bizarre revelations broke, Luke could not have imagined that his unorthodox relationship with R2-D2 could possibly have been any more meaningful, but now he could see with his own eyes R2's intimate involvement with his parents, saving his life, even before he'd been born. He remembered looking over a motley assortment of junk droids disgorged from a random sandcrawler that happened to pull up outside their farm 36 years ago. Remembered his own voice carelessly suggesting on 3PO's recommendation, "What about that one?" He remembered one of the earliest of R2's secret recordings, a close view of a young handmaiden with the face of a queen scrubbing the blast scoring off his frame, a strange and wonderful parallel to the first service Luke had been obliged to perform for him several decades later. There were some who doubted the Force had anything like a conscious will, but this was enough coincidence to strain credulity. R2 stopped and whirred to himself, pulling up another scene. Anakin and Padme were standing together, she smiling proudly and extending her hand as if she were presenting the droid to her husband. He tried to protest, but she silenced him with a finger against his lips. "After all," she whispered, "what does a politician need with an astromech?" "But I'm a Jedi," Anakin insisted. "That's why I'm not giving him to you," Padme explained. "I'm asking you to look after him. He's not really a gift. He's a friend. He's a friend." R2 had indeed been a friend during all the darkest periods of his life, sometimes more constant than the people around him. Luke realized that if he ever had the misfortune to lose him, he would mourn him as a friend. R2 was more than a technological convenience, more than an invaluable co-pilot, more even than an unexpected and irreplaceable heirloom from his parents. R2 was a fellow traveler, and he had sentiments of his own. Sitting there in the dark, Luke suddenly made up his mind. "R2," he said, "do you feel like going for a walk?" The streets of Theed were almost deserted at that hour, although still bathed in soft golden light beneath the black of the sky. The only sounds were the creaking of the insects and the rustle of dry leaves across the stones. The whole place was so beautiful and so peaceful that it gave the impression of existing just outside of time, inhabiting a fragile sphere of ageless serenity where he might for a moment step away from his crushing responsibilities. There was something about Naboo that felt, if not quite familiar, at least right somehow. Whether that was some vague genetic memory or wishful thinking, Luke couldn't say, but he was absolutely certain he would be drawn back there. He needed that quiet in his life. He wanted to spend some time there with all of them together, at least as many of them as they had left. Maybe they could all heal together, draw closer as a family the way they used to be. It wasn't exactly that field of flowers on Alderaan, but it would do nicely. Padme's tomb was lit from within, the stained glass glowing with vibrant colors and reflecting off the fountain pools, as welcoming as a tomb could possibly be. Luke sat on the stone bench, not entirely sure why he was there, but only that he wanted to stay a while. We can go up to the lake country where no one will know, where we can be safe. All she had wanted was for them to be safe. All Anakin had wanted was for them to be safe. And yet somehow their family had exploded under the pressure with enough force to cripple a galaxy. Maybe things could have been different if they had made it back to Naboo, up into that fabled lake country he hoped to see tomorrow, the place that should have been their nursery. Away from the war, away from the intrigues of the Jedi Council, away from Palpatine. But maybe was no comfort now. I miss you, he thought, looking up at the gently smiling figure illuminated in front of him. My whole life, I've missed you. So much. Luke wanted to leave her something, but no soulless bouquet of hothouse flowers would do. On Tatooine, a common expression of devotion was to weave intricate shapes out of dune grass. Dune grass wasn't rare, but it wasn't exactly common either, and the leaves had such a high silica content that they could easily draw blood if you weren't careful. Despite Luke's wishing for them during his teenage years, there had never been any girls his age worth the trouble. He had made one once for Aunt Beru, but she had lovingly discouraged him from ever trying it again as she had wrapped Sani tape around his wounded fingers. The only other occasion was when he had secretly made one for Shmi, the grandmother he had never known, and buried it in the sand above her grave. He had always known where her grave was, despite Uncle Owen's belated attempt to obscure the little family cemetery by removing the headstones. In a world in which he thought he had no family left and never expected to know anything else about her, he felt he had owed her at least that much. He would have to make do with what was available. Luke reached up into the trailing tree branches and found them to be thankfully much more benign than dune grass. Twisting off several long, thin boughs, he sat down and got to work. Come on, R2, he said. Show me your favorites. We'll watch them together. Something woke Mara in the bleak hours of the night. Or maybe it was the lack of something. She reached for Luke and found that he wasn't in bed, nor had he ever come to bed as far as she could tell. He wasn't even in their apartment, or in the palace. Blinking the sleep out of her eyes and focusing her awareness, Mara could sense that he was out in the city somewhere, contending with some formidable emotion. No prizes for guessing exactly where he was. She grumbled to herself as she crawled out of bed and groped for her clothes. She couldn't close her eyes for 5 minutes without that adorable idiot trying to do the noble thing and face the worst of life alone. Mara knew Luke hated being alone. She had promised him he would never have to be alone again. But all 9 Corellian hells would freeze over before he would consider disturbing her rest for something as trivial as emotional comfort. She was dressed and out the door in record time. Mara remembered the way to the mausoleum, but even if she hadn't, she could pinpoint Luke's presence as if it were a beacon. She found him exactly where she expected him, sitting on that bench beneath the trees, watching Holos with R2. She recognized the thin voices on the recording and braced herself. For reasons we can't explain, we are losing her. She's dying. Mara just sighed and sat down beside him, leaning into his shoulder. She would ask why he kept putting himself through this, but she already knew why. It was all he had. Luke gratefully accepted her hand as she wrapped it around his. He was putting up a brave front, but he was crying on the inside. "I remember her voice," he said miserably. "Nothing specific, but it sounds familiar, like something I should recognize. Something important." Mara squeezed his hand, but didn't intrude with words. They had both learned many things about human gestation during her pregnancy, including an infant's ability to process sound as early as 4 months before birth, to recognize his mother's voice and native language, and how crucial that steady stream of sound was the development of a child's auditory centers. Luke's brain had literally formed itself around Padme's voice, so Mara wasn't surprised that some part of him still remembered. Considering the phenomenon of microchimerism and the cross-placental exchange of maternal and fetal cells, these familial bonds now seemed even more intimate than simple proximity and shared chromosomes. Part of Leia might still be alive in Luke, part of Luke in Leia, and part of Padme in both of them. Then they came to it again as the medical team induced a quick and intense labor, pulling the twins into the outside world whether they were ready or not. That seemed like an accurate metaphor for their lives in so many ways. The neonatal droid presented the first infant and declared it to be a son. "Luke," Padme said immediately, as though she had decided on that name long before. Obi-Wan received the child and held him closer, so she could reach out and stroke his face. "Oh, Luke." It was the one time his mother had been able to see him, to speak to him face to face, giving him in her last moments both his life and his name. Mara could feel it cut Luke to the heart in all the best possible ways each time he heard it, and she could have kissed or two for preserving it. It hurt, but it was so much better than nothing. Aunt Beru used to say that, Luke told her in a thick voice. She had a few quilts her mother had made, and when I would complain that I had nothing from my mother, she would always say, "You have your name." Beru Lars might not have known just how accurate that had been, but it was quite possibly the best thing to say to a displaced child struggling to ground himself. Remembering where they were, Mara was reminded of a similar scenario almost 20 years ago when Luke had brought her to that forsaken bluff of shifting sand where he had buried the brutalized remains of his childhood guardians. Kenobi, his Jedi protector, and in many ways a distant father figure, was taken from him not long afterward. Many good people had died so that he could live, and Padme had been the first. None of that was Luke's fault, but he carried it with him every day. It was partly what inspired him to work as hard as he did to make their sacrifice worthwhile. He was still remarkably good-natured for someone who had been on the receiving end of all the galactic Shavit dumped on him by the momentum of history, and the more Mara recognized that the more she loved him. By this point, she considered it a privilege to stand beside him in that storm. Separately, they were just two lonely people trying to see the way forward in a cold and vast universe. Together, they were the Master Skywalker, indivisible and invincible. They would weather this the same way they did everything else. Mara could feel it taking form even now, that strange joy that could only be forced through misery. Luke knew very well how to find those gems in the misfortunes of life, often the only consolation he could take with him. His lost hand and the lightning scars were trophies, a small price to pay for the soul of his father. The grief these holos caused was nothing compared to the relief and simple happiness of finally knowing his mother. Luke wanted all of it, no matter what it cost him in the moment. Later he wouldn't remember the pain, but only what it had accomplished. Be that as it may, Mara realized it was well after midnight, and that day promised to be an important one. Even R2 had packed in his holoprojector, seeming to recognize that his organic counterparts were awake well beyond their healthy parameters. She wrapped a warm hug around her husband and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Come on, Master," she said. "If she could say anything else to you right now, I'm pretty sure it would be to rag you for ducking your bedtime." That pulled a wry laugh out of him despite it all, and his mind cycled through his memories of Beru, Leia, Mara herself, and the behavior of every other mother he had ever experienced. "You're probably right," he agreed. "Well, then, no backchat, farm boy. We've got another big day today, and I don't need you falling asleep in your breakfast." Luke turned and kissed her back, and Mara felt herself once again enfolded in his love and gratitude, something that always made her feel weightless with that joy that was all their own. No tragedy anywhere could touch that. As you wish. Chapter 5. Back to the beginning. "The council sent them here," Mara demanded with an incredulous curl of her lip, looking out over the pristine lake between the forested hills. "Alone." And they were surprised. She slipped her arm around Luke as a cool breeze broke against their faces. "Poor Anakin never had a chance. It's just a wonder you weren't born a few years earlier." Luke smiled and put his arm around her shoulders. He hadn't said much since they had landed at the estate, but he wasn't upset. The aura around Verikino was almost supercharged with echoing impressions layered deeply in the buildings and the grounds, but unlike the memories preserved at the mausoleum, these were all happy ones. It was a heady atmosphere of joy, contentment, peace, love, and gratitude if one knew how to reach it, and Luke was admittedly a bit drunk on the experience. It was an unexpected taste of that well-adjusted family life with his parents he had always wanted and would never have, and he had gladly immersed himself in the feeling. It does seem rather ill-advised, considering our suspicions at the time, Pooja allowed, keeping a loose eye on the boys as they ran down to the water's edge. "But surely now, with the benefit of hindsight, we can't pretend to regret it." "Your mother still seems to regret it," Mara observed. It was a low blow, but she couldn't help herself. Sola's cutting remarks from the previous day were still too fresh. Pooja frowned, granting the point. "My mother is a creature of the past," she said, "but I haven't yet lost all hope of bringing her around. When one considers the legacy of Palpatine, the utter ruin he visited upon my aunt, her marriage, her husband, the Jedi, and the Republic, the shame he brought to Naboo, it is very gratifying to know that Padme's son and daughter plays such a significant role in his downfall. That has to count for something." "One would think so," Mara agreed. Luke was barely listening, just breathing in that cloud of satisfaction and serenity that felt so instinctively familiar, almost able to touch a bygone time before anything had been ruined, when there had been nothing but newlywed hope and possibility, as fragile and ephemeral as a handful of snowflakes. Luke held it while he could, knowing it would pass all too soon, returning him to a world in which he and Leia had been the only embers to emerge from the ash. If he closed his eyes and reached far enough, he could for a moment inhabit a reality in which none of that had happened, floating in an infinite number of bright might-have beings, Anakin and Padme at their best with their whole future ahead of them. It was real, more real than any holo could ever be, and he wanted to remember it. Mara let him go as he wandered away from her, trailing his fingers along the stonework, not entirely present as he blindly felt his way through the shadows of what had once been. It was already more than they had hoped for, and she was happy for him. Pooja came to stand with her, her brow furrowed, watching her celebrated cousin navigate a dimension she couldn't fathom. "What is it?" she asked, lowering her voice. "Can he see the past?" "Not see it," Mara explained. "He can't feel it. It's like..." She groped for an accurate description as Luke's steps took him farther into the house. "Remember the simplicity of being a child, going to sleep knowing your parents were happy and that they loved you, that tomorrow would be even better than today. That's what this place feels like, and I can't blame Luke for wanting to just sit in it for a while. He's never had that before." Pooja's frown became a sympathetic smile. "Are all Jedi so perceptive?" she asked. "That's an incredible ability, but it sounds very distracting." "Not all of them," Mara explained with a wry smile of her own. "Skywalker Jedi are considered freaks even among their peers, but even an average knight would feel something here. It's really strong, as if Anakin accidentally spun up a force nexus that hasn't dissipated yet." She sighed and nodded after her husband. "If Luke stays this plugged in, he's going to spin it up again. And then I guess Ben will be bringing his kids here and spinning it up for them. And maybe Jason and Jaina. I hope the rest of the Nabaris won't mind a parade of Jedi cousins using this place as a retreat house." The sounds of splashing and shouting erupted below the balcony. "Master Ben," Nana protested, "come away from the water, and do not wet your clothes." "Stand down, Nana," Mara said, countermanding the droid. "Let the boys be boys." She leaned over the rail and caught her son's eye. "Hey, don't drown, okay?" "Okay, Mom. I'm sure the rest of the family will be amenable," Pooja assured her. Then she also nodded after Luke. "Go on," she said, "Nana, and I will keep an eye on the boys." Mara smiled gratefully, sure she was missing something momentous. "Thank you." She followed Luke's path through the quiet of the house, each room decorated with an intimate opulence fit for royalty. She finally found her husband stretched out on the bed in the master chamber overlooking another lakeside balcony, resting in the eye of that swirling force nexus she had been describing to Pooja. Luke had inserted tendrils of himself into it, existing for a few moments in perfect harmony with the ghosts of his parents. It was a drug like no other, and it lit up his mind in ways he would probably never know again. That was the irony of it. The more intensely Luke embraced the phenomenon, the more his own presence overpowered and muted the fading impressions of the past. The nexus itself was strengthened, but its flavor was slowly changing. Mara kicked off her boots and lay down beside him, staring at the gilded ceiling and just being present for him. Luke closed his hand around hers, glad to share the experience. Bonded as they were, Mara could not only feel it as clearly as he did, but she could understand it in a context she would not otherwise have known. It was that childlike perception of well-being again, something he actually had known in the dark and distant past, very briefly, like the melody of a half-remembered song. It struck Mara in a surprisingly vulnerable place, recalling those bleak years she tried never to think about, adjusting to her new reality after Palpatine had taken her, when that melody of childhood had stopped and everything had suddenly become cold and grim and lonely. Framed like that, she could absolutely understand the glistening trail beside Luke's eye. "I'm so sorry," she said into the stillness, and she meant it. Anakin Skywalker's mutation into an accidental family annihilator wasn't in any way her fault, but she was compelled to say something. Luke had suffered alone too many times already, and she was determined to walk every step of this road with him. Luke squeezed her hand, trying to hold the fleeting happiness without dwelling on the inescapable fact that it had all ended in disaster. It wasn't easy, and eventually he was obliged to let it go, withdrawing from the larger currents of the Force and shrinking back into his human parameters. "None of this is your fault," he protested, echoing her thoughts. There had been a brief time in the recent past when a malicious rumor had suggested that Mara had been responsible for Padmé's death in her capacity as the Emperor's hand, a chilling possibility they had thankfully been able to definitively disprove. But even as they had sat in the uncertainty, Mara had been touched by Luke's willingness to forgive her even if it had been true. He wouldn't blame her for being used by Palpatine, even if one of her victims had been his own mother. "Well, somebody should be sorry," she insisted, "so until somebody else steps up, I'll volunteer." He gave her a playful shove with his elbow. "Don't worry about it," he said. "I don't need you to be sorry. This place is amazing." That's definitely one word for it. Mara was sorting through some of the implications in her mind. "You're going to insist on having this room, aren't you?" Luke turned to look at her. "Do you mind?" Mara frowned. "Judging by the volatile energy in here, I'm forced to conclude that your father spent some of the best days of his life in this room. It's going to take me a minute to get used to the idea of sleeping in your parents' bed, but I'll do it for your sake." Luke scoffed, not unamused. "That was almost 60 years ago, my love," he pointed out. "I'm sure they've changed the sheets since then." "I suppose so," she allowed. "No need to be weird about it." Letting Luke get his fix by basking in the echoes of Anakin's better self was just another step along that difficult road they were walking together, and Mara wasn't going to be put off so easily, not even if it meant trying to sleep with that persistent specter hovering above her. It was all part of a belated but necessary process. Luke needed this. Needed to be dragged through the messy tangle of joy and grief and discovery and loss if he was ever going to find any lasting peace and lay his parents to rest in his own mind. He had slapped a patch on it more than 30 years ago, but he had always wanted more. He deserved more. 2 minutes wasn't enough time to have a satisfying conversation with anyone, much less the tragic Raquel father he had almost died dragging back to sanity. As frustrating as it could be, This wasn't a problem Mara could solve for him. But she could confront it with him, however tortuous, painful, or bizarre the process proved to be. They spent the rest of the day settling in. The groundskeeper and his wife gave them the full guided tour of the house and the gardens, explaining the significance of the landscape and all the decor. Luke listened politely, reasonably interested in the details, but he could feel the significance of everything of immediate concern to him. The whole place was crisscrossed with vestiges of Anakin and Padme, the strength of Anakin's abject devotion imprinting her there with greater clarity than might otherwise have been expected of someone not intentionally entrenched in the Force. Ben's eyes glazed over after the first hour, although he dutifully continued to exhibit his best behavior throughout the remainder of the presentation. If his son was willing, Luke would guide him through the subtle impressions later. That evening they took advantage of the opportunity to enjoy the mild weather with a campfire supper on the lakeshore, pleasantly reminiscent of those early years they had spent rebuilding the academy on Ossus. Dared and Rui were showing Ben how to roast silex nuts in a wire cage over the fire until they exploded into an airy snack. Mara and Pooja were engaged in a conversation of their own, and Luke was just enjoying sitting near the grass and feeling the life of the planet beneath him. As valuable as the lessons of his upbringing on Tatooine had proven to be, he could still regret being deprived of a childhood on Naboo. It was just one more thing he was glad Ben would be able to experience, even if only for a few weeks at a time. They would absolutely have to come back, and soon. He tried to imagine himself and Leia growing up with Pooja and Ryu, raised by Sola, or perhaps by their Naberi grandparents. How would that have worked out? Maybe Owen and Beru Lars could have lived out their quiet, albeit lonely lives in relative peace. Maybe Alderaan would never have been targeted. Or, Luke reasoned, the rosy vision fracturing at the edges. Would the same drama have played itself out regardless? He didn't think anything could have kept Leia out of the diplomatic service, especially considering their heritage. She and Pooja would have been neck-deep in the Naboo resistance. He'd probably ride alongside them. Would the Naberis have withheld him from the Jedi the same way Uncle Owen had? Worse, would Palpatine have been able to recruit or eliminate them both much earlier? That thread led nowhere good, and Luke shook off the daydream. It was a waste of time anyway. My mother's family would always come up here during their school retreats, Pooja was saying. She would tell us how she and Padme used to swim out to that island nearly every day and almost always stay out until their parents had to send a boat for them. What's out there that was so fascinating? Mara asked, scrutinizing the little peak in the midst of the lake, touched with the warm light of sunset. Nothing really, Pooja admitted. Just a sandy bit of land, some trees, some rocks. Maybe that was its charm, the simple isolation. I'll admit to being rather disappointed the first time I ventured out there. Luke smiled, appreciating the image of his mother as someone who would happily dive into a lake every morning. That was something one could miss in a series of senatorial holos or stolen intimacies on Coruscant. Triumphant, the boys left the fire and joined the adults on the bluff, bringing their bowls of fresh Silex puffs. Ben happily plopped down in the grass beside Luke and offered him some. It was a deeply ingrained habit Luke wasn't in a hurry to correct, stemming from their reunion as a family when Ben was nearly 3 years old, when Mara had made it abundantly clear that he was to be as helpful as possible during his father's slow recovery from the amphistaphedon. He had been bringing Luke things like an attentive aide de camp ever since, even 7 years later when Luke was once again as able-bodied as anyone his age could reasonably hope to be. It was an unspoken tradition now, best appreciated in silence. Fire-roasted Silex puffs had a pleasant nutty flavor, despite having the consistency of packing foam. "Boys," Pooja said as the evening deepened around them, "not to mix business with pleasure, but I hope you both realize what a unique opportunity this is. If either of you has any questions for Cousin Luke, now would be the time to ask." She turned back to him. "If you don't mind, that is." Luke offered an easy shrug. "I teach for a living," he said. "I've heard it all. Dart has recently been studying the U.S. Hanvong invasion," Pooja explained, "and Rui has just begun the Galactic Civil War. Can you visit my class when we get back?" Dart asked immediately. "Mine too," Rui insisted. Luke hesitated behind a tolerant smile, easily able to imagine the social clout the pair of them stood to gain in the eyes of their peers if they could produce him on demand. "I wouldn't want to disrupt your lessons," he said, "but maybe we can arrange something with your instructors. We'll see." "Did it hurt to have your hand cut off?" Rui asked, unashamed of his curiosity. Pooja was obviously mortified, but Luke didn't mind, and he decided to lean into the juvenile irreverence. "Yeah, it hurt a lot," he admitted. "The thing about lightsabers is that they don't cut so much as burn things off. It means you don't bleed out, but then the medics have to cut off a bit more to get a clean anchor for the cybernetic. The pain is atrocious, but it's the smell that really gets you." "Can we see it?" Dart. "Sure, you can see it." Luke pushed up his sleeve and showed them the seam on his forearm, even popped open the faceplate on his wrist to show them the working elements inside. "It takes some getting used to," he said, "but is equipped with pain sensors, and is almost as good as the real thing. Have you never seen one before? They're unfortunately pretty common in my line of work, be that Jedi or pilot." "We saw a model once," Dart said, morbidly fascinated. "Uncle Janarin was trying to get into the cybernetics business a few years ago." Mara snorted. "Of course he was." "So, Darth Vader did that?" Rui asked, his tone implying that the name loomed large in their family consciousness, and that he only said it to put his own thoughts in order. "Was he really your father?" "Anakin Skywalker was my father," Luke said, insisting on the subtle difference, "and Anakin Skywalker was Darth Vader, so yes." "Does that mean we're related too?" "I suppose that would make him your great-granduncle by marriage, if you really wanted to claim it." Dart looked thoughtful. "Is it true that the Emperor was a dark Jedi?" "A Sith Lord, actually," Luke explained. "But now we're getting into distinctions that probably don't really matter to non-Jedi. Maybe they don't explore the esoteric details in your Corsadex, but his Sith name was Darth Sidious, and he was a master of the strategic long game, operating in plain sight for decades before he dissolved the Republic. Every Sith Lord takes an apprentice, who usually kills him and begins the cycle again. Sidious, however, went through a few unfortunate apprentices before he groomed Anakin into Darth Vader, and by the Battle of Endor, he was hoping to replace Vader with me. Because of your mother or your father? Or both? Luke paused, the question sending an inexplicable chill up his spine. Why? He asked. Well, Dare fumbled. Palpatine always seemed determined to see great-grandauntie Padme in high places, and you said he was playing the long game? Maybe he had his own reasons. It's true, Pooja admitted as both Luke and Mara looked to her for confirmation. It was Senator Palpatine who first suggested to her parents that Padme run for the throne. In retrospect, it is a bit disturbing the way he seemed to handpick her. Well, that was disturbing. Luke wasn't sure exactly what to think of that yet, but think he absolutely would. Palpatine always had his own reasons. Once again, it was too close for comfort, and he didn't like it. Who was scarier? Rui asked, dragging Luke out of his own thoughts. Darth Vader or Palpatine? Or Shimra? Dared at it. Realizing he had on multiple occasions survived the living equivalent of the most epic master-level hologames they could imagine, Luke tried to answer in kind. Darth Vader was terrifying, he admitted, but fortunately he was never actually trying to kill me. Shimra was huge, but nothing more than a meat-headed thug when it came to it. Palpatine was something else entirely. Palpatine could get in your mind and make you doubt your own thoughts, and he was always 10 steps ahead. I think I could probably take him now, but I still wouldn't want to if I could help it. If my father hadn't suckered him from behind, things could have been very different. The boys really weren't interested in historical facts and insights, much to their grandmother's consternation, but were brimming with that superficial curiosity appropriate to children. Luke even allowed them to handle his lightsaber under close supervision, securing the hilt in his own fist as he let each of them hold and activate the weapon, experiencing the surprising weight of it in the dynamic force of the blade. It was an everyday reality for him, but plainly the power trip of a lifetime for his young cousins. Finally, perhaps sensing the approach of bedtime, Dared introduced a more serious subject. What was the Battle of Coruscant really like? He asked. Luke glanced at Mara, and she answered with a keenly sympathetic expression. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, he said, which was true. It was crowded, chaotic, protracted, and it felt like the end of that world, and in many ways it was. I suppose we should be grateful it's still inhabitable, unlike Aether and so many others, but Coruscant will never be the same. It was the death of the New Republic. Our father was an A9 pilot for Fleet Group 2, based out of the Bail Organa, Dared explained, treating the details with a sort of quiet reverence. Again, Luke shared a glance with Mara. Fleet Group 2 had been almost completely destroyed. We were both in X-Wings, leading Saber Squadron, he said. We were the Yamsk Hunters. Those were the battle coordinators, Dared said, recalling what he had already learned. The brains that kept the fleet maneuvers organized. They used to only bring one at a time, Luke said, but by then we had learned to identify their signal signature and launch surgical strikes. So they hedged their bets and brought at least 5. We got 4 of them before the War Master caught on and surrounded the 5th with a literal wall of coral skippers Mara added. By then the planet was already lost. Yeah, we read about that. Dare didn't seem to know exactly what to say, although apparently felt obligated to say something. Dad was a very good pilot, he insisted. He scored in the 91st percentile in the fleet command sims. I'm sure he was, Luke soothed as earnestly as he could. Starfighter combat isn't for the faint of heart, and I've seen a lot of great pilots die. Saber Squadron was my own elite unit, more than half of them Jedi, and we were gutted that day. Even we were shot down, he said, indicating himself and his wife. Mara was completely disabled. I was on fire, and it was only by virtue of being Jedi that we were able to crash into the Western Sea and swim out. Ben was almost captured, and the retreat might have left us behind if the Solos hadn't picked us up. It was chaos, and everything was crumbling. I don't think there was anything else anyone could have done. They told us the Vong fleet had thousands of ships. Tens of thousands, Mara corrected. We needed every pilot we had, Luke assured them, and could have used hundreds more. It was very courageous of your father to volunteer, no matter what anyone might say to the contrary, he added, thinking of Janrin. And I'm told he was primarily thinking of you too and your mother. Dare poked at the dirt with a stick. Maybe, he allowed. Didn't really work out very well, Rui mumbled, looking glum. Luke sighed, unable to fault them for their regret. Sometimes things don't work out the way we'd like them to, he said, quietly inundated with fragmented memories of his burning childhood home of Obi-Wan, of Anakin and Padme, the whole Yuuzhan War, the predations of the Peace Brigade, the knock-on effect of the Miracle mission, the fate of Anakin Solo. Sometimes they really don't. What you do with what's left is entirely up to you. They called it a night soon afterward, and they all retired to their individual bedrooms. Pooja had her own quarters. The boys wanted to stay together, and Luke and Mara were granted the master suite. Luke lingered on the balcony overlooking the lake, too preoccupied to sleep. Billions of stars shone in the black sky between the hills, a riot of strange constellations. Once again, he tapped deeply into that well of energy his father had left behind, existing within the entire estate as though in that liminal space somewhere outside of time in an eternal present. Here, away from the distracting crowds of Theed, he was certain he could use that to his advantage. He was finally prepared to look back, consciously reaching toward his first memories. He was certain he had some somewhere. Leia's recollection of their mother had been strangely vivid. Memories that had to have been rooted in Force-enhanced perception now that they knew Padme had died just moments after their birth. Luke's own parallel experience had been rather different. When that faceless monster Darth Vader had claimed him as a son and insisted that Luke's own feelings would confirm the truth. His whole world had broken in that moment, looking at those inhuman features with fresh eyes and realizing with sickening certainty that he did recognize him, a twisted and mutilated presence that had once been warm and safe and familiar. That had to be some Force-enhanced prenatal instinct imprinted somewhere at the very foundations of his mind. Whatever had happened later, they had been a family once, and Luke wanted to remember that if he could. He would probably need some help, though. Hey, Mara said, coming out to join him and running her hand along his back. You're still awfully spun up. I might as well be trying to sleep under an industrial floodlight. Sorry, Luke apologized, slipping his arm around her. What do you think the odds are of getting the administration to posthumously decorate Oberyn Varuna? I think his family would appreciate it. I'd say the odds are pretty good if you nominate him, Mara said. The medal won't matter much, but the acknowledgement would be nice. Now, she said, affectionately slapping him on the back, stop deflecting and tell me what you're really thinking about. Luke sighed. Mara, do you think you could help me search my memories? I want to go way back to the beginning, and I don't think I can do it alone. Mara frowned. She had always had her doubts about stirring up what might be best left in the past. If that's what you really want, she said, with some hesitation. I want everything I can possibly have, Luke insisted. It might be awful, but so be it. Whatever it is mine. She sighed, the right tilt of her eyebrows expressing her last impotent reservations. Okay, then, of course I'll help you. They were so focused on one another that they both jumped when their bedroom door opened unexpectedly. Dad, Ben complained, standing there in his nightclothes with a groggy squint. You're smothering me. Think you could dial it down a little? I'm sorry, Ben, Luke apologized again. It might be a little intense for a minute, but it won't last long, I promise. Go back to bed. Rather than obey, Ben ventured farther into the room as his eyes adjusted to the light. Why? He asked with cautious interest. Are you going to try something? Maybe, Mara admitted, her tone implying that it was strictly adult business and that young boys ought to do as they were told. Ben ignored the cues. Can I help? He asked, almost hesitantly. I know I'm still new to all this Jedi stuff, but it's my family too, and I guess I just want to help somehow if I can. You know, be a part of it. His offer was unexpected, very aspirational, and quite touching. Luke looked at Mara and took her hand. We did make a good team once, he said, remembering the day Ben had been born, when all three of them had united in the Force to defeat her wasting disease. Mara was reluctant, but she recognized that facing unpleasant realities at an inappropriate age seemed to be an integral part of all their childhoods. They had agreed as recently as a few years ago that they would raise Ben differently, that there would be no looming family secrets of any kind. That reason alone might have brought her around to the idea, but it was Ben's earnest goodwill, inherited entirely from his father, that made it impossible for her to refuse. With her tacit permission, Luke turned back to their son. I wouldn't ask you to, he insisted, but you can join us if you want. They all sat cross-legged on the ground, Mara and Ben with the railing at their backs, and Luke facing them. He closed his eyes and began emptying his mind of all extraneous thoughts, deconstructing every mental barrier he had ever built, making himself as open and vulnerable as possible. What are we doing? Ben was whispering to his mother. We're trying to see into your father's first memories, she explained in a low voice. Just follow my lead and let him do the hard part. They sounded farther away than they were. Luke lay completely open before his wife, the arrangement made easier by their existing bond, and after 17 years she knew her way around his mind almost as well as he did. He felt her preparing her angle of attack, and strove to preemptively suppress any reflexive resistance. "What do you think?" he murmured without opening his eyes, the three of them existing as individual lights in a void. "Quick and dirty." "Quick and dirty," Mara agreed. "I don't know how long we'll be able to keep it up, and we'll get hopelessly sidetracked if we don't go deep." "All right, whenever you're ready." Mara and Ben became less distinct as they reinforced one another, until she finally drove the white-hot point of her awareness deep into Luke's adolescence. She held that path open to the light as a surgeon would dilate a wound, giving Luke the freedom to sift through what he found there. He didn't linger long, drifting backward through scenes from his childhood. The blistering heat of Tatooine, the grit of sand beneath his feet, struggling droids perpetually choked with dust, Uncle Owen's stern but well-intentioned discipline, Aunt Beru's steady kindness, Biggs flying his skyhopper, breakfast before dawn, the gardens, the suns, a rare visit from Aunt Dama and Uncle Sam, grit beneath his hands as he learned to crawl, the warmth and scent of Beru as she held him close to her chest. A different presence, different but no less kind, masculine and strong in the Force, Obi-Wan. They were close now. Luke strained backward in the dark, because nothing was visual anymore, just flashes of empathy, intuition, and instinct. He drew Mara and Ben deeper, holding the path open, until there she was. There she was at the very beginning, just as Leia had described her, a warm presence as familiar as anything he had ever known, beautiful, kind, and sad. "I have no memory of my mother," he had said. "I never knew her." But he did, and he had, for 8 or 9 of the most nebulously formative months of his life. There was only the warm and the dark, the equally nebulous glow pressed close beside him that he now knew to be Leia, and the dim but all-encompassing reality an unborn child understood to be Mother. She had been everything, his entire world, his spirit and his temperament intimately molded by her own. Now she had a name. Now she had a face. Luke grasped that instinctive memory in his conscious thought, unwilling to lose it again. He pressed harder, even as he felt Mara and Ben faltering beneath the strain. He had to see everything. Suddenly there was fear, pain, a raw anguish shared by all three of them. He was pulled away from Leia into a world of bitter cold and blinding light, and he realized he was remembering his own birth. There was another masculine presence, not Anakin. It was Obi-Wan again, he knew from the holo. But Anakin was there, he thought, just on the edge of his awareness, as if from a great distance. Anakin, too, was screaming into the darkness even as they were. Luke's perception of his mother was fading, not only because he had been removed from her, but because he knew she was dying. Even as the force of Padme's life dimmed, Anakin's distant agony became more distinct, and then Luke recognized him in a hideous bolt of clarity. Someone who was insinuated into their family tragedy like a pervasive rot. Not mourning but scheming, siphoning his mother's life away to anchor his father in his burnt and ravished body. Every instinct in Luke rose up in protest. But what could he do? He was an infant with no power, no voice, and no comprehension of how thoroughly Sheev Palpatine had broken his family. Mara could see everything she and Ben experienced in Luke's fleeting memories with him as they all bore the strain of holding that portal open. She recognized Palpatine the same moment he did, shared his flash of horror and disgust, and then it all collapsed as a primal rejection pulsed out of Luke with enough violence to shove Mara and Ben back against the railing. The sudden stillness was oppressive and the silence deafening. Luke was staring blankly ahead, an explosion of grief and rage tenuously contained within a veneer of shock. They had discovered an entirely new facet of the tragedy, as Mara had been afraid they would, and Luke had walked into it with his eyes wide open. Sorting through that was going to wreck him for a bit. "Ben," she whispered, patting him on the arm, "go to bed. Your father needs some space right now. We'll talk in the morning." Sensing the gravity of the moment, Ben obeyed without question. Mara could already feel him vanishing in the Force as he went, hiding from the storm he knew was coming. Scooting closer until their knees touched, Mara took Luke's hands in hers. She didn't disturb the silence with words, but she flooded their bond with compassion, needing him to know once again how very sorry she was. There was nothing they could do to change it. There was no way they could prove it, but now they were both miserably certain that Padme Amidala had not died of any medical complication, but was just another of the myriad victims sacrificed to the Emperor's convenience. Luke squeezed her hands, confronting the ugly truth by degrees. "He killed her," he finally said, screwing his eyes shut as if that could help anything. "He killed her, and then he let my father go on believing that he had. He wanted to rage, but he knew he shouldn't." The rest of his useless tirade reduced to a strangled, bestial growl. The only other option was to cry, and he didn't really want to do that either. Mara pivoted to sit beside him, looking out over the dark expanse of the lake shimmering with reflected starlight. Palpatine may have been the ruinous root of all their misery, but he wasn't the only player. They might be able to gain something from the experience despite him. "She smiled at you in the end," Mara observed. R2 had been on the wrong side of the room to record it, and it had been only a flicker of a suggestion in their imperfect perception now, but bittersweet smiles often felt that way. "Did you catch that?" "No, I didn't," Luke admitted, barely holding himself together. "I guess I was too distracted." "Did your father ever smile after you took off his mask?" "Yes." Luke was dragged across the decades into another melancholy memory, one of his most carefully guarded and most often revisited. "He did." Mara put her arm around him, offering all the support and solace she had to give. "Then I suppose the last thing that made both your parents smile," she said, "was you." That did it. Luke's composure crumbled, and he collapsed into Mara's shoulder, letting the storm of repressed emotion drain out of him. She simply held him, content to bear his burdens with him as long as he needed her to. That was what spouses did. He had offered to do the same for her in the past, to probe her mind for some clue to her origins, but Mara had always refused. She had never wanted this the way he did. Even though the memory would leave him angry and desolate, Mara knew Luke would treasure it for the rest of his life. She had no desire to remember, not now. She liked her family just the way it was, and had no time to waste grieving parents she had never known. It was just something else Palpatine had taken from them. Whatever he had done, the Emperor hadn't managed to keep them from each other. He had certainly tried, and it had taken them a long time to regroup, but the next generation was alive and well, and eventually the Skywalker legacy would eclipse House Palpatine entirely. It was cold comfort in the moment, but it was the best they had. Chapter 6. Across the Abyss. It was a very quiet night, dark and heavy with a kind of primeval peace that could not be disturbed by the drama of the transient beings flitting across it, no matter what cruelties they inflicted upon one another. Luke was happy to bury himself in it, desperate for some escape from the ravaged landscape of his life. Tomorrow he would be able to handle it, but for tonight there was nothing but the fresh night air wafting in from the balcony, the scratching of the insects, the gentle lapping of the water, the close warmth of Mara, and quite possibly someone else. His skin prickling with the subtle certainty that he was being watched, Luke thrust himself up on his elbow. The shimmering blue-white figure on the balcony didn't entirely surprise him. He quickly slid out of bed and stalked outside to meet the elusive spirit, determined that it wasn't going to get away without at least some conversation this time. They stood regarding each other quietly at first, just as eager and awkward as the last time they had met, but for very different reasons. Luke wasn't a prisoner in restraints this time, and his father's features weren't obscured behind a mask, but the intervening years had been heavy ones. "Hi," Luke finally began, breaking the ethereal silence, his tone dry, abrupt, and more than a bit impatient. "Isn't this against the rules somehow?" The ghost of Anakin Skywalker just smiled at him, forgiving the brusque greeting. He shrugged. "You've accepted the office of Grand Master now," he said, "with all the attendant duties, privileges, and prerogatives. You make the rules." Luke narrowed his eyes. He had seen counterfeits before, notably Exar Kun's attempt to masquerade as his father in his dreams a few decades earlier, but this felt different. This felt real. Anakin's smile faded. "Luke, by now you may well be the most powerful Jedi ever known. Your very existence challenges the rules." The smile came creeping back. "Besides, since when have you been a rigid adherent of the old ways? Your formation broke all the conventions. You granted yourself the rank of master when it suited you, built your own training regimen, formed your own Jedi Council, and openly keep a wife and son in the temple. You seem quite capable of making your own rules." Luke felt his lip curl. "I didn't have much of a choice most of the time," he observed. "I had your mess to contend with." Anakin bowed his head in a mute act of contrition, granting the point. "Look," Luke said, cutting to the chase before they went any farther, "how can I be sure you're really you and not just a dream?" Another shrug. "Maybe you can't," Anakin said. "Does it really matter?" "Yes, it matters," Luke insisted, a lifetime of frustration finally finding an object. "I want to know whether I'm talking to my father or to myself. And don't give me that slack about certain points of view." Anakin seemed more wryly amused by that than the comment seemed to warrant. "I have heard that Obi-Wan exercised considerable creative license with the details." He sat down on the stone bench between the planters and invited Luke to join him. Luke found himself accepting the proffered seat before he could remember to be stiff and disapproving. For what it's worth, I can promise you this is not a dream. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. Then where have you been? Luke demanded, hearing some of the hurt and disappointment of his younger years leak into his voice. I didn't mind not talking the first time because I was sure you'd be back. It's been 32 years. I could have used some advice on a few occasions. Why did you leave me like that? His father seemed equally exasperated. Yoda wouldn't let me come, he finally admitted. Grandmasters are not people to be trifled with, alive or dead. He assumed any advice of mine would do you more harm than good, and maybe he was right. Luke sniffed indignantly. Strange, considering you were the only one willing to tell me the truth. Now, that's a bit uncalled for, Anakin cautioned him, although not entirely unjustified. My motives were hardly pure at the time, you'll recall, and Yoda and Obi-Wan only wanted the best for you. They wanted me to kill you. Well, they weren't the only ones. No, Luke allowed, but they knew who you were. And they knew that I didn't know. Were they never going to tell me, just hoping I wouldn't find out? That had always bothered him when he thought about it. The inescapable fact that his mentors had conspired to steer him into an unwitting act of patricide. It just seemed like the kind of thing that should require informed consent. I know. Anakin sounded resigned, acknowledging that there was no way to pretty up that conclusion. But don't hold it against them. That was just the old Jedi way. None of them had fathers, or mothers, or family of any kind. It shouldn't have mattered who your father was. All Jedi were fatherless. I suppose, Luke said, grudgingly granting the point, but I still don't like it. Obviously, I'll admit to having a strong personal bias on the subject, Anakin continued, but I have to say I prefer what you've done with the Order. Not separating the younglings from their parents, even making the extra effort to keep families together during the training. It just seems healthier. I can't tell you how often I wanted to contact my mother, to just let her know I was alive, and to see that she was all right. He turned to meet Luke's gaze, his eyes shadowed by regret. I've wondered how things could have been different if I hadn't been obliged to hide my wife and my children. I'm not trying to blame the council for my bad choices, but having a secret like that can be very isolating. There it was again, toxic secrecy, burning holes through everything it touched. Luke scowled at the ground. I hate secrets. But how do I know I'm in the right? I'm not exactly unbiased myself, he said, nodding back toward his wife sleeping in the bedroom. I barely knew the Jedi code before I was punted into the big leagues. Who am I to go around changing whole chunks of it with a few keystrokes? Anakin's sympathetic look turned a bit sly. Now, I know you've been wanting to ask that question for years, he said, but I'm pretty sure you already know the answer, or you wouldn't have been bold enough to go ahead and do it. First, you're the senior master, and nobody alive knows more about it than you do. Second, you spent years studying whatever you could find, and whatever changes you made were made out of conviction rather than convenience. Third, he concluded, and probably most important, You lived through a crucible that already informed every instinct you need to understand the core of the problem. You experienced the secrecy, the half-truths, the dysfunction caused by the well-intentioned but probably counterproductive disregard for family ties. When you saw that for what it was, you believed it could be different, that the Jedi could be better without having to sacrifice the essence of who they were, and you proved it. That by itself was an impressive act of initiative, especially for one so young. His expression softened with hard-earned humility and profound gratitude, and one for which I'm personally very grateful. The conversation was reminding Luke why he had been willing to gamble his own life and the entire rebellion on the belief that kindness and compassion could conquer empires, that while there was life there was hope, and that, whatever Darth Vader may have done, Anakin Skywalker still had dignity, still had value, and was still a man worth saving. It was true that his entire approach to the Jedi Code had crystallized that day at Endor, and he still had no reason to regret it. "I'd do it again," he said. "Even now." The profession clearly meant a great deal to Anakin, and he wasn't ashamed to show it. "Thank you," he said, sounding as if he had almost been afraid he might get a different answer now that certain details had come to light. "I'm sure it's more than I deserve." "Maybe," Luke admitted, arching his brow and putting on his best stern look, although he didn't quite have the heart to frown. "I'm just sentimental that way." "Well, I can't say it's done you any disservice," Anakin said, "considering what you've managed to accomplish with it. Sentimentality apparently isn't quite the fatal flaw they told us it was. Comparing what you've built, Luke, with the structures I knew." He shook his head. "Any system that lends itself to less subterfuge and deceit is an improvement, in my opinion." Now Luke did frown. "What are you talking about?" Anakin gave him a sidelong look. "No disrespect to the council of my day," he began, "but let's just say that, considering the alternative, I prefer to see the Grand Master living in a healthy marriage with the freedom to raise his own son and give him his name. Whatever the rules, people will be people, and people have passions, and passions often have consequences. Where do you think many of the temple younglings came from back in the good old days?" he asked. Luke supposed it was a fair question, and he didn't like the implications. "Mysterious, unattached Jedi adepts," Anakin continued, "never to know their parents, never to return home. A few falsified records, a false name or two, and so the unacknowledged and inconvenient offspring of the Jedi found their way into the fold. Everyone knew it happened now and then, but no one talked about it. The most important thing was that everyone remained unattached." He sighed. "I didn't want to play that game. Your mother deserved better, and I wasn't going to renounce the right to acknowledge you or any child of ours, so we took the risk of a secret marriage. We still had no idea what we were doing. We had no plan and no recourse, just a love we thought could conquer anything." She did deserve better, Luke caught himself thinking, but then he stopped. This was no time to take the coward's route. This was a transient opportunity, and if he had something to say, everything he had wanted to say at the mausoleum, he had better damn well say it. The things our two had witnessed were branded into his memory. "Father," he began. "Dad," he amended, trying the word the way Ben and the other kids used it. What happened? What happened? I know you loved her, but I saw what happened on Mustafa. How could you? How could you do that to us? Anakin closed his eyes and wrapped his arms closer around his chest. I lost myself, he said simply. I tried so hard to hold our world together that I crushed it, and for years I still wasn't entirely sure how it happened. I'd give anything to change it. I had no guidance for forming healthy attachments, and I let love become an all-consuming jealous obsession until I was willing to sacrifice anything or anyone to preserve what we had. The pursuit of more power and more control eclipsed everything else until I became the poison that destroyed us. It was as satisfactory an answer as he was ever going to get, and Luke could see the perverse logic of it, even if he couldn't condone it. It could happen so suddenly, a subtle shift into interdependence, a fundamental loss of perspective, and anyone could easily find himself very far afield. I'm sorry you had to go through all that alone, he said. I can't imagine losing Mara. Anakin seemed taken aback by the sympathy. But I think you can, he countered. You've already faced the possibility on a few occasions, and with considerably more poise than I did. Maybe, Luke said, but I never quite accepted it, and I'm still not sure how I would cope if the worst ever did happen. Well, you'd better figure that out, Grand Master. You open this can of Skittles, and you'll have to set the example. Or should we hope that you die first? Luke skewered him with a look. His father wasn't wrong. The only certainty in life was death, but it still wasn't something he liked to think about, particularly when other people felt obliged to remind him to think about it. If nothing else, Anakin added, leaning in with some self-deprecating humor, I could still be a fine example of what not to do. Oh, don't worry, Luke assured him. You're one of my favorite object lessons. The ensuing silence wasn't uncomfortable, but Luke realized there was something else he had to get off his chest now that he had the chance, once and for all. It probably went without saying, but he would air it anyway for his own sake. I never asked for this, you know, he said. The power, the rank, the prestige, the legacy, none of it. All I ever wanted was you, and Mom, and Leia, together. Naboo, Tatooine, Alderaan, Griffin, Coruscant, didn't matter. But I never had that or anything like it. Just a gaping black hole you left me to crawl out of. I know, Anakin agreed. I know, and I can never apologize enough for putting all that on you. The future I'd imagined was so different. The dreams your mother and I shared while we were here at Veracino. At some point, I decided I would see the entire galaxy burn before I would let those dreams die. And ironically, that was what killed them. I ruined everything. I have no excuse, and I am so very sorry. There wasn't much more he could reasonably be expected to say. It was enough for Luke to hear him say it, to look him in the eye and recognize his remorse. He nodded, falling back into the patterns of the firm but benevolent master his office required him to be. Apology accepted, Jedi Skywalker. A strange look flashed across Anakin's features, no doubt rooted in some extraneous context Luke didn't understand, but then it was gone. I don't know if it makes it any better, Anakin continued, but none of that happened because you were ever unloved or unwanted. I didn't look for you because I thought you were dead, and honestly, I wouldn't have been good for you then. As soon as I realized my son was alive, I knew I had to find you. That was my new all-consuming obsession. I went about it like an absolute brute, but that was the motivation. I guess Yoda and Obi-Wan were really counting on your aversion to Tatooine, Luke observed. In retrospect, the Lars farm seems like one of the most obvious places to put me. Oh, yes, Anakin said, now looking extremely uncomfortable. The Larses. Listen, Luke, you might not know about this, and part of me is reluctant to even mention it, but while we're here I have to apologize for what I did to them. I'm sorry. I wasn't in my right mind at the time. Frustrations were running high, and what happened was inexcusable. I just need you to know that. What are you saying? Luke asked, his stomach balling itself into a knot, the memory of Owen and Beru's charred corpses as fresh as the day he'd found them. That was you. He found himself on his feet without any memory of how he'd gotten there. I didn't realize you were their foster son. I don't care if you thought Jabba the Hutt was their foster son. You don't do that to people. Luke was shouting, venting anger he hadn't realized he still had, obliged now to accept that this man, this tragic maniac, had been the death of both his mothers. Criffing hell, Anakin. I love them. And at the same time you were incinerating my childhood. You were torturing Leia and blasting her entire planet. As a point of order, Anakin insisted. It was Tarkin who pulled the trigger on Alderaan, and we all knew he was insane. But he amended as Luke squared on him. I will admit to being complicit in that too. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll bet you're sorry. Luke spat before his more disciplined brain caught up with his mouth. He sighed heavily and pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to come down again, filling his thoughts with those chirping insect calls. He deliberately stopped pacing and resumed his seat. Is there any part of our lives that you touched and didn't turn to ash? Well, Anakin hesitated. Would it be a low blow to recall that I saved you from Palpatine? At the last possible minute, Luke qualified, the exchange descending into banter. And that's probably canceled by the fact that you brought me up there in the first place instead of defecting nicely when I asked you to. In my defense, Anakin persisted, I'm going to point out that I died doing that, and I took the Emperor with me, so I think that trumps all. Luke rewarded him with the dry bark of a laugh, and then another sigh. I wish you hadn't, he said, still preferring in spite of everything that his father had survived his injuries at Endor. Anakin looked keenly sympathetic, both pleased and humbled to know Luke still cared so much. I don't see how it could have possibly been otherwise, he said. My death was the price of my freedom. Justice demanded it. I made the most amends I could, and my time was up. He smiled, a fond and bittersweet expression. I'm satisfied that our legacy will live on in all the incredible things you and your sister have been able to accomplish together. Your mother isn't able to tell you so herself, but we're very proud of you both. That stirred a much more pleasant spectrum of emotions, cutting through the fog of old grief and regret. What was she like? Luke asked. He thought he had a reasonably good idea by that time, but he wanted to hear what his father would say. She was. Anakin had to pause as an enormous smile spread across his face. She was wonderful. She was a lot like you, actually. Don't believe Sola for a minute, Luke. You may look like a Skywalker, but your heart is all Naboo. Your mother was strong, brave, loyal, kind, and generous to a fault. She didn't look very intimidating, but you didn't want to underestimate her. And she never gave up on me, he said, turning wistful, even when everyone else had, even when I'd become dangerous to her. That's what struck me most about you when we met again that last day. There was so much of her alive in you, and you had taken up her cause without even realizing it. It was just a matter of time at that point. I couldn't resist you both forever. It was a subtle but very satisfying feeling. Luke realized the sense of being grounded in his own reality, finally knowing exactly who he was, where he had come from, and how he fit into the larger picture. I knew the hero with no fear couldn't be completely dead, he insisted. Anakin scoffed. That was the dumbest name they ever came up with, he said. I was made of fear. The war didn't bother me, but I was terrified of loss, of change, of the future, of anything I couldn't control. It left me paranoid, jealous, angry, all the things that made me such a rotten friend, husband and father there at the end. What I couldn't control, I learned to hate. Eventually, I hated everything. I hated Obi-Wan. I hated the Jedi. I hated Palpatine, what was left of my body, that blasted suit, that awful paste I had to eat. Most of all, I hated myself and the mess I'd made of my life. I found some reason to hate everything and everyone I saw. He smiled again. Except you? I couldn't hate you, Luke. You gave me hope, a misguided villain's hope. But even that was an improvement. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, Luke said with genuine regret. It just seems like too little too late. Don't start apologizing for things you couldn't change, Anakin protested. You did everything you could for me, and more than anyone expected. My mess was entirely my fault. I had everything I should have wanted, but I ruined it by wanting more. You, thankfully, made better choices with your life. I threw it all away at 23 when Palpatine made his offer, but when you had the same chance, you said no. By 46 I was burned out and dead, but you had a wife, an infant son, and the other half of your life still ahead of you. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about that at the time, Luke admitted, painfully aware that he had already outlived his father by nearly 10 years. It had been a grim point of reference that had always lingered in the back of his mind, wondering what his 46th year would look like if he lived to see it. He hadn't expected it to bring him the crowning joy of his life, and he distinctly remembered staring out at the stars aboard the errant venture with a newborn in his arms, appreciating the quiet and yet monumental significance of first meeting his own son, at the same age Anakin Skywalker had truly met his, just before breathing his last aboard a doomed battle station. There was an undeniable and melancholy harmony to their lives, all the while playing in stark counterpoint to one another. Obi-Wan was very touched that you named young Ben after him, by the way, Anakin confided. He loved you like a son, though he would never be allowed to admit it, and certainly invested more time and care in your upbringing than I did. It means a lot, especially for someone who was never allowed to have sons of his own. He meant a lot to me, Luke said, although he knew it wasn't something he had to explain. Whatever difficulties he'd had with Obi-Wan, the old Jedi Master had been his constant, though often unseen guardian throughout his childhood, a presence Luke had not always understood, but always appreciated. There was a time when even he was tempted to leave the Order, Anakin told him. He met a woman, the kind that leaves an impression you just can't shake, and he wondered if a life and a family with her would be worth it. Maybe it would have been worth it, but then the galaxy would have been deprived of the legendary Master Kenobi. That's just the kind of unnecessary dichotomy I've been trying to avoid, Luke said. Is it really too much to hope for both? I could sooner stop breathing than leave the Order, but I wouldn't be myself without Mara. How are we supposed to be effective if we're only allowed to be half alive? Anakin shrugged. Just another of the many well-intentioned disciplines that ossified on the Order until the Jedi were suffocating themselves, he supposed. It was a problem no one really wanted to tackle. Luke shot him a rueful smile. Sorry you all missed the reforms by a generation. Anakin turned the same expression back on him. If I had known that Padme's son would be the next Grand Master, and that he would rebuild the entire Order exactly the way she would have, I wouldn't have worried. That was very gratifying to hear. Despite the fact that his mother had not been trained in the Force, perhaps had no aptitude at all, and was not able to manifest herself in the same way his father could, Luke was gradually feeling closer to her, finally able to recognize her in his own habits and personality quirks. His whole life had been spent trying to define what it meant to be a Skywalker, but now he was learning to understand himself in a very different context. It seemed the Naboo legacy lived loudly in him. His thoughts were impulsively drawn back to Grandfather Rui and his secret scrapbook. Luke hoped the old man's suspicions, though unproven at the time, had been some consolation in his last years. Anakin was looking at him again. It was the deep, melancholy, appreciative look of someone who understood how fleeting the best moments in life could be. I'm glad to see you happy, he said. It's a rare thing what you and Mara have together, bonded the way you are. That's not something that happens even once in 100 generations. Definitely a love story for the ages. Luke glanced away, a smile tugging at his mouth. She calls me her light, he said, but she's my anchor. She makes the madness make sense. I never did like her, Anakin admitted, hearkening back to the distant past. Probably just more bad judgment on my part. It seems so pointless now to remember we were fighting over Palpatine's favor. Do you know where she came from? Luke asked, still curious in spite of himself. Anakin shook his head. The Emperor kept his hands to himself, you might say. None of us knew where any of them came from, and they weren't even allowed to know about each other. There were rumors, certainly, that he found her in the underlevels of Coruscant, trafficked her from Kuwait, or even that he'd stolen her from Mandalore. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine. She says she doesn't want to know, Luke said. I kind of want to know, but that's not my patch to dig. Doesn't matter, Anakin insisted. You both know who she is. She's the woman who loves you, a Jedi Master, your wife, and the mother of your son. That's all she wants to be, and that's enough." It was enough. More than that, Luke was realizing that this unlooked-for conversation with his father was enough. He didn't have to ask the myriad petty questions that had cluttered his thoughts since childhood. He didn't even have to hope for another such meeting in the future, as much as he would like it. It was enough. He could accept it and be satisfied rather than be continuously grasping for more. It was already more than he had expected. They sat together in silence beneath the stars, deep in the heart of that remarkable place. That illusion of timelessness had briefly become real, and they were able to reach one another across the abyss of death itself. It was incredible. It was wonderful. It was enough. Luke finally sighed, aware that dawn was not far off. "Is it time for you to go?" he asked, climbing to his feet. Anakin smiled, doing the same. "I'm exactly where I should be," he said. "It's you who needs to go back." He nodded back toward the bedroom, back at Luke's sleeping form still in bed with Mara. With a queasy flash of clarity, Luke glanced down and realized he was just as spectral as his father, that he was visiting Anakin's world rather than the other way around. He was dressed in black, the front corner of his tunic hanging loose in a way that immediately transported him back to a fateful day on a forest moon 3 decades past. The time and distance didn't matter. For that moment, they were just two young men in their 20s, so similar and yet so different, each burdened with the sorrows of a lifetime. There was a powerful resonance between them, Luke's sympathy for the appalling disaster that had been his father's short life, his regret that he couldn't have been present for him sooner or shared his own life with him, Anakin's profound remorse intermixed with gratitude, and his enduring pride in what his son had been able to accomplish. The past was gone. They couldn't justify it. They couldn't change it. They couldn't fix it, but they could build on it. The field was there, but they would have to grow their own flowers. Luke didn't have enough hubris left to assume he had built a better Jedi Order than the one the Empire had destroyed, but he could still hope that he had. He reached without thinking to clasp his father's hand, and they were both a bit surprised that it was possible. Not satisfied with that under the circumstances, Anakin pulled him into an enormous hug that was long overdue, so strong and tight that Luke felt many cosmic injustices righting themselves. There were no tears in the spiritual realm, but just experiencing his father as a man rather than an armored cyborg was enough to reduce him to that deepest part of himself that had been frozen in time. A lonely boy who just wanted to know his parents. It was a cruel irony how much that knowledge usually hurt when he found it, but this was different. This was something he had wanted all his life. "I'd have visited you wherever the war tribunal put you," Luke professed into Anakin's broad shoulder, holding on with some of that frustrated desperation he felt at his mother's grave. "I wish the kids could have known you. We could have salvaged something." He felt rather than saw Anakin's sad smile. "I'm sure you would have," he said, "but I don't think there was a war tribunal in the galaxy that would have let me live, not even if Luke Skywalker had asked them to." He pulled back a bit to look him earnestly in the eye, holding him by the shoulders. "You're everything I should have been, Luke, and maybe more. I'm afraid I did a lousy job of being the chosen one. I'm sorry I couldn't carry that for us. that I left you so much of that burden. But you're the best legacy I could have asked for. You and Leia and all the kids. Don't regret it, and don't look back. You still have too much to live for." His earnest look hardened into a warrior's resolve, the kind that usually conceal deep wells of emotion. "Now," he said, "go back to Mara. Live that life you've earned for yourself, because time may be shorter than you think. You said you wanted my advice, and this was the hardest lesson I ever had to learn. Something I didn't accept until the end, something I think you already know. All things die, and eventually even stars burn out. Love as hard as you can, Grandmaster, and if you can somehow bear to meet the end with a smile and teach your knights to do the same, you will have conquered one of the greatest challenges of all." Chapter 7. Convergence. Mara woke in a smothering miasma of vicarious emotion, resentment, euphoria, anger, joy, grief, and fierce devotion, and she knew who she could thank for it. Luke's warmth was already gone from the bed, but his heaving sentiments lingered on her like stink on a wet Wookiee. She sat up and pushed her hair out of her face, trying to sort out how she actually felt. Luke was standing outside on the balcony, hands swept behind his back, facing the dawn. He was in control again, but beneath that cultured calm the emotional storm was still churning. Contrary to popular belief, Luke had never learned to control his emotions. He doubted they could be controlled so much as contained, and he was content to accept them as a necessary part of life. But he had learned how to not be controlled by them. Mara slid out of bed and went to join him, appreciating the quiet symphony of the diurnal wildlife staking their claims for the day. "So," she said, laying on a thick layer of false nonchalance, "what did I miss?" Luke smiled, though he didn't open his eyes, catching the sunlight on his face like a blooming flower. "I talked with my father last night," he said, making a face roughly equivalent to a shrug. Mara quickly skimmed through the memories he offered her. "I guess that makes sense," she decided. "I can feel him hanging in the air all over this place. What did you talk about?" "Everything." Luke wasn't being coy. He was still too taken with the experience to want to summarize it just yet. The details would come out soon enough. Mara put her arm around him, pleased with the change she could already see. "I hope it was everything you wanted it to be." He nodded, holding her close. It was enough. The sunlight was sparkling on the lake, and nesting flocks of birds were filling the air with impatient calls for breakfast. Mara made a point of appreciating those last moments before Ben and the boys were up and sounding calls of their own. "What are your plans for the day?" she asked. "I thought I'd swim out to that island, if you don't mind," Luke confessed. "See what all the hype is about." Mara turned a skeptical eye out over the balcony. "That's a lot of water out there, farm boy. You're sure you can swim that far?" Luke answered with a farcical frown. "I'm 55, he protested. "I'm not dead." "Well, fine then." Mara heaved an exaggerated sigh. "Be careful all the same. I'll see that your offspring gets fed." He hugged her and planted a kiss on her forehead. "I'll be back," he promised, and then headed for the door. Mara resisted the urge to follow him as far as the water's edge, sucking in a deep breath and keeping her eyes on the glowing horizon. Letting go was without a doubt the hardest part of living these well-balanced attachments, and even now she could use the practice. She wasn't actually worried about him today. Despite his deprived upbringing, Luke had made a point of becoming a stronger swimmer a long time ago, and Mara had no doubt that he would be back in time for lunch. Still, that short phrase reminded her of so many other occasions when the outcome had been less certain, when he had volunteered to infiltrate enemy space and destroy the Voxen at their source, when he had been determined to go back to Von Occupy Coruscant without her, when he had left her behind to confront Shimra, and most recently when he had been obliged to leave her in the capable hands of a surgical team while he spearheaded the last assault on the Dark Nest. Just those 3 simple words, "I'll be back," and a kiss on her forehead while she had been trapped in a hospital bed. Despite all her anxiety, Luke always did come back, alive, although occasionally a bit worse for wear. But Mara couldn't help but be sure that, like a candy sand cat, he would run out of lives eventually. The law of averages would catch up to him if nothing else did. A gentle pressure on her mind was enough to remind her, as though she needed reminding, that her thoughts were not her own. With a subtle touch, Luke stirred up her memory of what else he had said that day at her bedside. "Don't fear. Accept." Mara rolled her eyes and answered as adamantly and as affectionately as she knew how. "Shut up." Her next impression was of a broad smile she couldn't see but could feel down to her toes. She packed up all her sentimental thoughts and got dressed. Living was essentially an exercise in slowly dying, as she knew better than most, and they had understood what they were signing up for when they chose relationship over solitude. Everything had its price. Pooja was in the kitchen when Mara came down, and the boys were already deep into their bowls of mixed fruit and nuts. "Good morning," the older woman said, deftly spooning batter into molds. "I hope everyone spent a restful night." "Well, that's not quite the word I would choose," Mara admitted. "Eventful, perhaps." Pooja frowned politely. "Where's your other half?" "He's checking out that island you were talking about. He never can resist that kind of thing." Seeing her arrive, Ben jumped up from the table to meet her. "Hi, Mom," he said, allowing her a brief hug in front of the boys. Then he lowered his voice. "How's Dad?" "He's fine," Mara assured him, grateful she didn't have to stretch the truth. "He just needed some time and a chance to talk about it." Pooja was frowning again as Ben returned to his breakfast. "Something wrong with Luke?" she asked, slipping the molds into the oven. "Not really," Mara assured her, keeping her voice low. "He wanted to do a deep dive into his memories last night, and it was kind of rough. Rough, but worthwhile," she decided. She considered confiding their more unpleasant discovery to her, thought better of it, but then reconsidered. Pooja was almost as near the drama as any of them, and it wasn't something she thought Luke would be particularly shy about, especially with family. "We only have his vague impressions to go on," she said, "but we think we can be reasonably certain Palpatine had some hand in Padme's death." Pooja's expression darkened, trying the theory on for size. "I'll not ask how you can be so certain," she said. Surely the Jedi know their own business best. But there were unsavory rumors even in the early days that the Emperor was secretly some kind of sorcerer, obsessed with clones, death, immortality, and reincarnation. And frankly, I've never seen any reason to doubt it, even before his supposed rebirth and recapture of Coruscant. She allowed herself an elegant shudder, an understated expression of both disgust and disdain. Unnatural, all of it. It makes me wonder whether Dared wasn't far off the mark yesterday. Mara pursed her lips in agreement, certain that Luke hadn't shaken that particularly pointed question either. He would probably be doing a lot of thinking out on that desolate spit of rock. The glaringly obvious suspicion was that Palpatine had chosen Padme Naberrie on purpose, although they may never discover why. Maybe it was best not to know. They distracted the boys by getting out the paddle boats with the groundskeeper's help, the three of them spending a few hours darting around in the water as fast as their double-ended oars could propel them. It wasn't until they had come ashore and trudged back into the house for lunch that Mara seriously started to wonder about Luke. She could sense that he wasn't upset or in any danger, but she could also feel how deeply entrenched in the Force he was, and she knew it was entirely possible that he was unaware of the passage of time. He would be ravenous by the time he condescended to return to the present. For someone whose metabolism ran as hot as Luke's did, Mara was amazed by how often she had to remind him to eat. "Do you think I should go after him?" Pooja asked, apparently of the same mind. Maybe it was the maternal instinct. It would be no trouble to take the boat, maybe some lunch, and some dry clothes. Initially inclined to claim the responsibility herself, Mara paused. Luke and Pooja might appreciate an opportunity to just talk, cousin to cousin, and a more generous course would be to mind the boys in her turn. She smiled. "Good idea. I'll throw a pack together." The water was cold and clear, but as Luke finally got his feet back under him and trudged onto the narrow beach, he was glad to trade it for the warmth of the morning sun. It had been a little farther than he had judged, nothing he couldn't handle, although he was obliged to sit down on the gravelly sand to catch his breath and stretch a cramp out of his leg. Age was dogging his steps, but hadn't quite caught him yet. Somehow Luke was certain he could feel his mother smiling at his expense. "Okay, but you were 12, he protested to the empty air. "Add 40 years, and you'd be slower too." When he was good and ready, Luke climbed back to his feet and wandered up the steep incline into the wooded interior. The trees gave off an invigorating herbal scent that he had noticed as soon as they had left the ship's airlock. It was unique to Naboo, at least in his own experience. Tatooine smelled like dust, salt, and heat. Yavin 4 like damp, green, and sweat, and the less said about Coruscant the better. The air on Naboo made the whole place smell like an artisanal soapworks. A natural but overgrown path through the trees led him to a craggy overlook, a broken slab of granite protruding from the cliff face as the rest of the earth slowly eroded around it. Luke sat on the ledge, letting his legs hang over the drop as he appreciated the view. Somewhere out there, the momentum of history was still grinding forward without him. Cal Almus was straining mightily against the levers of power to steer the Galactic Alliance in whatever direction he thought best. The Jedi were settling into their new structure of discipline, Leia was adjusting to her burgeoning career as an active knight. Jacen and Jane were hopefully sorting themselves out in retreat. Jagged Fell was still lost on a hostile jungle world, and the Chiss Ascendancy was once again fortifying its borders against all comers. Luke couldn't forget any of that, but as he looked out over the gently rippling lake and the forested hillsides of his ancestral homeworld, it all seemed very far away. He closed his eyes and quieted all those practical thoughts clamoring for his attention. He allowed himself to sink deeply into the steady life of that place, where one summer was much like another, the seasons following one another and their rotation eternally the same. Only a few passing echoes disturbed the ancient memory of the land, all blending together in his perception like the sedimentary layers in a riverbed. There were echoes of Padme and Sola as children, someone who must be Grandfather Rui coming to fetch them, others he didn't recognize, Puja and Ryu in their early adolescence, and right in the midst of all of them the secret lovers Anakin and Padme Skywalker, sitting on that crag of rock exactly as he was. Intuition made him open his eyes again, drawing his attention to a large rock beside him. It was covered with years of lichen, but once he had rubbed it clean, Luke found a series of cuts so deep and narrow that they must have been made with a lightsaber, the Aurebesh initials A, P, and S. The intimacy of the discovery made him smile, the record of a tender moment lost to time, uncovered only because Puja had led him there, because Sola had shared her childhood memories with her daughter, because R2-D2 had unwittingly guarded a trove of family, records spanning 3 generations, all recovered because a stray wire bridged a memory fault and exploded the whole mystery. Once again, the sequence of events seemed larger than mere coincidence. But, as with almost everything else he had discovered on that journey, Luke found a shadow lingering just beyond it. A lifetime removed from his first experience of the cave on Dagobah, the best way he could describe the impression was still of something not right. It was dark and cold, a shadow where there should be none, a stain of malice and fear. It wasn't there with him, but it was close, closer than he would like. Before he could dwell on it, his eyes were drawn to movement on the lake. It was Puja rowing toward the island with practiced ease. One glance at the progress of the sun told him he had lost track of time again. He got up and went down to meet her. "Good morning," Luke greeted his cousin, wading into the water and taking hold of the boat's prow. "Good afternoon," Puja corrected him with a smile. Her eyes widened momentarily as he dragged the boat ashore with the last of his forward momentum, far enough that she could debark without wetting her feet. "Oh, thank you. You're stronger than you look." "Comes with the job," Luke explained, eyeing the other contents of the boat. "Mara thought you might want something to eat and some dry clothes." He smiled. "She's always looking out for me like that." Once he was dressed and officially presentable again, Luke returned to the beach to find that Puja had unpacked a rustic lunch on a flat rock. She had kicked off her shoes in the sand and seemed perfectly at ease, reminding him of those faint echoes of her childhood that still lingered there. "So," she asked, looking at him with a sort of familiar reverence he found very refreshing, "what do you think of our mother's secret island? All is cracked up to be." Luke almost laughed. "Well," he said, sitting opposite her, "seems pretty standard. as islands go. Some great views, though, and I found a rock Anakin left their initials on. A light seemed to dawn in Pooja's mind. Oh, the APS rock. Of course. Then she snorted to herself and passed him a sandwich. Ryu and I found it too, but we didn't know what it meant. Mother said it was nothing, but for at least 2 summers, we considered it the secret headquarters of something we dubbed the Allied Planet Society. Conspiring to jump into the diplomatic service even then, I see, Luke observed. I did catch some hints of you and your sister here, along with everyone else. Pooja nodded, absently turning a red fruit in her hands. Reading the aura of the place again, appreciating the nuance lost on all the rest of us. Luke shrugged. That also comes with the job. He sighed, hesitating for just a moment before deciding to broach a less pleasant subject. Pooja, don't take this the wrong way. Verikino is amazing, quite possibly my new favorite place in the galaxy, and I can never thank you enough for sharing it with us. But now that I'm this far removed from the house, I can feel something else that I don't like at all. It's not here on top of us, but it's definitely nearby. Any ideas? Her expression fell into something resembling resignation, and she pointed out over the lake toward the far distant shore. That way, she asked. Luke considered it for a moment. Yeah, he decided. What is it? Convergence, Pooja said, her voice cold and formal, the ancestral home of House Palpatine. The Emperor spent his childhood there. That familiar chill clutched Luke's heart before he could arm himself against it. No matter what rock he overturned, it seemed Palpatine was lying in wait beneath the next one. He breathed deeply before he could get angry again. His whole family was killed in a sudden accident during his late adolescence, and he sold the place rather than go back. The estate changed hands a few times before it was essentially abandoned. The owners never seemed to prosper. Too much bad energy, I suppose. You think? Luke asked, heavy on the sarcasm. He pitied those new owners, trying to live in the residual stench of Palpatine's corruption. How accidental was that accident? He asked. Pooja met his gaze with an equal measure of skepticism. Officially quite accidental, but young Palpatine was the sole survivor and the only witness. Hindsight might tempt one to ask a few questions, especially considering his contentious relationship with his parents, but questions were dangerous during the Imperial era. The Emperor meticulously destroyed all the public records of his origins, his family, his house, and his ancestry. That might have effectively deflected suspicion in the broader galaxy, but no one can simply erase an entire house from the ruling families and expect people here to just forget. The Naboo remember their own history, even if no one else does. Luke screwed up his courage to ask another question, one that had gradually become more difficult to ignore. Whatever the answer, truth had to be better than knowing uncertainty. Pooja, he began again, how closely is House Naboo related to House Palpatine? She frowned. I was afraid you might ask. I'd like to say I have no idea, but I'd be lying if I didn't admit that we all examined our genealogies very carefully with the rise of the Empire. House Palpatine was always a bit of an outlier by comparison, and they intermarried less often than the rest, mostly because they were neither the wealthiest nor the most influential. But, she continued, coming to the meat of it, our own archives confirmed that we and the Emperor did share a common ancestor, Calix Palpatine, 7 generations past. Luke found that knowledge unsettling on an existential level, and he was tempted to claw off his own skin to purge the Palpatine out of him. What did that make Darth Sidious to him? Some kind of horrible distant uncle not nearly enough times removed. Disturbing possibilities flashed through Luke's mind before he could give them due consideration. Had Senator Palpatine chosen to bring young Padmé Naberi into his circle of influence because they shared some genetic similarity? Did that make it easier for him to manipulate her life energy? Was the Emperor's eagerness to replace Vader driven not only by time constraints, but by a desire to snare an apprentice who was both a Skywalker prodigy and a royal Naboo kinsman? In all his dealings with the Emperor in all his incarnate forms, there had been an astounding amount of context Luke had not appreciated at the time. Perhaps that had been for the best. He suspected that if he had been aware of even half of what he knew now, he might not have been able to control himself. Pooja must have seen his mood deteriorating, because she reached to gently touch his shoulder. "I'm sorry," she said, her brow furrowed with sympathetic concern. Luke exhaled heavily and tried with all his might to release the resentment with it. "Don't apologize for the truth," he insisted. "I asked for it." He had indeed asked for it, but now what was he going to do with it? "Nothing's changed in the last 10 minutes, he said, mostly for his own benefit. "No one knew it. Now everyone will, that's all. Besides, Calix can't be blamed for any of this, and might even have been a decent person. Do we know otherwise?" "Not to my knowledge," Pooja answered with a shrug. "I would offer to look into that, but as I said, all the official records were purged." "We'll give him the benefit of the doubt." Then, Luke decided, far be it from me to blame anyone for the bad behavior of his family members. "Of course not," Pooja agreed. "It's not even that remarkable, really," he reasoned. "Every family tree has a bad fruit or two. That seems to be the common experience. Not even unusual." "Not at all." Luke and Pooja looked sideways at one another, and then burst out laughing. It was all so bizarre, a foregone crescendo of absurdities playing in reverse. Ever since the Battle of Yavin, one question in particular had electrified certain sectors of the galaxy. Who was Luke Skywalker? Luke would have given a confident answer at the time, but in reality he'd been almost as clueless as the rest of them. Now, after climbing into the revelation that his father had been a Jedi phenom turned Sith warlord, that he was secretly half of an extraordinary pair of twins upon whom the powers of the old world had pinned all their hopes for the future, that his mother had been a regnant queen, and that even the Emperor himself had been some kind of obscure relation, Luke was sure he still had no idea. He buried his face in his hands and briefly expressed his frustration in a single and articulate noise. "What a mess," he said, somehow still smiling in spite of everything. "What a monumental galactic muck-up. Can nothing about us just be normal for a change? Maybe my childhood was normal, but I don't know if I'd recognize normal if it walked up and bit me." "Pooja," is growing up on an isolated moisture farm normal? Pooja shrugged. I spent my childhood hiding from Imperial Inquisitors and was both a senator and a formal traitor by the age of 25. So maybe normal isn't my strong suit either. Just not in the cards, I guess. Luke was reminded of Janner's brutally honest observations over dinner, and was forced to concede that he was right. I guess we were always destined to be the ones the normal people read about, he said, the ones who hold the line so everyone else can be normal. Perhaps. Pooja threw the uneaten portion of her fruit into the water, where it bobbed for just a few seconds before some enterprising creature sucked it down into the deep. In my experience, there are some people who can't help but make ordinary things extraordinary wherever they find themselves. They packed their things, loaded the boat, and prepared to return to the house, but not before Luke went back to the Overlook one more time. Mara had packed his lightsaber with his clothes, and he used it to carefully incise his own name below his parents' initials. He could imagine that rock cut with dozens of names in the future, generations of Naboo Jedi gathering to ground themselves at Verikino like their tragic grandparents, nieces, nephews, and cousins, Skywalkers, Solos, and whatever other surnames they might inherit. Whatever the whole picture of their heritage looked like, Luke was glad they were still able to fill in the details. The slow work of restoration would probably outlive him, but it was an encouraging start. Mara rolled her eyes at herself, clearing away the mess she had made in the kitchen as Luke and Pooja arrived back at the house. Her attempts at domesticity had ended in failure, but she could at least leave the place as tidy as she had found it. Pooja had made it look so easy, but one or more of her substitutions must have gone horribly wrong to end up like that. Luke took in the scene at a glance and looked so hopeful that Mara felt disappointed on his behalf. Hey, what's that? Not good, Skywalker, she admitted, leaving a bowl full of used utensils for the droids to sort out. And don't try pretending otherwise. Your son has already made his opinion known. They were supposed to be little cakes much like Pooja had made that morning, but they had mysteriously separated into pockmarked fritters swimming in their own grease. Undeterred, Luke fished one out of the pan and tried to take a bite, but the blasted thing had the consistency of duracrete, and his teeth didn't even dent the surface. He admitted with an apologetic look. I guess I'm going to have to agree with Ben this time. Pooja laughed, but in that generous way that made it clear she was laughing with him. Don't worry, we can throw them to the clifffish, she suggested. They'll eat anything. The weather was too gorgeous to waste indoors, just warm enough to be comfortable with the sun dipping in and out of the clouds. They all went outside to the broad green lawn at the center of the gardens, somewhere Ben could perform his mandatory tumbling practice in relative safety. It was still early days in his official Jedi instruction, but he had been dabbling in the more physical aspects long enough to have a foundational skill set, and as far as his father was concerned, commitment to one's own personal training knew no vacation. Loosen up, Luke called back, coming to sit beside Mara after leading Ben and his cousins through their warm-up. Trust yourself, or you'll end up with a mouthful of grass. Mara tried to appreciate the moment for all it was worth, sitting in the dappled shade with a cold drink, holding her husband's hand while Ben practiced a careful series of handstands and backbend kickovers. Part of her wished their whole lives could be as carefree as that, but no doubt they would drive themselves crazy if the years weren't punctuated by some deadly peril or other. Mara wondered whether she should ask Luke about that brief but intense emotional ride he had taken on the island, but decided it would keep. No need to spoil the moment. Then Ben transitioned into a rapid series of back handsprings, a skill he hadn't quite mastered yet. Despite his calm facade, Luke was watching like a raptor, and he caught a bad tumble and a firm levitation a few centimeters from the ground, unwilling in the end to watch his son face plant into the turf. "You got a little ahead of yourself," he said, getting up to take charge of the lesson. "Come on, one at a time until you're sure which way is up." "And it's gone," Mara said to herself with a wry smile. "What's gone?" Pooja asked from the other side. "The moment. Just a normal moment. They never last." Still, Mara couldn't quite bring herself to be sorry, watching as Luke acted as spotter, guiding Ben through his handsprings until he was confident enough to launch on his own again. "We were just talking about that," Pooja said, matching her tone. "I suppose Luke would say that comes with the job." Mara stifled a laugh. He wouldn't be wrong. All the boys whooped as Ben landed 4 consecutive handsprings like a champion. Pooja applauded politely from the sidelines, but then she stiffened. "Oh," she said. "Oh no. Sweet powers that be. What are they doing?" Dared was eagerly negotiating himself into a backbend as Luke supported his spine. "Don't worry," Mara assured her. "This is basic stuff. After all, you can't spend time out with your famous Jedi cousins without picking up some flash moves to impress your schoolmates, can you?" "I suppose not," Pooja allowed, obviously unconvinced. "I just can't help but feel like someone is going to get hurt." "Sprains we can't rule out," Mara admitted, "but Luke won't let them break anything." Rui, less athletically inclined than his brother, collapsed out of his backbend laughing. He got up and appointed himself official cheerleader with Ben as Luke guided Dare through a slow kickover. "So," Mara began, trying to sound casual, "it seems you two had some significant conversation out there. Bad news?" "Perhaps," Pooja admitted, gathering her thoughts. Luke wanted to know if the Naboo and Palpatine lines had ever crossed in the past. Oh, now that earlier flare of agitated anger made sense. "I assume they did. At least once in any way that would affect us, a few centuries ago." Mara sighed. Yet another rotten surprise with their name on it. Truth bombs like that seemed to be strewn along Luke's path like buried pressure detonators, but that hadn't deterred him from pushing forward. Some said ignorance was bliss, but in their experience ignorance was dangerous. But for those rude surprises, Luke might have found himself blissfully married to his sister. He seems to be taking it well as can be expected. Pooja twitched as Dare attempted a shaky series of independent kickovers to the full-throated acclaim of the other boys. Ben jumped in to demonstrate the technique once again. "I can appreciate how difficult that might be to accept." Luke's had a lot of practice accepting difficult things. Pooja turned toward her with a knowing look. "Comes with the job," she guessed. Mara smiled. In his case, yes, it does. They all applauded Dared as he enthusiastically celebrated a stronger series of kickovers. High on his own success, he immediately demanded Luke's help to advance into a handspring. His grandmother wasn't so sanguine. Prone to delusions of grandeur. That one, she grumbled, the kind who would try to climb the wall just because the spider made it look easy. After 8 years of trying to keep a rambunctious boy alive in spite of himself, Mara could sympathize. I'm sure the courage will prove an asset one of these days. Only a few trials were enough to convince Dared he had mastered the move, but Luke held him back for at least twice the practice before he turned him loose. Boys being boys, within the next 20 minutes Dared and Ben were running wild handspring races across the lawn, and Luke wasn't sparing them the consequences of clumsy mistakes. Ben came away the undisputed winner by virtue of having more experience, and perhaps because he was smaller and faster, but Dared gave an unexpectedly good account of himself. I think you may have a natural on your hands, Mara commented. We'll see if his newfound interest in gymnastics overpowers his obsession with ball games, Pooja said, looking skeptical. He's been cursed with a great deal of natural talent, but whether he has the perseverance to make good on it remains to be seen. Then she frowned. What's this? Mara looked. Luke had pulled Dared aside for what looked like a very earnest conversation, and she could feel her husband reaching into the force for a deeper read of those natural talents Pooja had alluded to. I don't know, she said, but I expect we'll find out. It seemed like they were talking a long time, but it was really only a few minutes before Luke dismissed him with an affectionate slap on the shoulder, just in time for all three boys to attack a tray of snacks and fizzers brought out by the groundskeeper's wife. Luke returned to the quieter company of the ladies as the young ones replenished their energy reserves. I'm impressed, he admitted to Pooja, resuming his seat. I have to say I didn't expect Dared to jump in with both feet that way. That's Dared, Pooja said, sipping her floral tea. Always the first to jump the crevasse, and the confounded child sticks the landing more often than not. Luke smiled to himself. Sounds familiar, he said. I'm afraid I probably made Aunt Beru prematurely gray rocketing around the way I did. Then he lowered his voice, although the boys weren't paying attention. I think Dared might actually have some measurable force sensitivity. Pooja paled. Enough to be a Jedi. No. Luke shook his head. I could run some more exact tests, but I don't think so. It is enough to give him quicker than average reflexes, surer footing, and a more instinctive grasp of his position relative to objects and space around him. That could be why he gravitates naturally to sports, and if he learns to trust it, that ability could be an invaluable asset later in life. He paused, appreciating the sensitivity of the subject. If he chooses a career as a pilot, for instance. Pooja's expression gave nothing away, but Mara could imagine the maternal dread the possibility had to conjure up. He's expressed an interest before, she admitted, and not just for his father's sake. I haven't told him yet, Luke said, but I wanted you to know. I'd never keep a secret like that from him, Pooja decided, resigned to accept the facts as they were. Do whatever you think best. Maybe then he can use the rest of your time here to best advantage. She forced herself to smile. After all, it's not every day you're offered private lessons with the Grandmaster. Luke returned the expression, a silent salute to her resolve. Beneath that sophisticated exterior, Pooja, you're really quite mercenary. Now I'm not surprised that you were helping lead the resistance on the Imperial homeworld, and survived. Dad. Ben was shouting from the table at the other end of the yard. Dad, come on. Teach us something else. And have you spew fizzer all over me? Luke retorted. No thanks. The noise of juvenile protest and disappointment echoed from the hills. Luke held up a finger, unmoved. 1 hour, he insisted. Then we'll talk. The afternoon was far from over, as it turned out. The boys took Luke at his word, waited the hour to the minute, and then demanded his full attention once again. By dinner time, they had spent several more hours learning new skills and putting him through his paces. Thanks to his active habits, Luke could still move with more strength and agility than most men his age. But not even a Jedi could escape the cumulative physical consequences of life forever. A few sessions of hyperbaric oxygen wouldn't be a bad idea when they got home. Now, as the stars began to appear in the darkening sky, Mara had him laid out on that stone bench on their balcony, performing his routine adjustment. So, what do you want to do with Dare? She asked, her fingers palpating his neck for any stiffness. I thought we'd start including him in the morning meditation, Luke answered, lying limp and letting her work. Get him in touch with, he grunted as she cracked his vertebrae to the right with his extra senses, and just see how it goes. I'd like to teach him how to be aware of it going forward, just, and to the left, just in case he needs it. Rui seems to be taking it well. Not everyone considers our lifestyle a blessing, Luke reminded her, crossing his arms over his chest as she lifted his shoulder and lay across him, prepared to realign his spine. Rui's a bright kid. You'll be fine. Ow. That was a big one, Mara observed with what could be called an affectionately sadistic smile, moving to lift the opposite shoulder. Again, she carefully felt along the contour of his back, and then brought all her weight to bear at once. Luke grimaced, the cracking sound of his own bones disconcertingly satisfying. On your back? He complied, willing himself to relax as Mara cautiously manipulated his leg, investigating his hip joint. That one's getting crunchier, she said, preparing her next move. I'll bet it gives you trouble in the future. I'll bet you're right, Luke agreed. The pop reverberated through his whole body. You're so mean, he breathed. Thank you. Anytime, Mara assured him, taking aim and cracking the other side as well. Roll over. The stone was cool against his face, pressing into his chest as Mara exerted gentle pressure between his shoulders with the heels of her hands. Any idea how you want to spend tomorrow? She asked. Pooja was saying something about a hiking trail into the hills. Maybe. Okay, Mara amended, unable to overlook his lack of enthusiasm. You obviously have something else in mind, so spill it. There's a ruined villa on the other side of the lake, Luke said. And Mara asked, bearing down on his spine and popping it back into place. Anything remarkable about it? It was the Palpatine family estate. Mara froze, and Luke could feel the bitter chill that ran through her. For a drawn second she considered her response, torn between fight or flight. Ultimately she chose to fight, and she pressed him into the bench again, to restrain him this time rather than for any therapeutic purpose. "No," she said, as adamantly as he had ever heard. "No. Are you crazy? What reason could you possibly have for going out there?" "I don't know," Luke admitted, being perfectly honest. "I just feel like I need to see it." "No," she said again. "You don't need to see Shavit, Skywalker. That man isn't going to lay a finger on Ben, not even a dead one, and I don't want you going out there either. We're supposed to be learning about your family, not indulging this sick fascination. What do you expect to do? Sit in what's left of his dining room and pick a fight with the ghost?" Luke said nothing. It did seem like an unhealthy compulsion when she framed it that way. Why did he feel compelled to go stand in the midst of that dark stain in the Force? Was he trying to prove something to himself, or was he fighting a battle that didn't exist outside his own mind? "I want this to end right here," Mara demanded, and her tone was deadly serious. "For the last time, Darth Sidious is dead. Dead 3 times over. Just about as dead as anyone can possibly be. Grandmaster Skywalker is very much alive, and he needs to start acting like it. Don't you dare start circling that drain again." The anger in her voice was fed by a pain Luke regretted to have caused, and had never intended. He moved to sit up. She led him, and they sat together in silence for a while. His first instinct was to apologize, but he didn't because he could sense that she wasn't done speaking yet and was groping for words. "That man took everything from me," Mara finally said, a tremor in her voice she couldn't quite stamp out. "In return, he gave me an identity that meant nothing without him, and convinced me to be grateful. Now my life means nothing without you, Luke, but I love you, and I chose this. I don't want him to come between us anymore. I can't help but wonder how much earlier we might have seen our way to each other if you hadn't run straight into his hands at Bice. How much time has he already taken from us? Please don't give him any more." Luke put his arm around her and pulled her close. "I'm sorry," he said. It wasn't eloquent or adequate, but he meant it. He knew she was right. Palpatine was dead, and couldn't influence him anymore one way or the other. Any influence he had was purely a product of Luke's own memory. "He has no power over you that you don't give him," Mara said, echoing his thoughts. "So don't give it. Live your life and be happy. You've earned it, for Fark's sake." Now she was echoing his father's candid advice from the night before. Life was indeed too short to waste time and energy on people who didn't deserve either one. Luke remembered the hurt and betrayal he felt as Darth Vader had time and time again chosen Emperor Palpatine over his own son. There was no way he was going to allow himself to do the same. "All right," he agreed, deliberately choosing to set that burden down. All the misery, all the damage, all the malice and injustice was real, but he didn't have to carry it any longer. There was probably no better way he could honor the memory of both his parents. Convergence and whatever bad aura lingered there could stay put, overgrown with weeds and crusted with animal droppings, an empty grave that didn't concern him. You know I'd never choose that over you and Ben. If you wanted to end here, it ends here. I promise. Mara gave him a sharp look. I want you to want it for your own sake, she insisted, not just to please me. Fine, Luke granted with a twisted smile. I want to end it for my own sake. Happy? Not quite. Mara mirrored his impudent expression and pulled him into a kiss. Now you can promise to do it just to please me. Chapter 8. Not by chance. Just relax, Luke was saying, pacing through the grass with his hands behind his back, holding a long switch cut from a green sapling. You have to wean yourself off your dependence on your eyes. You already know what's around you. You don't have to see it to be aware of it. Mara and Pooja crept silently into the chairs beneath the tree at the corner of the lawn to watch. Dare's shoulders slumped, partly out of frustration, and partly out of an intense desire to follow the master's direction and succeed. The blindfold was making him nervy, but it was also partly an exercise in patience. For the past week they had been helping the boy understand those split-second decisions and shadowy intuitions he had previously taken for granted, making the ability more intentional. Luke had focused primarily on developing Dare's danger sense, probably one of the more practical applications of his natural talents. He wasn't about to hand the child a remote and a lightsaber, so he had innovated an alternative approach. Luke flicked the switch through the air, and the sound alone made Dare pull up his leg. Don't try to anticipate, Luke corrected him. Just stay calm and be aware. Perversely, Luke then said and did nothing for a full 5 minutes, standing like a statue and watching Dare sweat. Finally, they could all see the tension begin to drain out of the boy's posture. The sun was pleasantly warm, the birds were singing, and one could only stand at high alert for so long before the mind began to wander. Luke whipped the switch across Dare's right arm, sending the kid hopping and howling in protest. Pooja winced. It's no worse than the academy kids get, Mara assured her. Those training remotes pack a hell of a sting. This is impossible. Dare seethed, obviously tempted to throw a tantrum, but still committed enough to keep the blindfold on. Nonsense, Luke insisted, keeping his tone light and pleasant. That was good. You started moving just before I hit you that time? Doesn't feel so good, Dare grumbled, resuming his ready stance. Bill's character, trust me. Luke waited only 2 minutes, and then swung at Dare's ear, but Dare's head wasn't there anymore as he ducked so quickly, he almost lost his balance. There, you see, Luke said, triumphant. You can do it. Ben and Rui hollered as Mara and Pooja applauded. Dare shook out his limbs and gathered himself again. His scowl transformed into a cautious smile. Don't lose focus now. We're finally getting somewhere. Luke turned and silently beckoned to Rui. He handed the younger boy the switch with an encouraging nod and backed away. A wickedly mischievous look passed Rui's face as he crept into position. He swung at his brother's legs, neck, and hips in a chaotic attack that had Dare jumping and convulsing as if someone had slipped an insect into his shirt. It wasn't pretty, but his reaction time was actually impressive. Dared ripped off the blindfold and rounded on his tormentor. You little twerp. Rui scrambled away laughing, but Luke stopped the chase before it could really get started. That was good, he said, drawing the boys back together. Now, I hope I can trust you both to be team players here. Rui, Dared is going to need a lot of practice, and I can't always be here to help him, so I'm counting on you. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a brother, so don't take each other for granted. Okay? There was only a brief hesitation and a sideways look between them. Yes, Master Skywalker. Good. Luke relieved Dared of the blindfold and Rui of the switch. Enough practice. Go have fun. Mara sipped her tea, almost sorry they were heading back to Theed in the morning. That week they had spent steeped in the Barry family heritage had been one of the best and most memorable interludes they had shared together, and which was remarkable considering what she and Luke usually got up to on their infrequent but very intentional vacations. She would have more regret if she wasn't absolutely certain Luke would bring them all back to Varakino before long. Now that he'd found them, he was determined to fully embrace whichever Nabaris would have them. With the most intimate and emotional experiences neatly tied up, their return to their public itinerary in the capital felt much smoother than it had at first. Queen Archana welcomed them back to the palace and invited them to accompany her on several routine public appearances. The population of Theed enthusiastically welcomed them back as well, obviously disappointed that the Skywalkers had disappeared almost as soon as they had arrived. Luke tried to make it up to them by being especially attentive and patient with the crowds of people eager to exchange a word or two with him. After a brief negotiation with the teaching staff, Luke made good on his conditional promise to visit Dared and Rui at their school, resulting in the effective suspension of all classes for the latter half of the day as all the students gathered for an impromptu assembly. Never one to miss an educational opportunity, Grand Master Skywalker treated his captive but eager audience to a scientific explanation of what the Force was, how it worked, and the biological mechanisms required to manipulate it. If the Force is an energy field, a precocious middle schooler asked, why can't we detect it? What kind of energy are we talking about? Luke paused mid-presentation, and an insolent titter passed through the assembly as though they had successfully caught him with the trick question. Far too experienced to be outmaneuvered by a crowd of children, Luke gave them a playfully narrow look and accepted the challenge. Mara knew that look very well. That is a very good question, he admitted, and the short answer is we don't really know. Believe it or not, that's a bit beyond even my pay grade. But, he continued, we can make some broad assumptions about it based on how we can use it to interact with other forms of energy. He picked up a marker and delineated 2 columns on the wallboard behind him. Who remembers the 2 basic kinds of energy? He asked. Anyone? Potential energy and kinetic energy, right? He scribbled out labels for his columns as a few voices volunteered the answer. At least someone was paying attention in science class. If we were trying to put the Force into one of these categories, we would consider it a kind of potential energy generated by all living things in the galaxy, maybe even the universe. We haven't quite figured out how to measure that, but we can obviously use it to manipulate all kinds of kinetic energy. Who can give me some forms of kinetic energy? Luke turned and pointed out the kid who had asked the question in the first place. "Come on, hit me." The boy stammered. "Motion energy, thermal energy, radiant energy, electrical energy." And Luke prompted, waiting at the end of his list, marker ready. "Anybody? How about sound?" A groan rippled through the room. "Ah, remember now. Sound." Luke finished his list and turned back to the assembly. "Okay, now, backing up a little bit, what is the first rule we learn about all energy?" An eager girl in front shot her hand up. "It is neither created nor destroyed." Louder for the people in the back, Luke agreed. "Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It just changes form. Somehow, the energy of all living things fuels that vast well of potential energy we call the Force. Jedi Knights and anyone else equipped to access the Force can use its potential to actualize all these forms of kinetic energy. Motion is probably the most obvious. Who has something I can borrow for a minute?" A motley assortment of items were thrust into the air, and Luke methodically summoned them one by one into his hand: pens, lunch packs, water bottles, data cards, composition books, even a fruit or two, until he had amassed quite a collection on the teacher's desk. "You can't reclaim these after class," he said, rolling one of the fruits through the air for effect before putting it down. "Now, let's continue with an example that will be harder to see at first. What's air made of?" "Ooh." Rui jumped in his seat. "Nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide." "That's very specific," Luke agreed with a smile. "Those are all what?" "Gases." "And what are gases made of?" Same thing everything else is made of," Luke prompted. "Molecules." Somebody guessed. Luke raised a finger and nodded. "Molecules are objects that can be moved, whatever state of matter they may be in. So, watch what happens when I use the Force to pull a bunch of air molecules together. Oh, and somebody open the windows. We're going to need more air in here." Once the room was properly ventilated, Luke gathered himself, and Mara could feel him pulling together a dense mass of air above the center of the room. It was essentially invisible, though. "I can't see anything," someone complained. "Bear with me," Luke said, splitting his attention between the class and his demonstration. "Let's see what happens when we move the molecules a bit faster." It took a minute and some intense concentration, but there was a chorus of surprise, delight, and amazement as the trapped air mass manifested as a ruddy glow ball emitting light, heat, and a definite noise. "So," Luke concluded, his eyes half closed and just a hint of the strain in his voice, "we have successfully channeled the undetectable and immeasurable force into motion, which is changed into thermal radiation, which is changed into radiant energy, probably a significant electrical charge if you wanted to stick your finger into it, all of which incidentally produces sound." As a grand finale, he released the pressurized air all at once, restoring the equilibrium of the room so rapidly that the place shook with the clap of artificial thunder and more than a few shrieks from startled students. Any questions? After a breath of stunned silence, the assembly dissolved into laughter and applause. Mara joined in with a twisted smile, expecting that would probably go down as one of the more dramatic science lessons in the school's prestigious history. Once again, she was convinced Luke could teach anything once he put his mind to it. Pooja leaned in beside her. "Reminds me of grandfather," she said, looking unexpectedly wistful. He always managed to bring a dramatic flair to a classroom. It turned out that Pooja wasn't the only one to notice the resemblance. Days later, a local journal published a retrospective in honor of the occasion, presenting a holostyle of the late Professor Rowena Berry lecturing undergraduates at Theed University beside the more recent image of his celebrated grandson, Grandmaster Skywalker, demonstrating energy transfer at the Preparatory Academy. Luke appreciated it very much, so of course they bought 5 copies and added them to their growing stash of souvenirs. That stash already included a healthy supply of those dried purple flowers that were so popular steeped in water, a glossy pictorial biography of Padme Amidala, a smooth stone with striking inclusions from the beach at Veracino, a hand-carved zealwood figure, Queen Amidala, that some thoughtful citizen had pressed into Luke's hand during one of their walkabouts with Archana, and a bar of soap that smelled exactly like the lake country forest. Mara imagined Luke would probably just keep that in a drawer in his office for the occasional shot of aromatherapy. She had almost been obliged to physically pull him away from the display in the street market. There was no shortage of available ways to spend their time. Scores of formal invitations flooded into the palace, more than they could ever hope to entertain. But Luke insisted upon accepting as many as they could, so many that they almost never ate at the same place twice. Ben found all the etiquette very tiresome, but much like that edifying sting of failure in the training regimen, Mara knew the drudgery of it would build character. They met many interesting individuals clustered at the apex of Naboo high society from all the major houses, most of whom they would probably never see again. Queen Archana herself began requesting a greater share of their time as the days wore on toward their inevitable departure, inviting them to tour significant sites in the city with her, asking them to elucidate certain aspects of recent galactic events for her, or, as in this case, to simply walk in the palace gardens. Mara was observant enough to suspect the young queen was perhaps a bit infatuated with Luke, whether as a giant of recent history, a prodigious Jedi master, the son of Amidala, or just the archetype of a strong and kind older man. Mara couldn't say, was becoming increasingly creative in her quest to share his company. Mara found herself amused rather than offended. Archana was only a teenage girl, after all, and what good was sovereign authority if one couldn't harmlessly leverage it now and then? She couldn't fault her taste. "This is what I wanted you to see, Your Grace," the Queen said, leading them into the very center of the garden. "They budded while you were at Veracino, and I could not allow you to leave without sharing them with you." It was a small grove of bushes, immaculately tended and pruned, now adorned with sparse but beautiful blossoms. Luke shared Mara's bemusement. "They're lovely," he said, perfectly polite, certain the shrubs must be more remarkable than they seem, but what are they? Archana smiled, and probably blushed under the royal white facade. "These are banskrak bushes, very delicate and difficult to maintain, but a traditional symbol of royalty and prestige among the Naboo." Like Leia's Alderaanian ladulums, Mara thought, remembering the trouble and expense her sister-in-law had endured to keep those striking red flowers thriving. Another casualty of the Vong War. They bloom only once in a century, Archana explained. Oh, that fact certainly put the little blossoms in an entirely new light. Senator Amidala kept a banquet in a special horticapsule aboard her diplomatic transport. Prolonging his blooms, the Queen continued. These remain at the mercy of nature, I'm afraid. The palace grove blooming in perfect conjunction with your return to us, Your Grace, seems more by design than by chance. Luke smiled in that warm way he always did, but, more perceptive than he led on, he seemed content to accept the formality of the situation without establishing more familiar terms. I've been encountering many such chances recently, Your Highness, he admitted. Thank you. It would have been a shame to leave without seeing them. Mara could see that Luke's appreciation was real now that he understood the significance of what they were looking at. Their whole journey of discovery elegantly symbolized by a plant. There was something in his eyes that wasn't covetousness so much as wishful aspiration. We have a garden of our own in the new Jedi temple, he said. The room of 1,000 fountains was always meant to be a quiet place full of growing things where the Jedi could find some peace in the heart of Coruscant. We've tried to replicate it as best we can. It's a shame they're so fragile, because I wouldn't mind having some of these there. Archana seemed both pleased by the opportunity to oblige him and scandalized by his doubt. If you want them, she insisted adamantly, you will have them. There are several promising saplings in our greenhouses now. I will send them on to Coruscant as soon as I may, and with them one of our senior gardeners to see them properly established. Luke's face was momentarily shadowed by a pang of genuine gratitude, touched by the offer. That would be extraordinarily gracious, Your Highness, he said. Thank you. Mara smiled to herself, appreciating the gesture. It would be good to have some of Amidala's royal flower bushes in the temple gardens, a quiet but persistent reminder of her legacy. It was poetic, really, that none of them would live to see those saplings bloom. Much of Luke's life had been spent planting metaphorical trees that would mature long after he was gone. The whole new Jedi Order was like a forest of saplings. Unfortunately, the galaxy at large couldn't spare the Master Skywalker forever. Although Luke still insisted on keeping his comlink switched off until he was good and ready to get back to business, Mara began getting tentative pings from Coruscant and from Ossus, gently inquiring about their possible return. Mara knew her husband couldn't resist the call of duty for long, but she understood his reluctance to finally draw a line beneath their stay on Naboo. There was something undeniably special about it, unlikely to be repeated even if they came back. It would be a shame to break the spell. I suppose we've monopolized your time long enough, put aside as they all stood watching the boys drive hover carts around a racetrack, but I can't say I regret a single moment. It won't be the same around here without you. Enjoy it while it lasts, Mara advised her. I doubt you'll be rid of us for long, and we Skywalkers manage to dredge up drama wherever we go. Pooja shook her head. Mara, you weaponized the truth so elegantly. Luke laughed. I'll have to second that, he said. But she's right. As grateful as I am to have found you, Pooja, I apologize in advance for whatever insanity of ours you get caught up in. We seem to cast a wide troll. Sorry. I'm not afraid of a little drama. Pooja lifted her chin defiantly at the brilliant sunset in front of them. Puts the spice in life. Marasitis Ben dared, and Rui careened around the turn in front of them, their repulsors bouncing them harmlessly from the walls of the course. It's possible for life to be too spicy sometimes. True, Pooja agreed, but few things are more worth the pain than your own flesh and blood. Whatever else that alleged Skywalker curse may bring, I'll never be sorry that you found me, Luke. You call me anytime. For better or worse, we're in this crazy life together. Luke turned to her with a look that was particularly heavy with gratitude and family affection. I'll hold you to that, he promised. I hope you're ready. Luke, where the berries? Pooja insisted, her insolent smile recalling the memory of a young woman who had dared to defy an empire. We were born ready. He didn't show it, but Mara could feel that plain-spoken sentiment strike Luke so deeply that it could have brought him to tears if he let it. Gaining even one cousin who was prepared to stand by him was worth any grief they met along the way. It never got old, she knew, finding people who obviously had the mettle to be lifelong friends, being able to look at them and see his own enduring loyalty mirrored in their eyes. Life had kicked Luke in the teeth often enough to make those relationships incredibly precious to him, and Mara was glad to see him find another one. So, Pooja said, changing the subject, any plans for your last day tomorrow? Actually, Luke said, there is one thing I'd like to do before we go. Pooja, do you think you could convince your mother to see me again? There are some things I'd like to say. Luke gathered his thoughts one last time as Pooja led him through the house to the formal sitting room. They would be heading back to Coruscant in the morning, and he didn't want to leave his relationship with his aunt in such a sorry state if he could help it. He had no intention of abasing himself, dressed in his formal Jedi robes with no gratuitous consideration for Solo's prejudices, but he could still make the first overture, and then on his own terms. Wait here, Pooja instructed, leaving him in the hallway. She knocked on the door and eased it open. Mother, Luke is here. She frowned, expressing her own dissatisfaction with her mother's attitude, but she waved him forward. Go on in, she said, for what it's worth. Luke entered as he was bidden, and closed the door behind him. Good evening, Aunt Sola, he said, keeping his tone even and businesslike, with just enough confrontational familiarity to make his point. Sola was seated in her chair, the image of a proud and venerable matron, her eyes fixed on the far wall as though at least some part of her was there under duress. She didn't condescend to answer him, or even to look at him, but that didn't matter. For his part, Luke didn't condescend to react to her petty acts of pique. That's all right, he said. You don't have to say anything. I just need you to hear me out. He let the silence linger. I came to say that my family, and I will be flying out in the morning, but I'm not going away. I'll be back often, and I have no intention of letting anything or anyone sour my relationship with the rest of the Nabaris. I'm not asking anything from you, but you're still my mother's sister, and if at any point you change your mind, I'll be glad to hear from you. Luke pulled a data card from his pocket and laid it on the table beside Sola's chair. "I've compiled some of R2's recordings," he said. "Watch them if you want some insight into the truth of Padme's relationship with Anakin, what their marriage was like at its best. Or don't. Your choice. I found them to be very enlightening." That was it, really. Luke could have some peace knowing he had made it clear that he would always be open to having a relationship with Sola if she offered one, but he wouldn't demand it. He thought he could sense a subtle change in her, although that might be wishful thinking. She looked as stubborn and as cold as ever, still staring at the far wall. Grief could become a prison that was deceptively difficult to escape, especially if someone was unwilling to let it go. It recalled something Han had stung him with 10 years ago when they were all struggling to cope with losing Chewie. "Sometimes people don't want to be saved, Luke." If Anakin's hardest lesson had been letting go, Luke's was standing down. Maybe he wanted things for Sola she didn't want for herself yet. He couldn't force her to have peace in her life. He could only make himself available and be ready if she called. Hiding that twinge of disappointment, Luke drew himself up and offered his aunt a formal nod. "Thank you for your time," he said. "Goodbye, Lady Naboo." Wait. Luke stopped mid-turn, and Sola finally looked him in the eye. There was something there, perhaps not quite as stubborn or cold as he'd supposed. Without another word, she slowly rose out of her chair and crossed the room, opened a storage cupboard and pulled something out. It was a large blue report binder, stuffed with flimsies and prints of mismatched colors and sizes, and as Sola came back and laid it in his hands, Luke knew exactly what it was. It was his grandfather's scrapbook. Luke was genuinely speechless for a moment. "I thought you'd gotten rid of it," he finally managed to say. "I almost did," Sola admitted. She was plainly still at war with herself, not ashamed of her reservations, but slowly turning to face that reality they were all living. It wasn't peace that Luke saw in her, but it was the first stirrings of acceptance, and he was pleased to see it. "Goodbye, Master Skywalker. May the goodwill of all Naboo go with you." They hadn't done so badly, Mara thought. The adults lingered outside the Jade Shadow as Dared and Rui helped Ben, and Nana load and stow the luggage. Despite R2's predictions of doom, they had come through the storm and were better for it. Some of them may have indeed been scarred by the experience, but that was just a consequence of breathing. Life was a gradual process of collecting scars. "I expect to hear from you all on a regular basis," Pooja was saying. "I know the Galactic Alliance doesn't pay good money for you to be forever on holiday, but that's no excuse to lose touch." "Absolutely not," Luke agreed. "If you don't hear from us for a while, and you're sure another war hasn't broken out and Coruscant isn't burning, it's just because things got busy. You'd be surprised how little free time we actually have." "Maybe not," Pooja countered. "I remember what civil service was like." The kids returned noisily down the ramp, jabbering about things that were important to pre-adolescent boys. "I wouldn't be surprised if he hits you up sooner than you expect," Mara warned her. "He's already thinking about coming back." "Something about this place already feels like home to me," Luke said, unapologetic. "It's almost too perfect, like something out of a dream." air that always smells like flowers, a shimmering palace on a cliff. The sound of waterfalls, Mara suggested with a sly glance at Pooja. He can't help it. These tattooing types are always intrigued by a good waterfall. Pooja smiled. As the story goes, Padme was especially fascinated by the waterfalls when they came to Theed. They were the first she had ever seen. She looked down as R2 came trundling up alongside them. Thank you, R2-D2, for your long and exemplary service to the Naboo Skywalkers. I expect there's a long road ahead yet, so keep yourself well, and don't let Master Luke fly too close to any suns. R2 responded with a cheery whistle, assuring her of his continued attention to the matter. Then he rolled past her and up the boarding ramp. I think he's getting itchy out here, Mara observed. He hasn't been out cruising for trouble in 5 whole weeks. Well, I guess we mustn't keep R2 waiting. Pooja turned and summoned her grandsons. Boys, come and say goodbye. They have to get going. Goodbye, Master Skywalker, Dare said, taking Luke's hand in a very firm and grown-up manner. Thanks for everything. It was an honor to meet you. I'd say it shouldn't be any special honor to meet members of your own family, dared, Luke said with an easy smile, but, considering our circumstances, I guess we can't take even that for granted. And in that case, I can say the honor was all mine. Keep up with your training, but don't neglect your studies either. You never know when those boring school lessons might come in handy. Remind me to tell you about the time Han Solo used liquid hydrogen to destroy a U.S. Hinvong warship with the fusion explosions caused by his own Davin basils. He turned to the younger brother. Take care of yourself, Rui. Keep him on task for me, and don't forget that I expect to hear great things about you too. Yes, Master Skywalker. All right, Ben, Mara said, gesturing into the ship. Go get the warm-up started. Pleased to be given the responsibility, Ben waved his last to his cousins and hurried inside. Luke and Pooja stood looking at each other as the thrusters began to hum. He finally smiled and reached to clasp her hand. Thank you, Pooja. This has honestly been one of the most memorable adventures of my life, which is really saying something. I can't imagine, Pooja laughed. And I can say the same. Don't stay away too long, Luke, and whatever happens, don't forget that we're always here for you. But, practically speaking, I'd appreciate it if you had mercy on an old woman and only called during these daylight hours. Luke laughed with her and nodded. I can't do that, he promised. He lingered, and Mara could see that he wanted more than a handshake, but wasn't going to make any presumptions. Pooja spared him the trouble, drawing him into a warm hug that had been 50 years coming. Mara was happy for them both, and she realized that she actually wouldn't be sorry if a similar reunion fell into her own lap. She still wasn't willing to go hunting for it, though. She doubted Palpatine had left anyone for her to find. Goodbye for now, Mara, Pooja said over the growing noise, releasing Luke and clasping her hand in turn. Take care of him for me. I always do, Mara assured her as she and Luke finally headed up the ramp. Although, feel free to swing by if you ever want to help. He's a handful. It didn't take long before the Jade Shadow was ready to fly, and everyone strapped themselves in for takeoff. Everybody ready? Mara asked. All set? Luke confirmed from the co-pilot seat. Ready, Ben said from behind them. Secured, said Nana, speaking for herself and R2. Back to their regularly scheduled lives, although Mara knew their lives would never be quite the same again. They would be better. They received clearance from Spaceport Control, and the Jade Shadow rose smoothly into the air. The palace loomed on the near horizon, brilliant in the morning sun, and Mara felt 1,000 emotions pulling Luke back towards it. He exhaled very deliberately, bringing some discipline to bear on those unruly sentiments without burying them completely. Then he smiled as 1, 2, 3 flights of starfighters sailed out of the hangar in perfect formation and turned to follow them. Jade Shadow, this is Commander Mira with the Naboo Royal Guard. With your permission, your grace, we will accompany you into orbit. I might have expected Archana wouldn't let you go so easily, Mara muttered, trying to force the smile of her face. Luke turned to her with a look she would almost describe as self-satisfied. Thanks for the escort, Commander, he transmitted back. Give our compliments to the Queen. It was a nice gesture, Mara decided. Too often Luke had to contend with authority figures expecting him to perform miracles on demand, carping at him about problems that were beyond his control, disappointed that he was still in many ways just as human as the next man. The Naboo weren't asking anything of him, just happy to honor him for who he was, and that kind of appreciation could go a long way. So, Mom, Ben ventured dryly as the fighters fell in behind them, and they all climbed hard for space. You're still going to tell me Dad isn't a prince? Epilogue. 37 years after the Battle of Yavin. Coruscant. Grandmaster Luke Skywalker stood at attention in the late morning sun. Beside him Mara, Kype, Octa, Corrin, and the other Jedi veterans of the fall of Coruscant, all dressed in their black flight suits bearing the red and white starboard badge of the new Jedi Order, helmets under their left arms. The other Jedi stood in ranks behind them wearing their traditional robes. Facing them on the other wing of the spacious rooftop garden were deep ranks of senior commanders and decorated pilots, and farther down the promenade were the senators, ambassadors, governors, and other notable personages deemed worthy of an invitation. They were all listening as Chief of State Cal Amos delivered a long and grand address, his magnified voice echoing across the landscape, enormous banners fluttering in the breeze. The overblown ceremony was not what Luke had imagined at all. He had simply approached Amos about the possibility of a posthumous military decoration for his cousin Oberyn. There were sufficient grounds to justify it, Luke thought, considering Oberyn's conspicuous desire to serve the war effort despite the relative security of his own homeworld. Cal had agreed, but then the idea had sparked his politician's imagination, and lurking within every politician was a showman. It was the 10th anniversary of the battle, he reasoned. A public commemoration would rally the population as they continue to rebuild. A new public square should be designed and named to honor the occasion. What better to adorn a public square than a large specially commissioned monument? By then, that runaway maglev train had well and truly left the station, leaving Luke and his vision of a quiet family affair in the dust. Leia caught his eye from her place among the other honored figures behind Cal on the dais, that subtle "I told you so" look on her face again. It was all in good humor. She thoroughly approved of the idea in principle, but she had warned him that something like this could be the likely result once Amos got hold of it. It was out of their hands now, and all they could do was play their parts for the honored dead. Finally concluding his lengthy remarks, the chief of state turned toward the hulking mass of granite behind him, veiled in scarlet. Leia pulled a cord on cue, and the veil fell away to reveal a sobering wall of names representing every last crewman and pilot lost in the battle. At the crest, in heroic profile, was carved the likeness of Oberyn Varuna, now the public face of them all. His young sons, Dared and Rui Varuna, were escorted up to the dais by their grandmother, Pooja Naberi. Chief of State Amos thanked them for their father's service on behalf of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances, presented them with the folded flag of the New Republic, the colors Oberyn had died defending, and a box medal for conspicuous valor in the face of the enemy. Luke bit his lip as he watched Dared accept his father's award with as stoic an expression as he could muster, obviously fighting back tears with every ounce of strength he possessed. It was all worth it, all the fuss and pomp and bother, just to see the fierce pride on those boys' faces. Pooja's face was set like a veteran commander's, but she wasn't ashamed of her tears. She had grieved a long time ago, and these were tears of satisfaction. A familiar roar shook the ground as impressive formations of starfighters of all descriptions passed overhead, trailing plumes of white and red smoke, a ceremonial flyover led by Jaina Solo, and everyone present with even a passing affiliation with the military raised their hands to salute the fallen. Standing there with his fingertips to his brow, Luke had to hand it to Cal. It was a moving display. It was a grim simulacrum of a family reunion, but a necessary one. They may have never met Cousin Oberyn, but their paths had crossed once on that fateful day above Coruscant, unbeknownst to any of them. It seemed only right to honor that, and better late than never. No offense to the dead, but Luke was very much looking forward to visiting with the living when the ceremony was over. As they had all just been inescapably reminded, life was short, nothing was guaranteed, and they should all be grateful for the time that they had and the people they could share it with. Luke was determined to live as much as he could before anyone would be doing any flyovers for him.